GTR 24H Nürburgring 24 Hours is presented in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Leap Gaming, ESTV, and AMD Ryzen Radio.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
issues that you may have.
So yeah, there we go. Nick just doing the little pre-race kind of briefing for everybody there, which is good to hear. And yeah, we're going to be racing in just under 20 minutes time. It's going to be a standing start. Last year we had a bit of a formation lap on the Grand Prix circuit, and then as we pulled onto the Nordschleife, the guys were allowed to go, but that's not the case this year. We are doing just a standing start. So it's quite difficult, really, with the way this track works, because it's so long. You don't really want to do a formation lap in its entirety, so we're not going to do that, and it's just going to be a standing start, something that these guys might not have even practiced in this one. Continuing our rundown of the grid, though, it's Rookie Monsters who are going to be 12th position. They're in the 999 car. I was expecting a little bit better from them, but they really didn't have a very good Q2, and so they're going to be all the way down there.
SAP. We've had an issue where a couple of drivers were in server, out server, reconnecting, and so we'll hopefully fix that.
A couple of issues that need to be fixed before the race gets underway. Better to iron them out now than discover them during the race, which will be a little bit annoying, you might expect. But continuing the rundown of the grid, the only Bentley in the field is a ProSim car. That's the 007, which is going to be starting from 13th position, one of those who are all in the same location. And Glam Racing are in the only Aston Martin in the field. They're in 14th position, just behind ProSim by about 0.6 of a second in qualifying, and then another further 4 tenths back, it's RLR Abruzzi Esports, who are going to be 15th ahead of Dysfunctional Racing Team in P16, and then Unison Racing and the 777 really didn't have very good qualifying in either of their sessions, so they're going to be in 17th ahead of Varga Sim Racing and World Global Racing, who didn't qualify but we believe are going to be taking the start here in the 24 hours of the Nürburgring. We're not entirely sure, or I'm not entirely sure on that one, whether they are going to be taking the start, because I haven't seen them on any server just for the moment. However, they could well be here in the not too distant future to take the start for this race. Let's hope so, anyway. Yeah, getting ready to begin. Just over 15 minutes to go as the server looks like it's getting rebooted now, and everybody is going to be rejoining us in the short practice session we just had before that, before this little reboot we're having right now. Saw that Henry Sinnick was leading it just ahead of David Mocek for a very long time, until Mocek put a better lap time in himself. But I think this is going to be a very, very close race. Based on those race pace times that we were seeing a few moments ago, I think this is going to be an exceptionally close race. A very, very enjoyable race as well. We're massively looking forward to it here at GTR 24H. It's going to be me, Ewan O'Leary, alongside Yusuf Bin Sahel for the start of this race. He'll be joining us in a few moments' time for the beginning of what is going to be a fantastic race. And yeah, make sure if you're in a team, you can get involved on Twitter using the hashtag DTR24H, and also if you're a driver just getting out of the car, then you can pop yourself in the green room and we'll have a little bit of a chat about the stint and how things are going out there on the circuit, because yeah, we'd love to hear from you. Yeah, we'll hopefully discuss with a couple of these drivers. Looks like we're hearing, or I'm hearing from my producer, that there's a little bit of weather is rolling in for the start of this race, which is just to add a bit of spice to this one. It's very, very rare that we get through a Nürburgring 24-hour without some kind of weather intervention, and it looks like that is going to be the case on this occasion as well, because yeah, we feel that there is going to be a little bit of rain rolling in for the next few moments. We'll see if there is actually a weather radar, and yes, there is. It looks like we're going to get clipped by a bit of light rain for the next few moments. I'm not entirely sure how long it's going to last, but there's even more weather rolling in from the west, actually going kind of north eastwards, and yeah, we were quite quite lucky to escape it last night, to be honest. It missed us by about a kilometre, we were told. So we were very lucky on that occasion, but not able to avoid it this time, I don't think. And we're going to see a bit of rain for the start of this race, it looks like, or at least in the very early moments of this race. You don't want to be caught out on the wrong side of the circuit when the rain comes out, because that is going to be a very, very treacherous moment for all of these guys. And I, for one, hope that we don't actually see that much rain throughout this race. I think it's challenging enough without it, yeah, we don't really need it to spice up this race. It's going to be spicy enough without the rain, but it doesn't look like we're going to have a choice in the matter. It's going to be a difficult start for all of these guys. Looking up and down the server right now on TeamSpeak, it looks like most of these guys are in here for the moment. We haven't got any Pro Sim cars in there, but I've seen them on the server in R-Factor. It doesn't look like Varga are in TeamSpeak or in the actual server right now, which is a shame to see for those guys, as we're just, well, I'm just loading in to try and see these cars for myself. But yeah, still a couple of minutes away from the race beginning. I'm not sure when warm-up's starting, or if it already has. But yes, it should be starting very, very shortly if it hasn't already. Let's have a look to see about some of the other teams out there at the moment. I can't see World Pro Racing either, I'm afraid. I believe that car is just Alvaro in Chelsea on his own throughout this one, although I could be wrong on that. I believe that is the case. And he did that at Le Mans, let's not forget. He did that entire race by himself. And so, yeah, you might try and do it again. But we just don't know at this point. Currently looking at Burst G-Sport, David Mocek, who looks like he's going to be starting that car. He was the driver who qualified in Q1 for that car. Henry Sinnick is out there in satellite racing, and he didn't do any qualifying. He got into that car very, very briefly, but yeah, he didn't actually do any qualifying in the end. Mocek is getting onto the pit. Now this is very clever, isn't it? Well, I'll say very clever. It's very useful for him to be able to do this, is kind of warming up the tyres a little bit and doing a bit of a practice start right now. As I mentioned a few moments ago, I don't think many of these guys will have done a standing start or practiced it, so what David Mocek is doing right now, I'm going to try and go on board with him maybe for this practice start, and here we go. Oh, he's reversing a little bit, which is not quite in the script, but looks like he's just, there we go, rolling off now with in the GT3 car. Traction control going to help him, of course, and going to want to get his braking right down into turn 1, because yeah, it's going to be a little bit different. You're going to be approaching at a bit of a different speed as to what you would normally in one of these races. But yeah, good to get that practice in for David Mocek as more teams jump onto the server at the moment. Just over 10 minutes to go before we kick off the 24 hours of the Nürburgring. And yeah, most of these guys are in now. I wonder if the rain is indeed going to hit before we get the race underway, or is it going to hit very, very early on? Not entirely sure, but we are told that we are going to see some rain.
Teams have joined the server. We will move to warm up.
Yeah, so warm up not far away now. Waiting for everybody to join in, get into the server. Currently got only 13 cars, so a few more to go. 19 on the entry list.
A couple of messages from me.
So yeah, we'll have a couple of messages from Peter now. I'm not sure if you can hear him now.
Yeah, you can.
Oh yeah, they can.
You can
okay,
both hear me and see me as well. So hi guys. I want to say we've got the fan zone thing up and running. The fan zone is a Google Meet conference call. It's open to all the fans of the drivers and racing teams. So if the teams want to have someone on stream sharing for them, there's a link for this in the description of the live streams on most of the platforms. It's on YouTube, Facebook as well. It's just a Google Meet conference call that you join in. and then have some kind of piece of paper or a board or something with the name of the driver that you're cheering for. So you can show yourself cheering for the driver that you're. The drivers and teams, please share that link to that fan zone call. That would be awesome. Also, to support the reach of this on social media, I want to ask all of the guys from the various teams watching any of our streams to share that both on their team Facebook pages and private Facebook pages. Let's get as many people watching the start of this race as possible in sort of a joint effort. I believe that was all for me before the start of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. So hopefully that will be the case, and we can get a lot of people in as well. Just a reminder as well to any drivers out there, you can put yourself in the green room, and we'll bring you up for a chat after a stint, or maybe during the race at some point. We'd love to hear from some of the drivers out here at the moment. So if you want to do that, then you can just put yourself in the green room, and we'll bring you in for an interview. But just under 10 minutes to go before we get racing here for the 24 hours of the Nürburgring. Very, very exciting moments for all of these guys.
Fine, Lucas.
As there's just a message going out to somebody, Lucas Leisen, I think it is, of the 15 RLR Abruzzi Esports team. Still 16 drivers on the service, so a couple more waiting to come in. For the moment, there's just over 5 minutes to go before we go racing. Lots of people going out there on the Grand Prix circuit at the moment. The Giuseppe Pastore is out there on the Nordschleife, but most people are just going around the GP circuit and coming back into the pit lane for whatever reason, just getting themselves acclimatised to what they're doing here in warm-up. I don't know if this is the official warm-up session just yet, but they're certainly warming up before the race gets underway. As I'm watching car coming through the final chicane of the lap. That was the 65 Satellite Racing car starting steered by Alan Piper in this one, we believe. He's in there right now, so the Frenchman is going to be getting this race underway for those guys. Henry Sinnick looks like he's going to be starting the Satellite Racing 64 car. David Rojek looks like he'll be starting for Burst Esport. The two moving cars are going to be started by Gabriel Hevesi and Adam Serej, so those guys are going to be very, very quick off the line. You will be able to imagine. Giuseppe Pastore looks like he's going to be starting for Team Shiba. Carl Lewis for Dysfunctional Racing Team, and he's been doing a lot of their driving in the official service so far. Roman Kubovic is going to be starting the 717. Ewan Mass, very fast for One Move Esports, and he's going to be starting for those guys. Lee Russell's going to be starting for Glam Racing. Too Lower for Deuces Motorsport Club, and Balzus Kish for Simcoe. Finally, Lucas Leitson of the Team Abruzzi Esports team. He's going to be starting that car. So those are your starting drivers. Before we get this race underway, because there's not long to go now, we're going to take a quick commercial break, but we'll be back in a couple of moments' time with the start of the race for the 24 hours of the Nürburgring. We'll be back in a few moments' time.
The GTR 24H Nürburgring 24 Hours is presented in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Leap Gaming, ESTV, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Welcome back to the GTR 24H Nürburgring 24 hours, where it is beginning to rain. I'm seeing rain out there on the screens. The windscreen wipers are going for some of these guys out there on the Nordschleife. This is going to be a very, very difficult start for everybody now, because the rain has begun to fall at the Nürburgring. We said that these weather conditions can change exceptionally quickly around here, and it's just proven to us one more time. I'm watching Roman Yakubic heading down towards Adenauer Forest at the moment, and he has got the wiper going. Unsure as to how that's really affecting the cars at the moment. Do you even want to go for wets? Because it is quite light rain at the moment, although it is getting heavier. So that is a big moment, and yeah, just exceptionally difficult for all of these guys to get things underway. We heard over the radio about a minute ago now that the race start is about 2 minutes away, so we're really not very long until we get this race started. Now we have 17 cars on the server right now, although one's just left. Oh no, sorry, that's not correct. There are still 17 on the server. So hopefully they will all be able to take the race start, and 17 cars qualified last night, so that does sound about right to me, although we'll wait until race control are happy with everything, and it looks like they are, because we've just gone into what is the race server and what will be the race server for this one now. So yeah, absolutely cannot wait for this race to begin. It's going to be a standing start, let's not forget, for this one, and we will be ready to get underway for 24 hours of racing at the Nürburgring-Nordschleife. It looks like the rain has just stopped for the last few moments. It's not raining anymore, and so I believe we've loaded onto a completely dry road where there's not going to be any issues for those who are on dry tyres. But how long is that going to last for? Is it going to rain very early on in this race or not? we'll wait and see as the cars get underway right now, heading towards the very first corner for the very first time here in the 24 hours of the Nürburgring, and it's Unison Racing with Roman Kubic who's going to take the lead around turns 1 and 2. VRS Satellite Racing in the 64 car are in second place with a couple of McLarens in behind them with Adam Surratt and Gabriel Hevesi. It's unknown where David Mocek is in the Burst Esport car. It doesn't look like they've been able to take the start in this one, which is a very, very big shame for those guys. I don't know if he's getting underway yet either. It seems that Burst Esport, the race favourites arguably, have had some issues on the very first lap, but it's Roman Kubic who takes the lead as they go into the hairpin for the first time. Henry Sinnick is just behind him in the Corvette, and those two are clearly running away from the rest. Mugen Sim Racing are in 3 and 4 with Simcoe in 5th. Good start from One Move Esports to get up into 6th place ahead of Ian Piper, who's in 7th. Giuseppe Pastore is down to 8th. But as we come through chicane one more time, it's Jakubovic ahead of Sinnick. Sinnick was the fastest of those cars in the warm-up session just before we got into this race. So
all drivers will have to restart. We had cars stuck in warm-up.
The race will be restarted because Burst Esport and I believe a couple of other cars are actually stuck in warm-up, or it could just be Burst Esport, but for some reason they are stuck in the warm-up session and can't get out, so it looks like we will see a restarted race. Well, and all that good start from Roman Jakubovic all undone there, the Audi, as we do indeed get a restart to this session right now. Let's see if things go more according to plan on this occasion. Let's hope so, anyway. Well, it's a good start on the first occasion from Roman Jakubovic, but I'm afraid that that's all been undone now. He's going to have to do it again. Because Burst Esport weren't in the session, I'm afraid. And it doesn't look like they're in this one either, for the moment. Hopefully they can rejoin, but it does take a long time to load in around this circuit because of its sheer size. Yeah, that's a shame for Burst, because and a shame for everybody now. But the windscreen wipers are going again. It looks like what we would have seen a dry start before, but now the rain is coming down even heavier than it was before. Well, yeah, that's going to be a very tricky start, as the track really just begun to get a little bit wet now out there on the circuit. So yeah, that's going to make things very, very tricky on this start. Hopefully it won't be too much longer until we get this race underway. And yeah, we're just trying to get David Mocek's back in the server now, so hopefully this means that we can transition to the race without issues on this occasion. It will have been a stressful start for Burst Esport, certainly now. And very, very difficult for Mocek to get his head in the game. After all that, he might be a little bit flustered on this start, and Jakubovic and Sinnick could certainly take advantage of that. Those two did pull away from the two Mugen Sim Racing cars on the start. Both Mugens are in McLarens, by the way. And they seem to not quite have the edge as they straight away got off on this start. But I'm currently watching Jakubovic and Sinnick running around nose to tail, even still here. As they head out onto the Nordschleife, just doing a bit of warm-up at the moment. Trying to see if the windscreen wipers are still going for these two. I don't think they are. I think it stopped raining momentarily. Let's have a look. And well, I'm seeing that it is still raining, but I'm not seeing any wipers, so unsure as to whether it is actually raining or not. But it's going to be a tricky start whether it is or not, to be honest. Hopefully no mass pile-up. I mean, the circuit is quite narrow and you want to be up the front really, because otherwise it would be tricky to avoid those kind of incidents. Hopefully the reserver can be restarted now and we can get racing in the next couple of moments. Let's see. No, still not quite ready for the moment. So we'll wait a couple more moments. Oh, okay, so the grid actually has to be set again because of the way that this has to be done. The grid has to be set again. That's why we're a little bit late getting off the start.
Race now, being to race now.
The race will begin in the next couple of moments, and here we go. Hopefully now things will be running a little bit smoother, and hopefully Burst Esports can actually get onto the grid, which would be nice. And there they are indeed onto the grid, and hopefully everybody will be able to do the same as they line up, getting ready this time for the proper start of the 24 Hours of Nürburgring 2021. Don't forget to get involved using the hashtag DTR24H. We'd love to have your company throughout the next 24 hours. My name's Ewan O'Leary, and I'll be with you for the start of this race. Coming up very, very shortly. Indeed, the drivers are on the grid.
I'll join you as well now that Yusuf isn't here. So,
okay.
Yeah, ready for the start.
Yeah. Very much looking forward to it as T-Sport and Satellite Racing get themselves set up on the front row of the grid together, and there they go. David Mocek versus Henry Sinek on the front row, and it looks like Roman Kubic is getting a good start on the second row. He's into second place, is diving down the inside goes Adam Surej for the number 2 Mugen Sim Racing team. Mocek has just got through, and he does take the lead through turns 1 and 2. Roman Kubic into second place, a side by side between the 2 McLarens in the background. That's the 2 Mugen Sim Racing cars going side by side. Hopefully they don't make contact between the 2 teammates as they just about get through together. Very nice driving. Adam Surej into third place ahead of Kavor Hevesi, but it's not been a good start from Henry Sinek by any stretch of the imagination. He's down to 8th place off of this start. Really not ideal as Kubic is really starting to apply the pressure to David Mocek. A cleaner start on this occasion, but Henry Sinek has really lost out there, I'm afraid.
Yeah, and look further down the grid. Deuce is taking it really easy this time. I think there's a bunch of teams there that want to gain that essential position at the beginning, and then there's a bunch of teams that know this is a 24-hour race, and they're more kind of gaming on, catching up in the rest of the 23 hours and 58 minutes.
Prosim just got into contact with DASSR Lab there. Into 10th place they go, and just getting through. I think you're right about Deuce's Motorsport Club though, certainly dropping back for the moment, and we've got Carl down there inside, but
it's like
bouncing across the curbs through there. Goodness me, it's all very, very close in the midfield, especially here. One Move Esports having to defend from Henry Sinek, but the wipers are going at the moment, and we do believe it is still raining out there, so that's going to make things very, very tricky. I don't think it's wet enough for the wet tyres as things stand, but certainly it's enough to make you think about it as you go into these corners. David Mocek still leading as the green flags are waving around the circuit right now. 24 hours of racing, so these guys have got to just be careful at the moment, but Roman Kubic is sticking with David Mocek very, very well there. It's been a good start from Kubic on both occasions. Obviously much cleaner for everybody on this occasion, but yeah, very nice driving from everybody. And yeah, a very clean start.
Yeah, wipers pulling on some of the cars still, so it definitely is raining. Who have we got here? I can't see the name because it's all. Even though with a 4K display, it's still too small. I can't see the proper name.
The Mugen Sim Racing cars going nearly side by side into Arenberg there, but going a little bit wide there. Gabriel Hevesius. Little looks coming in from a couple of these guys. Henry Cynic just having a little look. Ian Pfeiffer, his teammate, not too far behind the two satellite racing cars as they plunge downhill now towards Admiral Forest at the top of this kind of crest that we're getting towards right now. Prosim looking down the side of Ian Pfeiffer. This is not a place you want to be making an overtake, and rather sensibly the Prosim car sticks behind just for the moment as they go into Admiral Forest, this kind of chicane section where we're seeing Henry Cynic have to battle his way through the order. We're all in a bit of a train.
At one of my tourist laps, I was actually very, very close to clipping a motorcycle rider in Admiral Forest because he was going very slow into the corner, and it's blind, as you know, so coming up across the crash, I couldn't see that he was there, so I had to slam the brakes.
It's a very scary part of the track, certainly, and not a place you want to be going side by side, really, and that's what the Prosim car realised as we go in towards Versteifen. Now the miss right-hander before we get into the downhill right, where we've seen a lot of accidents already so far this weekend. But
by the way,
fortunately, on lap one,
down here at Breitscheid, this is an excellent place to be as a spectator as well. So if you're going down there, look to go over there and look down the bridge at Breitscheid and up Exmühl. That's an excellent place to spectate the race.
It is a great place to go and watch these cars. It's so impressive to see them as well. But David Mocek, impressive performance from him so far. He's got just a little bit of a gap over Roman Jakubovic. He's got a few car lengths for the moment as Jakubovic is in second place. The two Mugen Sim Racing cars in third and fourth.
It's not pulling away like we sort of expected them to do.
Not that much, no.
Half a lap and the entire grid is still compressed at about as much as it can be.
Yeah, it's very, very close up and down the field. Unfortunately, should I say, everybody has gotten through that one so far without any kind of problems. It's a different story doing it for over 100 laps, which is what we're going to have this weekend, but it's certainly good to see everybody getting through for the first time. Looking up and down the order and see what the strategies are going to be is going to be very, very interesting as well, to see who's going to really roll the dice for the first time. A team that's all looking quite racy at the moment with 1, 2, 3 Simco car. Just behind, that's just in front of the Team Shiba car. Simco just making a bit of a mistake actually into the carousel. But as they head up the hill again, under a bit of pressure here actually, Simco, just so I was mentioning them, and the two newer McLarens, One Move Esports just in behind, closing in as well.
And
very, very close.
Brands here, like all the different GT3 cars. Are there any GT3 cars that are not on the grid?
Can't be very many. Certainly can't be very many that aren't on the grid. It's a big spread of manufacturers around here at the moment, which is very, very good to see.
We've even got both the versions of the Audi, both the older and the newer version as well.
Yeah.
There's both the older and the newer McLaren as well. So, yeah, it's amazing.
Yes, it is indeed. Oh, a bit of a slide for the One Move Esports car. Now Henry Cynic's going to go down the inside, just coming towards Flamsgarten as they go down the hill. That was a mistake from the One Move Esports car, started by Guillaume Mas in this one. It's the battle for 7th place going on between these two. Henry Cynic stuck his nose down the inside but couldn't quite get through as they go over the top of the crest once again through Schraubingstrasse, and both satellite racing cars are stacked up behind this One Move Esports car.
Glam Racing trying to pull one of the Motorsport cars as well, but falling behind now. I think that was the Juice's Motorsport coming through, actually. I think we missed that.
Possibly. We were watching a couple of battles going on towards the front of the field. The Plana Carousel is where they're at right now, but it's a bit of a runaway for the top two at the moment. David Mocek is leading this race as he comes through Galben Cup for the first time and onto the Dottinger Ho. Going to be a long race for these guys. Roman Jakubovic just about keeping it within the slipstream, but struggling to hold on for now two Mugen Sim Racing cars are in behind, and now we get the slipstream that we so often see at the Nürburgring 24 hours. A lot of slipstream going down towards the Tiergarten. It's going to be very, very interesting to see who's going to try and pull a move here. Looks like Henry Sick's not quite close enough, or has he actually already got through? He has indeed already got through on the One Move Each Bush team, but we'll see if they try again. A side-by-side between One Move and Satellite Racing into the Tiergarten, and Guillaume Mas gets back through on Henry Sinek at the end of lap 1. Very, very good pass indeed from the Frenchman, and in the background, Satellite Racing defending from Prosim. Good defending going on there as Prosim tried to go down the inside into the final corner, but can't quite make that move stick. Henry Sinek go down to 8th place. It's really not been a good start from him.
Glenn Racing lost position as well.
Yeah, that's true.
Plainly due to the toe down the Dutching Hill.
Yeah. A very long straight and a very great overtaking opportunity, so good to see that some overtake happening into the Tiergarten for the first time. But it's Darek Bocek who leads out there at the moment ahead of Roman Jakubic, who's in second for Unison Racing. Adam Surridge is in third ahead of Gabor Hevesi in fourth position. Those two are the Mugen Sim Racing cars.
Very well done by the Mugen Sim Racing guys. If I was a team manager there, I would be really happy by now. Like clapping my hands, cheering them on.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a good start for those guys, holding on to a podium spot at the moment, but they are creating a bit of a train behind them. Bartosz Kiss is just behind with Giuseppe Pastore as well, Guillaume Mas, Henry Sinek, Ian Pfeiffer and the Prosim car, the Bentley was in the background as well. It's all stemming from this train really. So good job at the moment from Gabor Hevesi Adam Surridge, who's at the front of this train, to be in that podium spot, but it's going to be difficult for them to hold on to it for all of this race, given the way this is. Very stacked up field, very close field. Into the fast chicane they go for the second time of asking it in this race. Over 100 laps throughout this one, we can be sure. And expecting to see the pit stops after about 8 laps, so about an hour into this race, just over. Maybe 7 laps on the first one, but there's not a formation lap in this race, so maybe not 7 laps on the first one for this occasion, but you never know.
Since it's a standing start, I believe the first stint should be pretty similar to all the others. If it was a formation lap, then they might be considering trying to do one more lap.
Yeah, absolutely. That's
it. You were so used to the formation lap start, so we're already like just counting that in to our speculations on what's going to happen.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a different ball game around the Nürburgring-Nordschleife, though. It's a totally different prospect for everybody, really. We'll see how it develops over the 24 hours. Doesn't look like the rain has really affected things too much early on. It has actually stopped again, so it looks like we've escaped the rain for the moment, and no wipers are actually going as things stand. We go into Arenberg, bit of defending going on from Gabriel Hevesi, and down the inside, steaming down the inside, the Team Shiba Barlow car into Arenberg, and they get into 5th place. The Simco car of Bartosz Kiss just went a little bit wide, hesitated for a moment, and that was all the opportunity that Giuseppe Pastore needed as they go up the hill once again. He's actually on the back of Hevesi and trying to get through here into the Adenauer Forest section, but can't quite for the moment. He stays behind just right now, but that just shows if you hesitate for one moment around here, then there's a car waiting to fill that gap, and that's exactly what Giuseppe Pastore did on that occasion. Very, very impressive driving from him.
And he is already looking up and picking up one more position, so very good driving, but we are not going to keep avoiding the weather, Ewan. I'm going to reload the big weather map here, and as we see, there is there's a small shower moving in from the southwest. See that slowly moving up towards the track. I'm going to give it a guess and say within the next hour we are going to have some, might not be particularly heavy rain, but there is going to be rain.
Yep, and that's going to make things very, very difficult indeed. You don't want to be caught up at this section of the racetrack, for example. You don't want to be caught all the way back here with some rain, because that's really going to hamper you for the rest of the lap. It's going to make it very, very treacherous for the next part of the lap.
And one thing that's going to make this even more treacherous is that's going to hit in about an hour, and the stint length of these GT3 cars is about an hour. So will it come before the planned pit stop or after the planned pit stop? So teams are really going to have to be on their toes now and make the right decision, because this is potentially the loss of how much did you pit stop here? The full service? 2.5
Not entirely
minutes, something
sure.
like that?
Possibly. It just sounds about right. As Kish gets back in front of Giuseppe Pastore, I don't know if he let him back through there, but he just seemed to pull to the right-hand side and almost gift that position away. So that was a strange moment to see for those guys. But One Move Esports now under a lot of pressure from Henry Sinnick, who's looking any which way he can try to get through right now. But for the moment, he's stuck behind, trying to maybe make an impression on Guillaume Mas, who's started that car for One Move. Henry Sinnick is going to head down the inside and the hairpin here, the right-hander, just before we get to the carousel, which is arguably the most famous corner on the Nürburgring. Here we go into it.
And the dysfunctional racing team is trying to pull one on Guillermo thing, as well as Carl Lewis in the car. They've been trying to get by several times now as well, but this is perhaps they're coming up to one of the hardest parts of the track to overtake on. I believe the part before the Klostertal is easier to do an overtake on, because there's more straight parts. After Klostertal, it's all corners.
Yeah, all the way to the Dottinger Hole, where we're expecting to see a lot of overtakes happening as Guillaume Mas goes a little bit wide through Holleracht, and Henry Sinnick very, very close to the back of that Audi, but can't get through just for the moment as they fly downhill into this, as you mentioned, really difficult part to overtake. But even if you go wide, it's almost impossible to get through.
You want to stay as close as you can and just have that patience and wait for the other guys to make that small mistake. But you have to be so close that you're ready to pounce just the instant the mistake comes and they lose traction out of the corner. Then you want to hit it.
Yeah, Henry Sinnick just on the grass ever so slightly into this corner here. It's very, very close, nose to tail between these two as they go downhill. Jump down at the Flamsgarten now, all four wheels off the ground, and Sinnick looking now to the inside, getting his bumper to the rear of that One Move car, and Guillaume Mas is starting to look into his mirrors just ever so slightly more than previously, because you can see that, by the way, he's lost a little bit of pace, and you can see the satellite racing car, the 65, has just gained a little bit of time on the back of these guys as we go on board with Ian Pfeiffer looking at the back of Henry Sinnick. Going to be very, very close into the Dottinger Hole. Big slipstream is going to happen, as you can spend an awful lot of time on this straight, so the amount of slipstream that you get is a lot more than you might expect. But here we go onto the Dottinger Hole for the second time of asking.
Look at them just following each other, trying to catch the draft.
Look at that. Gabriel Hevesy is basically in control of this route, of this line. They're all weaving after him. Slipstream in full effect. We're going to see if there are going to be any moves. It doesn't look like that Corvette has the straight line speed, really. I don't think it quite has the pace in a straight line. The McLaren looks very, very quick in a straight line, very, very sleek looking. And you just saw there, Henry Sinnick's got no way of getting through. He's much better in the corners than this One Move car, but there's no way through actually on the straight for him, which is where you want to make the move. As DISSR Lab get into the top 10 ahead of Prosin.
Yeah, Prosin really aggressive in that big Bentley. One of the funny things about the Satellite Racing had an issue. And catch that. Yes, I've got it right here. Just coming on to the Grand Prix track after the small chicane. That is the Satellite Racing number 64. Yeah, that's Henry Sinnick having an issue. That is one of the fastest drivers on the grid for sure. So it just goes to prove that, anything can happen in this race. That could have been the battle for the win in the final 10 minutes even. So, yeah, you never know what's going to happen on this track. You never know.
No, and I'm afraid it's not good news for Henry Sinnick there. as Ian Pfeiffer's dropping back a little bit. I wonder if he might have been involved slightly with that one. But yeah, the battle is really going on up here for 4th place between Gabor Hevesi, Boris Kish, Giuseppe Pastore, Guillaume Mas, all involved. As meanwhile, in the lead of this race, we have David Mocek still leading ahead of Roman Jakubovic. He took another 9 tenths out of the Russian on that last lap, so he is driving very, very well indeed. However, it's still not a done deal by any stretch of the imagination. Very, very close between Mocek and Jakubovic as things stand. But the battle we really want to be watching is for 4th place, as the train is starting to peter out ever so slightly. It's starting to form into these kind of pairs of battling cars, where there's a bit of nose-to-tail action going on at the moment, and a bit of a mistake from Boris Kish, I think that was. Sorry, Giuseppe Pastore, and Guillaume Mas is right on the back of him right now.
Right on the back now, but there's nowhere to overtake here coming down into the Hatchenbach complex. That's not going to happen. That would be way, way too dangerous, too much risk. Can I come back to the point about the Bentley and people thinking that it's a big and heavy car? It's actually not. All the cars are the same weight because of the dimensions of the tires. So if you had a heavier car, that would sort of wear the tires out faster. They're all balanced in other ways, like having different restrictors, different fuel flow allowance, different tank sizes. But that is really how the cars are balanced in the balancing performance, and not using the weight, because that will create too much difference in tire wear. The Bentley is a really, really good car on these kind of fast corners because it has a very long wheelbase. It has a much longer wheelbase than any of the other cars. So very, very stable at speeds and in high-speed corners, which is really, really what you need around this track. There's so many fast corners, so much easier to drive than some of the McLarens, which are really more like a square go-kart.
Yeah, it's certainly the case, and the Bentley is a very good car to have, to be fair, we may well see that one getting at the very least a top 10 for grossing. Top 5 I think is probably achievable, but everybody is still running. By the way, I think Glam Racing have had a little bit of a problem out there at some point, because they're quite a way off the back of the field, I'm not entirely sure if that is actually Henry Sinnick driving that car, because Davide Arduini is seemingly or suggesting to me that Nello Postoriano might be driving that car. I'm not entirely sure though, we'll have to get that confirmed, but it says Henry Sinnick on our screens right now. He's in 13th position, not too far behind Lukasz Liszczyn in the Abruzzi Esports Corvette, and he might find that a little bit easier to get through, because the McLaren's very, very quick in a straight line, but when you've got the same car as you in front of you, it can be a little bit easier to get through on the straights.
Rainer coming again. Julian Masters turning back on his windscreen wipers.
It could be the case. I'm not seeing any other windscreen wipers for anybody else though, so we'll have to wait and see.
By the way, that should be Henry Sinnick in the car, because that is the name we're getting from his R-Factor 2 profile. So unless they're driving from the same sim rig, which is perfectly legal during this race, that would be Henry Sinnick in the car, and he was pushing like crazy. We saw him cut one of the corners before the Swedenkreuz, really like taking a long cut.
Liam Rance has just confirmed to me that it is Henry Sinnick in the car, because Nello Postoriano's in the 65. So, well, not right now, but he's driving as part of the driving team for the 65. I should have really put that 2 and 2 together, but thanks to Liam Rance for confirming that for us as we look at the battle for 4th place.
Right on the back of the Abruzzi car right now. Sorry, just changing camera, because he was about. There couldn't even be a newspaper stuck between the cars.
Absolutely, it's very, very close in some of these battles.
For the outside. He's going for the outside, up close to the top. Nope, doesn't have the momentum. Didn't get that. Get that great exit from Bergwerk that you really need to get the overtaking done up here, because it's uphill all the way. There is about, I think it's about 250 meters of elevation change from here on and up to the Hohe Acht.
Yeah, it's a long climb uphill.
Yeah, very long. Uphill, up through the carousel, and then on uphill up to Hohe Acht. That's the other satellite racing car at the side of the track.
Yeah.
What is going on here for the satellite racing guys?
Not entirely sure. It looks like they got going again, but hopefully we can get a replay of that for Ian Playford, who has gone off the road and he's down to 14th position. That car's crabbing. That car is crabbing. So we've seen the first accident of the day, I'm afraid, and it is for Satellite Racing in the 65. A real shame to see for those guys. Now, has Henry Sinnick been able to get through on Lucas Leishton? No, he has not. He's been able to gain a position because of that battle, but goodness me, that is a real shame to see for them, and Satellite Racing just not having the best start to this race. Goodness me.
Oh, he is smashing the car around the track. I'm guessing he wants to use the fact that there's no cars coming for nearly an entire lap. So he'll just want to push it now to get back to the garage, and I don't really think he cares how much the sides or bodywork or whatever is damaged on the car. This is just plainly about getting back to pit lane as fast as possible, but he loses control again. That is not what you want to do there. All the time that he saved now trying to drive fast back to pit lane, instantly lost.
Yeah, it's a real shame for those guys who have had a good start to the race, a bad start to the race, a good qualifying, but it's not been going very well in the race so far. We're on board with Henry Sinnick.
Is coming down. You can see the droplets on Henry Sinnick.
It looks like it. It looks like it. The rain is still slightly falling, although we are expecting a little bit more in a couple of hours' time. It looks like the rain is falling just for the moment. Is there a way through here on the Abruzzi Esports car? No, there is not right now, but into the Kleiner Carousel they go, and now out onto the Dossinger Hub. Surely now this is going to be the opportunity for Henry Sinnick as he gets nearly through into Garvenkopf, but Leishton defends, and into the inside he goes, onto the entry of the Dottinger Ho. That's a very brave move, but he's actually been able to do it. He's not waited for the slipstream on the straight. He's got it done now, but with the outside line, Lucas Leishton has actually got some straight line speed going on here, and Henry Sinnick doesn't look like he's got very much at all as they go side by side, and Henry Sinnick has to pull back in to the slipstream. Now, is he going to be able to go for a move into the Tiergarten? It looks like maybe that car hasn't got the greatest straight line speed, but with the slipstream he might be able to do something into the Tiergarten. Can he get through now on the Abruzzi Esports car? You're going to look to the inside as they go down the hill into Tiergarten. It's a very brave place to go side by side, but Lucas Leishton holds on to 11th place. He cuts in front of the nose of the Satellite Racing car, and he stays in 11th, not quite inside of the top 10, but he stays there just for the moment.
Stay close for the braking zone down there for the first corner on the Grand Prix circuit. Just stay close and try and dive on the inside. You can even use this to go on the outside, and if you stick it on the outside, you'll be on the inside for the sharp left-hander right after this. So that is actually, it's not that bad trying to go outside of this corner, because you can steal the apex on the next corner. So double whammy there. As we're seeing in the top right corner, Ian Pfeiffer continuing to lose control of the other satellite racing car, the number 65, because he has no rear wing left, and he's really strong, almost coming out in front of the, I think that was the Glam Racing car.
Yeah. Oh, that was close. That was very, very close between those two cars, but Ian Playford now trying to get back to the pit lane as quickly as possible, but not really able to manage that because his car is quite badly damaged, and it's very, very difficult to control, I would imagine, as well at this stage. But heading into the fast left-right chicane, once again they go at the front of the field. Guillaume Mas set a very good lap time on the last time, actually, and he is certainly closing on those McLarens in front, but it's very difficult to get through on them. They're a very, very slippery car in a straight line, and so Giuseppe Pastore is holding on for the moment.
And we're on board with Ballas Kiss here, who's trying to do his best to get by Gaber Hevesy. He's actually used the entire Grand Prix track to catch up with Gaber, but I think there's a big difference in the setup of these cars, because it seems like the Mugen Sim Racing car really handles the slower parts and twistier parts better.
Yeah, absolutely.
Henry Sinnick got by. He's up at P11 now. Yeah,
it looks like it.
We missed him overtaking. Yeah.
Yeah, apologies for missing that one, but Henry Siddick is indeed into 11th place. So yeah, just about half an hour done in this race right now. They're onto the Nordschleife one more time. If we wait until there's an unexciting moment to take a nap break, then we'll never have any. So I'm afraid we're going to have to take one right now. We'll be back in a couple of moments with more racing from the Nürburgring. But stay tuned. We'll be back very, very shortly.
GTR 24H Nürburgring 24 Hours is presented in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Leap Gaming, ESTV, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
What's happening to my views? Well, anyway, we're back on track. Let me just sort this out, get us back to the main game and turn on all our cameras and everything so that people can actually see What's going on? Hello guys, welcome back to the Nürburgring-Nordschleife for the 24 hours of Nürburgring by GTR 24H. We're currently on board with Bella's Kiss. We left that duel coming down into the Hatzenback, and he is actually right now just less than 0.5 of a second behind the new sim racing car coming through Svalbardsands up towards the Döttinger Höhe onto the long straight, and let's see how well he'll be able to get the tow here from the Mugen sim racing car.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting moment because I think the pass is about to happen with the amount of pace that Kish seems to have right now, really applying the pressure to the Mugen car for the last few moments. But these two cars very, very well matched, and the slipstream not awfully effective up the Döttinger Höhe. But here we go, as they go up towards the hill. It looks like there may be a pass affected into the Tiergarten. You can't even see where he's going at the moment. Barris's Kish, and here we go, outside line for the Tiergarten. It looks like Hevesi just defends the insides. They nearly touch under the bridge. Hevesi squeezes slightly, and they just about make contact, but Kish was kind of put off by that almost, I'd imagine. Gabriel Hevesi defending very, very hard indeed, and so Kish decides to back out of it for the moment.
All of this allowing the Mustang car to catch up behind them as well. They're in the newer 720 McLaren as well, which we've seen to be just that slight bit faster down the straights than the 720, being, I think, one of the fastest cars on the straight, and the 650 we just saw definitely not as fast. So, yeah, how will this play out on the rest of the lap? Will Bella's Kiss be able to stick closely and get his next try on the Döttinger Höhe again on the next lap in 8 minutes time? Well, we will see.
Yeah, absolutely. For now, it's just time to watch on and enjoy, really, because it's a great battle we're seeing between these guys. In terms of other battles that are closing up, Chris Gonzalez is being caught by Henry Sinnick just ever so slightly on the last lap, and Chris Gonzalez himself is catching Prosim. The DIS SR Lamb car is showing fantastic pace in the race, as we've come to expect from them, really, and so Guillaume Mas is going to be under pressure from those guys in the last few months. And you were saying this in practice a couple of nights ago, Peter, that DIS SR Lamb are not going to be up there in qualifying, but in the race they are really quite formidable and a very, very good team indeed.
They are not to be messed with. Satellite Racing had their repairs. The Corvette is back on track, trying to catch up to the rest of the field. Now, luckily, this lap is so long that you don't really get lapped that fast. You can have a really major incident, still get your repairs, and get back out on the lead lap. So, yeah, there's still a lot of work for them, but at least not a bunch of back markers that they will have to get through to get back into their, I think, rightful top 10 position in this race, maybe. Yeah.
Jim Lauer is into the pit lane right now, and he's back out again. I wonder if that's a strategic call, or if there's something more sinister going on there. But yeah, it's a little bit early to be seeing those kind of pit stops from those guys. We've only had 4 laps so far, and so we're expecting another 4 laps before we actually get pit stops here at the Nürburgring. So we'll wait and see. But currently watching the one with eSports car on board right now in the Audi, not able to get on terms with Giuseppe Pastore just for the moment, but it's a very, very close battle indeed. And if we, well, you can just see in the mirror in the top right hand side now. Yeah, looks like it. No windscreen markers for the moment, but there is rain hanging in the air.
It is ever so slightly raining still, but there's a lot more coming. I don't think this is something that you want to change any tires to do, like take any precautions for. I don't even think it's getting wet outside the racing line. If we look at the data up top, it should actually tell us our conditions mostly cloudy and 87% humidity. We don't actually have the track on-car off-car wetness. So yeah, we're limited in data.
Well, I can see that there's apparently 8% off-track, offline wetness at the moment, which is a little bit more than it was a little bit earlier, and it is slightly raining as well, but it's very light rain. As things stand, nothing that's going to make these guys come into the pit lane for wet tyres, I wouldn't imagine. With regards to the Turin-Lauer pit stop as well, by the way, we are hearing that they had an issue on lap 1 and spun around, did the Deuces Motorsport Club car, so just trying to come back as best as possible, as that is proper rain now. I can see that the rain is coming down a lot heavier than it was, but still for the moment the wipers aren't going. We're on board with Guillaume Mas and the One Move Esports car. This is not the end of the circuit. You really want to be seeing rain here. It's really, really difficult to kind of get your car in check, and these guys have got to be extra careful now with the amount of rain that is coming down.
Yeah, 1 millimeter per hour is not a lot, but it still is raining. It is like just heavy moisture in the air. But do remember that the weather does move across the track with the wind direction and with the wind speed in the game. So yeah, it can be raining at one part of the track, and then at the opposite side of the track completely bone dry with sunshine.
Yeah,
as we're seeing the sun come out right now. You saw how the lighting went from dark to light. So that is the clouds lifting again.
Here comes Bamsha's Kish on the outside line of Gable Hennessy. Just the battle between these two for fourth position. He's looking any which way he can try and find as they go through Kesselchen. At the moment, up towards the top of the hill. This is so close. He almost can't see where he's going. He's that close to the back of the McLaren in front. He's dipping a wheel on the grass, trying to find a little bit of real estate to go through right now. But I guess with the rain the way it is, you might not want to be going offline right now because it's a little bit wetter than it is online. But let's see. Hevesy had to defend ever so slightly into the right hand, and Kankish head down the inside. No, not quite. Hevesy continues to defend.
There was a small mistake by Hevesy. You saw the rear end of the car just step out just a little bit, and you see how that immediately was a favour for Bella's Kiss. We've seen some of the cars. Actually, I saw in real life some of the cars trying to steal the carousel. So if you get up the inside before the carousel, the outside car really doesn't have anything to do. So if you have the momentum coming up the hill towards the carousel, that is a very nice way to steal a position, is to get down into the carousel and not let the other car get down there. So yeah.
Yeah, you're right. It's because there's only space for one car kind of in the banking there, and when you're going on the outside, sometimes you realise, you think, well, why is this any faster? I'm going so slow, but you realise when you try the outside line, it really is very slow. Out the line, it's just a very slow corner, really. But yeah, no. And pass able to make, or Kish wasn't able to make the pass, should I say, on that particular occasion. This is all over fourth place, let's not forget. The 4-car battle going on. It's about to become a 5-car battle though, because the DISSR lab car is not too far behind either. So yeah, this is about to get even more interesting now.
That was another mistake there, and Bella's Kiss actually had to put the brakes on, which allowed the Musto car to get even closer. And just as a small anecdote, the fun thing about the carousel is no matter what car you're driving, it's actually nearly impossible to go more than 90 kilometers per hour through the carousel. Doesn't matter if it's a normal street car or if it's a high downforce GT3 car. About 90 kilometers per hour is the maximum that you can do that corner. It's range.
Yeah, it's a very tricky corner. It's quite slow, as I mentioned, and so yeah, good overtaking opportunity if you can do it, although it's very difficult indeed, and it could get a little bit rude as well. Could be a bit of a barge in there if need be. But let's go back onto the Dottingham once again,
a good image
because this is going to be fantastic. Yeah, it's going to be great.
Spectate this.
Yeah, exactly. We're going to get a great view, hopefully, as to what's going to be a pass. And look at Hevesy again, just weaving ever so slightly on the straight, trying to break the slipstream as much as he possibly can, going up the hill right now. And let's not forget that Pastore is going to have a double slipstream here with the McLaren. He's going to be gaining on these guys all of the time. Is that going to be enough, though, for Bella's Kiss to get in front, or is he going to have to stick behind? It looks like that McLaren, that Mugen Sim Racing McLaren, has some great straight line speed, and there's almost no way that he's going to be able to get through here for Bella's Kiss. It must be very frustrating for him.
He didn't need to get close this time.
No.
So maybe my theory about the 720 being faster down the straight is not actually true. I don't know. One move car got really, really close to Pastore as well down the straight. So, yeah. The 720 might not be as fast as I initially thought it was. But they're back in line, 4 cars in a row now. Oh, one move trying to pull one there, Musto. At least he got really, really close, right up to the rear of the bumper. And he's going to the inside line.
Close through there, but not quite able to do it just for the moment, as he's looking to the inside and getting very close through this downhill right-hander downhill left-hander into the right-hander at the end of it, and now into the Dunlop hairpin at the very bottom of the hill, very bottom of the circuit as well, but no way through for Guillaume Mas at the moment. He's got a bit of support in the YouTube chat, and let's not forget you can get yourself involved and speaking in the YouTube chat on Twitter as well, hashtag TTR24H, you can get involved in those ways. So yeah, we'd love to hear from you and hear for you cheering for your favourite drivers.
Don't forget the links in the descriptions on YouTube and Facebook for the fan zone as well. So if you want to get yourself on stream and cheer for your team and let them know just in images how excited you are about them going for the win in this race, don't hesitate to join the fan zone conference call as well. We'll put you on screen.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, we'd love to hear from you, see from you, etc. Yeah, very close still. Guillaume Mas. It seems that this 4-car train closes up every time Kish puts the pressure on Hevesy, and then it all kind of closes together. But also when Guillaume Mas closes on the McLaren in front, that was close, on Giuseppe Pastore, it seems that Pastore just seems to watch his mirrors ever so slightly, and it just loses a bit of pace. That's what happens when the pressure is applied. Pace is lost, so sometimes it's almost better to not apply pressure at all and just sit behind just for the moment, because you might get an opportunity later, but for the moment Mas wants to get through, and yeah, he's still got plenty of time to do so. Every time the pressure kind of is relieved, Pastore gets in front and kind of increases his pace a bit.
And I will tell you who is lurking at the back of this train to wait for these guys to have their incidents. Well, it is the number 45 GIS lab who's catched up to these guys, gaining, I think, was it 2 or 3 positions from the qualifying position already. But they are just lurking there. We can have a look here because the number 45 guys have joined the drivers and teams conference call, so we can see their pit wall here on the right and the car on the left. So, not really that excited down at the pit wall. It seems like they're just sitting there waiting right
now. More nervous.
Yeah, waving to us. Hi guys! Hello! And just waiting for the other guys to make their mistake. Well, that's the old regular DIS lap strategy, I think. It's what they're known for, is just being right there when the other guys make their mistakes.
Yeah, absolutely, and they will be there at the end of the race. I think that a top 5 very, very achievable for them. Whether they can get anything more.
Move on the ProSim Bentley, they are right up there on the back of them, inside that half a second gap. So that's going to be an exciting one as well.
Lots of exciting battles going on there on the circuit at the moment to be watching on. So yeah, it's hard to almost keep an eye on all of these, but the only Bentley in the field now having to do a bit of defending from Chris Gonzalez, and they're both in caught by Henry Sinnick, who is in the satellite racing car and closing on them both. Yeah. Very, very quick from Sinnick at the moment. He's really out of position, and I think that he was actually showing that, well, obviously my pick for the race, as you know, and I really thought that they were going to be challengers for Bertie Sport, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the case, as Gary Bocek continues to run away with this race almost. Rowan Kubic in second at the moment, and a fair way behind, just as things stand.
Sorry, just a small break here. You and I have a talk with John.
All right, that's all right. I'll go alone for the next couple of moments, but yeah, it's good battles going on up and down the field, as we've mentioned, between some rookie monsters. They're battling away. Other battles as well. Barajkic is always very strong coming out of Werk here and up towards Kesselchen. So wonder if he's going to be able to make a move on this occasion, but he looks way too far back this time. As I hit my microphone. But yeah, battle's still going on. Guillaume Mas applying the pressure on the back of Giuseppe Pastore. And DISSR Lab trying to get themselves involved as well. We'll go on board again with Elon Musk, I think. They go through the left-hander. A little bit wide from Pastore there. Going to want to keep it on the road, of course, and he's lost a lot of pace. Elon Musk is here, but goes a little bit wide himself. Can he get sneak down the inside? Sneak is the word I was searching for there, but no, not quite for the moment. Maybe into the carousel, but it's a good exit from Pastore, and it's a difficult place to make the move, so he doesn't for the moment. They're all closing a little bit on the couple of cars in front, I believe, anyway. Adam Surridge is in third place right now, just ever so slightly in front of these guys, but in the lead of this race, it is still David Mocek for Burst Esport. Unsure as to what the gap is right now, but it's got to be a fairly large one to Roman Jakubic, just under 10 seconds maybe. And an even bigger gap back to Adam Surridge in third. But it's all very close from him on backwards, as the rain has actually stopped again out there at the moment. So yeah, it's getting a little bit more spread out of the front of the field, but there are still plenty of battles to be watching up and down the field. Battle for fourth is the most interesting one, I think, anyway, that's going on. Where's it? No, I thought the DISSR Lab car actually had some kind of problem there, but it seems that they're all okay. And things are all fine. Nick Newcomb joins us, by the way, from Issues Motorsport Club right now, here for a little bit of time, alongside me, Yoda Louis. So yeah, welcome, Nick.
Good, that's good afternoon now, isn't it? Yeah,
yeah,
well, it's good morning in UK and early in the afternoon.
Yes.
Afternoon in Central Europe. Yeah, I just dropped in. The gap to Jakubovic in second place is just over 8 seconds, 8.1 seconds at the minute. The pace is good. Moravcek's just put his fastest time in at the last lap, which was an 8:10.3 compared to Jakubovic, his best time of 8:11.4, but his last lap was a further second down on that. So it's shaping up to be a good race. We thought who would be there at the top end of the race are actually making their way there, and I think it's going to be really tight. I think Jakubovic is definitely going to keep the Moravcek and the Burst team quite honest in this event. I think they're going to fly off into the distance.
Actually, when you're talking about it, Nick, Jakubovic just put in the fastest lap of the current cars on track, and right when he did, it was beaten
Gonzalez
by
move into P9.
Yeah, he is.
Overtaking Prosit.
That Corvette's very fast in a straight line, though, isn't it? It's really hard to get through on, and although Henry Sinnick was struggling to get through on it earlier, but yeah, through goes the Rookie Monsters car. They started outside of the top 10 into 9th place, now closing down to 10th, which is roughly where they started in this race. They started 13th, actually, so they've made a bit of an improvement.
That's 45 coming into the pit lane. So,
really strategic call from those guys. Let's see, that's after 6 laps, so that's a couple of laps early, but certainly playing the strategy game. I don't think they had an issue on the way into the pit lane. I don't think there was damage involved in that. I just think it's a strategic call.
They got the last lap time deleted.
There is the mixture allowance on the GT3s now, whereas there wasn't before, so it all depends.
Guys, they had their
what
last
mixture they're
lap time
running and
deleted.
how they want to play this. But I would have thought the average would have been 7 to 8 laps. This is certainly a lot shorter than we would expect.
Yeah, I agree on that one. I don't think it's a cut track issue, because we're only you get 24 throughout this race, which averages out about 1 an hour. So I don't think if they've managed that, then that is almost impressive.
Very good, very impressive.
Yeah, almost impressive to be able to do that. So I don't think it's going to be a cut track issue. We'll look to that a little bit later on in the race. But yeah, they're playing the strategic games. We know they like to do this, playing strategic games. Of course, it does mean that their pit stop is going to be. Yeah, Dysfunction are also doing the same thing. It means that their pit stop is going to be a bit shorter. As long as they started with a full tank, they're going to have to put 2 laps less fuel in the car, so they might jump a whole host of cars with this pit stop.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. Obviously, fresh tyres as well. That's going to help because obviously with the weather, it was a bit of a mixed bag at the start of the race. They could have overheated the tyres and worn them a bit more than planned for. So it could be a case of let's get rid of these tyres and put a new set of boots on and go again. There's my friend Turn moves up to P12 now, coming back through.
And if you take a look at the lap times in the timing tower, that is the last laps of the various cars. So if you want to check out or see who's moving or catching up, that's a great way to check out who's in line for changing positions. It's just if some of the teams lower down are doing faster laps than the teams ahead. So right now Henry Cynic is matching something that should be about third place in the race, but he's far down the grid, of course, after his initial problems on the P10.
The main thing I'm quite surprised at is that we've nearly hit the hour. Just a few minutes short of the hour. It just seems to. It does this all the time when these races occur. The time just disappears in front of you.
Yeah, it does.
Whether it's a 24 or a 12, even 8 in 6 hours, you just get that engrossed in the race that the time just goes. The main thing you got to do, like where we come from, is don't forget to eat and don't forget to drink, because some of the main things that you got to keep doing. Plenty of fluids, plenty of food, and that'll be the same for the teams.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very easy to forget almost as well throughout this race. So nearly an hour in to the race.
Let's just have a look at the.
I'll get back to my main job, focusing on all the up and down the field.
Yeah.
Like I did when the satellite car was having troubles. I jumped in and obviously watched their return to the pits and tried to give a little bit of advice as it was. Because at the beginning they hadn't left the rear wing, but they had, and obviously that caused issues when they were even just going through some of the bends. But obviously there's places where you really can't put your foot down, but you really have to brake a lot earlier, and I think they caused more damage going back than they did from the initial contact. So that's one of the things you got to be careful of.
Yeah, absolutely. Just looking at thanks, Nick, by the way, for joining us. We'll let you go back to race control. Yeah, you take your day job if you like. But yeah, we'll hopefully hear from Nick a little bit later on in the race. There are your standings, though.
And many of the drivers come in here to the green room and have a chat with us as possible. It is really nice to have the word from the horse's mouth, instead of us just sitting here and guessing at what's happening. It is really, really nice to have the team update us on what is the reasons for either their great pace or incidents or whatever happened on track. We are just sitting here waiting for those guys. That is the perhaps the essential content of the stream, is the cars driving around and comes from the teams. So come on in to the green room. That being said, you said it, we're close to the hour. I think it actually 5 minutes before it passes, and it's time for our commercial partners or sponsors who are making this race possible to kind of have a bit of screen time. So do not go anywhere. Look for the hashtag GTR24H on various social media. Follow us on Facebook. Watch the race on YouTube. Twitter has the stream as well. I believe we're almost everywhere. So we'll be right back after this.
The GTR 24H Nürburgring 24 Hours is presented in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Leap Gaming, ESTV, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Welcome back to the Nürburgring 24 hours here, brought to you by GTR 24H. We've just had some pit stops. It's been very, very exciting indeed. I have to say we've got a replay coming up for you just to show you what happened while we were at that advert. Well, here it is, and we've got other battles going on.
No, I don't want to play the replay, I'm sorry.
Apparently, we haven't got a replay, so we're just going to have to tell you about it. What happened? Gabriel Hevesi was defending into the Tiergarten and unfortunately got a little bit wide. Bowser's Kiss got through, but they all then went into the pit lane. So Simcoe, Mugen and Team Sheba have all been into the pit lane. That's both Mugen cars as well. So now Adam Surej is in front with the DAS SR lap car getting into what is second place in this train. They've had a fantastic run of things, and now DIS are into the back of Adam Surej. That's the battle for what is going to be third place when this all shakes out. So they've done a fantastic job in this pit stop cycle. But even that, and that was only one lap of clean air, one lap of having a little bit less fuel to put in the car. Other than that, that was on pure pace and a very, very good job from them.
Yes, and another thing that's looming in the background and putting excitement into this race is, have a look at this.
Weather.
That rain that we talked about is definitely picking up and getting heavier. It went from having only some green spots in that incoming shower to now it's sort of tightening up and a lot of blue spots showing up now, which means heavy rain. So that'll be interesting.
Yep, it certainly will be in this race, and looking forward to seeing how the rain does indeed change this race. So no positional change in terms of those four that came in all together into the pit lane. There was no actual positional change between those four. However, there was DISSR Lab getting through on three of those cars that they were behind in the past. So a fantastic job from them to be able to get through. But further up the field, David Mocek is still leading this race in front of Unison Racing's Roman Jakubovic. Further back, we're seeing a great fight between Lee Russell and was it between Lee Russell and Carl Lewis? I think it was. And Abruzzi Esports were there, as well as 777 Unison Racing. So there was a lot of great battling going on down the field as well.
There is battle all over the grid, and like we talked about during the commercial break, the listeners on the DCR24H radio will know that we were talking about Bella's Kiss and his sort of way of, every time he gets close to the Mugen Sim Racing car, it all slows down for those two guys, and the guys behind just catches up. And I think that effect is going on all the way down through the field. So whenever somebody comes under just a little bit of pressure from the car behind, they sort of just lose overall pace, and the guys from behind catch up even more. So it's sort of like playing one of these more arcade racing games with this kind of catch-up effect. Every time someone gets too far ahead, they're slowed down by, picking up power, or however that catch-up thing works. It looks like that is actually coming into effect by these guys getting close and then losing pace, and the guys catching up from behind.
Yeah, absolutely. Just looking through up and down the order right now for any more battles. It's Unison Racing, the 777 car, and Harry Pipes battling. Barlow Abruzzi Esports trying to get through there into Adnar Forest, but not quite able to do so for the moment. That Corvette is fairly fast in a straight line, but not as quick as the old generation McLaren, which has been absolutely astonishing in a straight line.
That car.
Yeah.
It's like some kind of magic, that putting some kind of powder into the fuel of that car that makes it go, just those 2-3 kilometers per hour faster than any of the other cars. So I'm guessing that is actually why they picked that older model of the McLaren, because they knew this really has the pace on the straight, and if you could be as fast as you want around the twisty bits, but if there's a car ahead, there's really not much chance of you getting through. However, if you got a car that has the advantage on top speed down the Dutchinger hill, that will have you be capable of gaining positions.
Yeah, you're right.
Meanwhile, at the front of the field, Mocek has pulled out nearly 10 seconds now of lead to Jakubovic, and Jakubovic is putting up he is doing the best he possibly can to try and catch up, because the gap is now up to 28 seconds down to Julian Mars. But yeah, those Birthday Esport guys, they are just not to be messed with. I think that is like one-to-one repeat of what we saw in the qualifying session yesterday. Awesome qualifying, by the way.
Yeah, it was, and Joni Simoncic was the man who did the fastest lap time overall, but he's not even driven yet. It's David Mocek who set the lap time in qualifying 1, and he's driving right now in the first part of the race. At the moment, he's winning out over Roman Jakubovic, but it remains to be seen really what could have happened if Jakubovic could have got in front, or how long would he have been able to hold on for. Not entirely sure really at this stage in the race, but fantastic driving at the moment from Mocek. Long way to go though, just under 23 hours of this race still to go. A very, very long way still left in this race. Burst Esport then at the end of the 8th lap, we're presuming they're going to be in the pit lane, and there they go. David Mocek is into the pit lane. Roman Jakubovic is expected to follow them, along with Guillaume Mas as well, who's going to be coming towards the pit lane in about 30 seconds time. But this really is the limit for these guys. Nothing more that can be done. 8 laps is the absolute limit.
Jonas on into the pits as well. Julian Mars, he pitted on the last... No, he didn't.
He was the only one to stay out.
Yeah. Okay, so he should be in as well this time around.
Yep, Rookie Monster's just holding on from Prostin right now as well. So good driving from Chris Gonzalez, who didn't have the best qualifying too, I have to say, in the night time, but driving well right now and really starting to find his feet for Rookie Monsters. Normally a fair racing team driver, as we've seen in the EWC in the past, but driving a GT3 car on this occasion, and for a different team as well. Into the pit lane they come.
And the difference between having a race-prepared car with, the correct racing tires and everything, right fuel load and everything, seems to be just about 15 seconds when compared to the qualifying laps.
DIS SR Lab under pressure now from Bowser's Kiss. These two cars are identical in terms of the make and the model. Their setups will be slightly different, but look at them going door to door now into the Tiergarten. Outside line for Bowser's Kiss. Can he make this move stick? He's not been able to get through on any cars really in the past in this race just yet, but side by side into the Tiergarten. Not able to do it. So Kish has to just stick behind one more time in that Simco car. He was able to get in front of Gabriel Hevesi eventually, but he forced a mistake from the Hungarian driver. Is he going to have to force a mistake from the DIS SR Lab team right now to be able to get through? And let's not forget, one move are going to be here very shortly as well. They may well be behind all of these guys, but DIS SR Lab heading to the outside line now on the Simco McLaren. They go side by side into the Yokohama S. It gives the inside line for the second part of the corner. They rob ever so slightly as they come off of turn 2, but not able to get through just for the moment.
That was advantage, Bella's Kiss. So Gabriel Hevesi is right up there on the rear of the 45 now. So that's put DIS sort of into the middle of this Gabriel Hevesi Bella's Kiss train now. I haven't really gotten the complete overview of how Lee actually did that or how that happened, but it must be that pitting early that gained them these two positions. Excellent strategic work, I must admit.
Yeah, it was a fantastic start to the race for them. At the end of the first hour they were, what was it, 7th place maybe? Out, not even inside the top 5, but 9th place it was actually, but yeah, doing very, very well now. Well, even though they have just been overtaken by Bowser's Kiss, but this is all the fight over 3rd place. Meanwhile, Guillaume Mas has had a very slow pit stop because he's down to 11th place, and I'm not entirely sure how that's happened, but it's a very slow pit stop from the One Move Esports car. I wonder if maybe there was a driver change involved, or surely there's, I'm not entirely sure if everybody's taking tyres here or not, but it doesn't look like there's any changing going on in terms of driver changes. 2 hours it seems to be the norm. It's normally what we see at the Nürburgring, so expect to see some more of that coming up, but I'm slightly confused about that one.
Lamb Racing now pulling the advantage on the dysfunctional racing team. We saw them being right together just a couple of laps ago, but because of pit stop strategy as well, Lee Russell has now very much secured that 14th place. He is right on the back of the Abuchi. No, that's not because that's actually the dysfunctional racing team. Okay, sorry, because these are not updated. Let me just update that timing tower once again. Now with all the position changes, it's quite hard for this to catch up. What I was saying was that they were getting away from the Abushi tower was what I was supposed to say, and then catching back up with the dysfunctional racing team in Carl Lewis. 5 seconds is what's in it. Producers Motorsport, there's also 5 seconds in it up to Julian Mars now, who's exited the pit after, as you mentioned, a very slow pit stop. They've fallen right down the order. And all of that is an advantage. Henry Cynic, who had a completely off pace or off cycle pit stop with his damages, and he's now up into 10th place.
I don't think he came into the pit lane, but he just had that spin, and of course he's just a bit out of position really. So he's coming through the field, And so, yeah, we're going to expect to see some fantastic battles from him a little bit later on in this race. But he's right on the back of, well, not right on the back, but he's closing on the back of the ProSim car now. And this is a fight just inside of the top 10. So lots of fights going on. I believe Lewis has just made a bit of a mistake. He's dropped back slightly from Carl Lewis in this race, or in this stint just now.
And the funny thing is, we look at the lap times now because of all the pitting and everything that's going on. Right now on track, the UAS SR lap is the fastest car on track. That's why it's lighting up in green in the timing column.
Yeah, absolutely. So
it'll gain them about, what is it? Yeah, some between 8 to 10 seconds on the cars in the field now. Overall, that's what they gained by doing that off-cycle pit stop. That is great work.
Yeah, major gain for them. So, very close again. Henry Sinnick applying the pressure to the ProSim car, but there's no real way through here at the siphon. Down the inside, he's going to look, but he's not going to go, and almost pushes the Bentley through this corner right now as they go down the hill once again into the left-hander. Is there going to be a dive? It doesn't look like he's going to go for it for the moment, but you can see that he's got a lot of pace in that car at the moment, and he really could get down the inside. He really could get making a move here if possible. Big slide and a good save to keep it out of the barriers, but he's not able to get through just yet.
And it's so uphill X-Mule, the steepest part of the track by miles. And now he's getting a good run into Bergwerk. This will give him a good run up Klostertal. This was just what he was waiting for, getting the better exit all the way up through Klostertal here. So he should be able to make a move now, but it does seem that the cars, even though he got the better exit, they're still just about on par in momentum here. Sadly, looking for ever which way, left, right. Don't go around the outside there. And yeah, whatever he does, the ProSim car is just covering the track, and you can't even say that it's blocking. It's just doing the racing line, which of course changes with the corners all the way up this steep hill.
Very close again. Is there going to be a dive into the right-hander? He's going to look, but not quite. The ProSim car defends, and so he tucks to the outside again. Tries to get the exit into the carousel. This is what you were talking about. Can he get down the inside here to block out the Bentley? Here he goes.
Nope.
Not quite.
The inside line, very close to hitting each other there, bumper to bumper in the carousel there. This is really tricky because when you're behind the car on the exit of the carousel, it is very, very easy to lose grip on the rear end, because it sort of undulates back to straight when you're going across the brow there at the exit. Very, very dangerous to be that close at the exit. But he handled it really well. He's just keeping with him and just applying that pressure. Just keep it close, but don't hit the ProSim car. Just keep it ever so close.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wait for the Dottinger here. Or maybe you could be lucky and the ProSim car will not be able to handle the ice.
He tried. He did stick his nose down the inside as they're coming towards Brunchen at the moment. He's been very strong out of this corner, actually. This right-hander up the hill right now, this famous shot that I'm sure you've all seen before.
YouTube corner.
Yeah, YouTube corner. He's very good on the exit of that, but it was a nice exit from the ProSim car, actually, so no way through on this occasion for Sinnick. But look at that, he's so close as they go down the hill towards Flansgarten.
The ice curve is one of the trickiest places on track, and I was predicting that might be a place where he would get some momentum again and get some gap going all the way down to the Flansgarten. But yeah, the momentum came too soon, so he would have hit his rear end in the apex of the corner. As you know, there's a way to defend yourself where you're going to pick speed out of the trailing car before the apexes of the corner. And that, I believe that is what the ProSim car is trying to do now. Try to get Henry Sinnick to lose his momentum before the apex of the corner, so he kind of covers himself until the next corner.
This is great driving at the moment from both of them. Defending well, attacking well here from Henry Sinnick as well. We're on board with him again. Be careful of that grass on the left-hand side. You can really get yourself into a lot of trouble there, but he needs the exit. Here, you can't even see where you're going right now. We're on board with Henry Sinnick because that Bentley is just so big and it's in the way right now. But Sinnick is going to try and get through here, surely. into the Tiergarten, although he's not really gaining very quickly. That satellite racing car doesn't seem that strong in a straight line here. He's going to go to the outside line though. When you took out, he's just pushed him along ever so slightly. So Cynic might not be able to get through into the Tiergarten on this occasion, but will he? Let's see as they go down the hill. He's going to duck to the inside, but is there space there? No, not quite. And Cynic is stuck behind for another lap, I think.
He did have that momentum. You saw it. He did have the momentum, but then he bumped the Bentley and lost the momentum again. He just pulled out too late.
Yeah. Yeah, SSR Lab, by the way, just lost a position to number 16 Mugen car. That's the number 6, the Gabriel Hennessy driven McLaren. And so DIS are down to 6th place from 4th where they came out of the pit lane, and the battle between Mugen and Simcoe also rages on, so there's plenty of things to be watching going on up and down the field.
There's more chapters in this fella's kill story, aren't there?
Yes.
It just keeps expanding.
Well,
every time you think you get to the last page, there's another one, and there's another one.
It took about an hour to get through on the first Mugen Sim Racing car, so I don't imagine he'll get through very quickly on this one either, because it's just taking an awful long time at the moment.
But it's giving us some awesome racing to watch here. Now this is just perfect. And you know what? Henry Zinnick is still on the very back of that Pro-Sim car. So dual battle here as he's trying to go for the outside up into the. Or where are they? No, they're heading down to the Dunlop hairpin now. I think you're right. They're not going to be able to catch. Well, that was actually the Schumacher S's. They're not going to be able to get past. Again, I don't believe so, because that Bentley just has the top speed. Whatever. Yeah. No, they come together, and that's the Henry Zinnick sent off again, and almost getting hit by the Bentley when he came across the track on the up until the entry of the Nordschleife. Ooh, a little bit impatient from Henry Zinnick there, but you would be when you're taking into consideration that he was at the back of the Pro-Sim car for that long. But yeah, he just lost his patience there, and that cost him massively.
There might be a bit of damage involved now for Henry Zinnick.
Member of Team 717 Unison Racing, please come to the race director channel. Team member of 717 Unison Racing.
That was
sounds like they're in trouble, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does sound like Nick has words. He wants to have words with these guys.
Yes.
Whatever they did.
That doesn't sound good news for them.
No, and that's the 777 Unison Racing. It was the sister car, so I don't know what that's been involved in. That was the car that came into pit from 2nd place.
Yep. And they still are in 2nd place, I believe.
Have they been close to any of the cars? Or was it the 777 and not the 717? Did I not hear that correctly?
I'm pretty sure he said 717 in this one. Oh. Nick says that they're absolutely fine, I think. I'm pretty sure he's saying that they're absolutely fine. However, Peter, before we go to commercial break in the next few moments' time, we've got a bit of an interview coming up, because the number 45 DIS SR Lab team are in the green room, so we'll drag them up now and have a bit of a chat. First of all, welcome to everybody at the DIS SR Lab team. First of all, how are things going for you guys in the first stint, and just talk us through the thinking behind your little strategic strategy that you're going for in the first hour of this race.
Yeah, hello gents. Glad to be here and have a go at this Green Hill thing. It's of course our first go here at Nordschleife, so we're quite excited to see how things are going to come along. Yeah, no, so we decided to do an early stop. We could see there was 4 cars ahead of us doing a bit of battling, so we thought we might as well do a bit of undercutting, and I think it worked out quite well. We actually intended to go one lap further, But yeah, I guess we gained a few positions. I think we were at 8 going into the pits. But of course, in a couple of hours, things will probably level out a bit.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, I wanted to say just I really like the way that you guys attack this race in sort of a different way than the other teams right around you, because many of them are just gambling, straight up on their pace, and it seems like you're really very much into the strategic game, as we know you guys from the EDC as well, doing the same thing. But it just creates this wonderful dynamic in the race where cars are doing different things, not to mention that we have Henry Sinnick driving up through the field as well, creating lots of action around that as well. But yeah, it's really interesting to have you guys and the way you attack the race. Is that something that you always plan at, just doing the strategic thing and not relying so much on straight up pace, or is it just something that comes to you guys?
I think it's a bit of both. Of course, Andy is driving very well, but the rest of us, we probably should admit that we for sure aren't the fastest on pace. We could also saw in qualifying yesterday that we were some seconds behind, and I think it's part of what we do, right? It's to hopefully look at it in a best way possible, fastest way possible, getting around the track and try to do as much as we can from the strategic point of view and hopefully help our way up through the fields there. But it's tough on Nürburgring. I think you guys talked about it yesterday as well, that with the track being so long and therefore the pit stop, the percentage of the total time spent in the pit is so short. So yeah, it's going to be a bit touch and go. I think the McLaren is fairly fuel consuming, so we're probably going to go a bit more in pit than the others, nonetheless. But yeah, it's fun for us to do like this, and it creates a lot of racing. And I think it's also important for me to mention that we're driving on the car number 45 at this occasion, but we probably should have called it 47 because it's going to be a mix between our car number 45 and 46 from the EWC series. So we do not expect us to be able to compete with the first guys, but hopefully we'll sell around this. I think top 5 is going to be a good target for us.
Yeah, it's certainly good to hear. You mentioned briefly there as well that Andy Kurtzen is driving at the moment. What's the plan with in terms of the seats? How long do you guys intend to go for in one kind of driver stint, and who's going to be getting in next?
Yeah, so we'll have Andy in the car for this stint.
But I have to cut you out here, guys, because Henry Sinnick is getting a run on the Pro Sim car down the Dittinger Höhe right now, and right behind him, I believe it is the One Move eSport who's getting a tow from these two cars as well. So massive battle going on track right now. Are you seeing this as well, Ewan?
Yeah, I am seeing this.
Yeah, they're not able to do it again.
It's just not yet.
Really fast down that straight. I believe the Bentley is just as fast as the McLaren, the 650. The Corvette just doesn't have the muscle to get through.
Doesn't seem that way. Sorry for
excuse my French, but that pissed Henry Sinnick off.
Yes. It will a little bit, yeah. Sorry for interrupting there, by the way. But yeah, carrying on down the straight. It looks like Henry Sinnick might have another go actually, but he is just staying behind just for the moment. And that battle looks like it's
one move now, right on the Henry Sinnick now.
Well, as that's carrying on, we'll carry on talking to the DIS SR Lab guys. Sorry for interrupting slightly there, how long are you guys going to go for, and who's getting in next, basically?
I think Andy's going to drive for the next half an hour, 40 minutes, and then I'll head into the cars and see if I can not put in the wall. But I think Henry should for sure try to do it in the braking zone. I think we've been looking at that battle as well for the past 10-15 minutes, and he's so much faster on out on the Nordschleife. So I think he just needs to put it in the braking zone and stick with it. I think he's gonna get it done.
Yeah, he should do in the end.
Julian Mars is still in the 1-week car line. So
Yeah.
he's really warm now. He's had an entire stint to kind of get into the car and get into the race. So he'll be right up there as well. But the Pro Sim car isn't as slow as it looks here. It's not very easy to get past that Bentley. Definitely not.
It's bulky for sure.
Yeah, very, very difficult to move out of the way, certainly. Well, we'll let you go now. Thank you very much for talking to us here, and yeah, great to talk to some of you guys from down there at the Team DISSR Lab team. Yeah, thanks very much for joining us, and hopefully you'll pop back in a little bit later on. We'll have another chat a little bit later.
We'll do for sure. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, we'll see those guys a little bit later on. So, there we go. If you're a driver, by the way, you can put yourself in the green room. We'll bring you up for a chat in much the same way as we just did with the 45 team. So, yeah, first of all, we must go to a commercial break now. While this battle is going on, you won't miss anything because we'll have this battle on one side and the commercials on the other. But you're watching the Nürburgring 24 hours here by GTR 24H, and we'll be back in a couple of moments' time.
GTR 24H Nürburgring 24 Hours is presented in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Leap Gaming, ESTV, and AMD Ryzen Radio.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
welcome back everybody to the Nürburgring 24 Hours by GTR 24H, excuse me. We're about an hour and a half into this one now, and yeah, it's been a fantastic race so far. We've still got David Mocek leading for Burst Esport, about to complete his 11th lap of this race, which doesn't sound like a lot, but it is at a circuit which is so vast. In the break, we were just watching ProSim versus Satellite Racing. Henry Sinick had to use the bumper ever so slightly to move the Bentley out of the way, but he has indeed got through finally after a very, very long wait and a very, very long kind of time trying. He's finally been able to get through. But my name's Ewan O'Leary. I'll be here for quite a while now, to be honest, alongside Yusuf Bin Sahari, who just joined us now an hour and a half into the race. It's great to have you along, Yusuf, and yeah, looking forward to getting on with this race a little bit further. I'm pretty sure, although I can't remember, that you were here for the race, the 24-hour last year, but either way, it's a special circuit, and yeah, I've really been enjoying it so far, so yeah, hopefully more of the same will be coming up.
Pleasure to be here alongside you, and thank you for taking the reins for the first 1.5 hours. I sadly wasn't here last year, so I am excited to see my first Nürburgring 24 Hours, at least from the commentary booth. And it looks like it's been an exciting first 90 minutes already, and now Adam Surej is closing in onto Giuseppe Pastore, and this is for position, the number 2 car on the back of the 313 as they make their way down the Grand Prix straight and down into turn 1, with Adam Surej looking round the outside of the head, and a bit of contact between the pair of them as well.
Yeah, absolutely, side by side out of the corner, and Adam Surej has recently made a mistake here because he was running up in 3rd place, but now he's all the way down to 7th, trying to get through on Giuseppe Pastore down the inside into the left-hander, but it doesn't look like he's going to be able to make that move just here. He's going to stick behind for now, but mistakes are something you really need to stay away from. Unfortunately, Surej hasn't been able to do that, and I wonder if he might have come into contact with Bartosz Kiss, because Kiss has spent so much of this race behind other cars. It's hard not to get frustrated when you're in those kind of situations.
And it's what we tend to say all the time about endurance racing, isn't it? You know, it's a long race. You don't tend to see drivers battling with another car if they think, okay, we're on a different strategy, or we're not battling for the same piece of the tarmac. But Giuseppe Pastore doesn't really seem to be caring about that. He wants to be enjoying this little battle he's having with Adam Surej right now. And Adam Surej, he won't be happy about that. He just wants to work his way up the field and regain all the time that he lost.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's going to frustrate him even more, really, the fact that he can't quite get through, and we may see a rash manoeuvre, but hopefully not. We know that Adam Surej is a very, very fast driver, especially in this car, because in the EWC, Mugen Sim Racing have been racing in that one, and they've had 3 podiums so far in 2021, so they're very, very experienced with that car, and that might give him a little bit of the edge compared to some of those around them. You know, I can't think of many other teams who are in the same car they are in the EWC. I mean, Glam Racing are in the Aston Martin like they are in our normal championship, but even teams that are kind of returning from the EWC, like Unison Racing, they're in the Audi, and that's a little bit different to the Aston Martin that they use in the EWC itself. So they may even have a little bit of an experience edge over the rest when it comes down to it towards the end of the race. Maybe if the rain falls as well, that might help them out.
We do know that there is some rain expected to arrive over the course of the race. I don't think we've seen any showers yet today, even before the race start. And when that rain does eventually come down, that's when the strategies all start to come into play.
There is a fairly big shower moving in to the race, which is going to really affect things. But we've had a few sprinkles, a few spots so far, but nothing really major, nothing that's push people onto the wet tyres or even close to that kind of rain. But this is a very unique circuit in terms of whether the rain is going to hit or not. I believe we have seen rain. Did we see it at Silverstone or something? I seem to remember rain.
We did have it at Silverstone.
Yeah, I seem to remember it falling at some point throughout the season so far, and that's all well and good. Even if you get caught out at turn 1 when the rain falls, that's fine, because you've only got 2 minutes of treacherous driving. But around here, you could be just about to head out onto the Nordschleife for the first time. You could be out on the Hatzenbach, and the rain starts really chucking it down. You've got a whole 8-minute lap to negotiate without actually coming into the pit lane. So that is going to be very, very damaging for somebody if indeed somebody does indeed get caught out but I'm seeing right now the Dysfunctional Racing team are off the road down there in Sector 1 at the moment, and they're off at the Hatzenbach, it looks like, out on the Nordschleife, or is that the Hatzenbach? It looks like that's actually the Grand Prix circuit, which is somewhere we don't often see that many mistakes, but they are stopped out there on the Grand Prix circuit. Not entirely sure why, though, unfortunately.
And hopefully whatever issues they are suffering, they can get sorted out as quickly as possible.
Up to the moment, they don't seem to be getting going again. And they've escaped back to the pit lane. I don't know if that means DNF or whether they can get back in the race. I think the car may be able to get back, and hopefully they will be able to, but yeah, that's a really disappointing moment for them. And they were having a decent start to the race. I believe it's their first GTR 24H race of all time, really. And I know we were speaking to Connors before the race weekend even got underway in all of this one. They just wanted to get to the end of the race, so you can be sure that they're going to be back out there in a few moments' time. But yeah, it's a real disappointment for them to... not the first crash we've seen, I will add, but a real shame for them.
I seem to recollect them wanting to get, a nice strong result as well, getting right up into the top 10. I can't fully remember what exactly they said, but Carl Nurse and the rest of the team will not be happy with that, and hopefully they can come back. A long race, still a long, long way to go, over 22 hours, so anything can happen in endurance racing, especially here at the Nordschleife.
Yeah, absolutely. So still leading, Darren Mocek is in the Burst Esport car. From what we were talking to the 45 team, we think that they're going to be doing kind of dual duty in their drivers, so 2 hours each, and then changing it out for another driver. But we are expecting to see a pit stopper at the end of this. I believe Juice's Motorsport Club are going to be into the pit lane at the end of this lap, because they came in after only 4 laps when Ian Pfeiffer in the 65 Satellite Racing car had a bit of an issue. I believe that they came into contact with the Juice's Motorsport Club number 74, so they were damaged a little bit. They had to come into the pit lane after only 4 laps in this race, and so yeah, they're having to come through the field a little bit, and so yeah, they're trying to get back through the field right now, but they're going to have to come into the pits early, and yeah, getting off cycle can be a good thing, it can be a bad thing, really. We'll just have to wait and see how it plays out over the next 22 and a half hours or whatever it is now. It can be good for them, but at the moment you don't really be having those kind of issues. If you're forced into it by damage, it's generally not a good thing.
No. I'm just taking a look at lap times at the moment. Top 2 running in the 8 minutes 11 on the last lap, and everyone else seems to be running in the 8 minute 14, some even breaking into the 20s as well. The likes of Adam Suresh, who we believe made a mistake on the previous lap, and the Pro Sim car.
I believe that Seraj did make a mistake, because it was an 8 minute 22.1 on that lap, which is a good 6 seconds slower than those around him. It's 8 seconds slower than the likes of his teammates. So yeah, I really think that there was a mistake going on there, but he's back going again, and he's not quite putting on the pressure as much as he was earlier to Giuseppe Pastore. It's a battle we'll have to watch a little bit later, but for now they're not quite as close as his teammate and the DISSR Lab car are. We've seen in qualifying the DIS car really wasn't very strong at all. They qualified down in 11th place, a good 8 seconds off of the leaders Burst Esport, but they're showing themselves to be very, very good in the race, and we often see this. They're not often the greatest qualifiers, but by the time the race was around, DISSR Lab are very, very hard to stop.
And we know that the IS are just fantastic when it comes to strategies. I believe Peter Moncon was saying on our last podcast, he reckons that DIS would win. I didn't believe him, and I guess we'll have this little bet or little prediction ongoing between us. By the moment, DIS are doing very well, currently running in the P5, and after the strategy pans out, they might even be finding themselves in the podium spots.
Quite possibly. I thought that the top 10 was going to be the target for them, really, but it looks like they're aiming a lot higher than that at this point. But no move made down into the Tiergarten on this occasion. Turner is quite a way back at the moment in the Juice's Motorsport Club car, so I believe he'll be in at the end of this lap, but we've got to wait a little bit of time for him to do so. I know a lot of people have been asking for some on-board footage, so we'll try and give that to you continue throughout the next 22 and a bit hours. We've still got a lot of time, and even during the night, I'm hoping at some point during the night that we're going to be able to get a full lap on board with one of these cars, just to give you a real idea of what this place is like to drive, because there's nowhere more challenging, in my opinion, than the Nürburgring-Nordschleife. It's so difficult in so many different ways that I just think it would be great to have an onboard lap with someone at some point. So hopefully we can organise that, and that will happen. Yeah, it's a really special place, and when you go on board, you kind of appreciate what these guys go through every single lap.
And it is one of the most difficult circuits around. You know, in terms of sheer length, it's over 2 times longer than any other circuit. You look to Le Mans as probably the second longest circuit. That's 3 minutes, but you have to remember you're spending probably more than a minute just going flat out on a straight. You know, the Mulsanne straight with 2 what feel rather identical kind of chicanes or bust-up chicanes, one to the right then one to the left, and then there's just, you know, the long straight leading into Indianapolis and Arnage, and then the long straight out of it. So a lot of the time you're just spending foot flat on the throttle and very minor steering inputs, whereas here on the Nordschleife a lot more steering inputs need to be put in, and it's 8 minutes of it is so much. Probably I've always thought one of the most difficult circuits is Sebring, but the Nordschleife is maybe less difficult than Sebring, but there's so many more corners, so much more to remember that it just becomes inherently more difficult.
It's a real challenge to even remember where you're going at the Nordschleife. I found anyway when I was trying to learn the circuit for, well, I've never done a race around here, but I was just trying to learn it for fun really, but it wasn't happening. Yeah, now that I've done a 24-hour race last year, I kind of know what's what finally. Around here, and having watched the Nürburgring 24 hours in real life, etc., you do finally learn it, but it does take a lot longer around here than it does at other circuits that we go to on any racing calendar really, as well as the GR24H calendar in the EWC. But on board at the moment with the DISSR lab car, they've got a good run through the Flugplatz, and it was a bit of a slide last time from Gabor Hevesy. It's putting him under pressure. DIS go to the outside line, a bit of a squeeze between these 2 McLarens, the new generation versus the old, and sweeping around the outside goes the DISSR lab car into Arenberg, and Gabor Hevesy's off the road into the barriers, onto the grass. Can he get it stopped? Oh, he's just about chucked it into a slide. He's kept it out of the barriers for the most part, but that was a heart-in-mouth moment for Mugen Sim Racing.
That was a brown underwear moment. I think if Gabor Hevesy didn't catch it instantly, he might have found himself sliding back onto the track and collecting the DISSR lab car as well. But thankfully, he gets it stopped. He gets it to slide back on the track beautifully, gets back on the power. But he does have to be careful because Giuseppe Pastore is only 2.3 seconds behind and dragging Adam Suresh with him. And when you as a driver have a moment like this, sometimes it can just take 20-30 seconds just to get back in the rhythm and start to regain your confidence.
Absolutely. That's what we saw with Adam Suresh actually a few months ago. We saw immediately, he was right on the back of Pastore trying to get through, but you're right, that confidence, you do kind of lose it a little bit, especially around here where rhythm and momentum is so important. It can be very difficult to get back into it once you've actually lost that rhythm. So yeah, you're right, it's going to be an interesting moment for Gabor Hevesy in the next few moments. But I've noticed the last couple of times through Arenberg, Gabor Hevesy really has been understeering very understeering through that corner, and I could foresee that happening for the last couple of times, and finally it has happened. Fortunately, they've got away without too much contact, but yeah, it was a big moment. Just an update, by the way, on the dysfunctional racing team who have unfortunately escaped from the session. That means that they can't get back in, and we believe that they are at the first DNF of the race, not even 2 hours in to this one, which is a real shame to see. I'm not entirely sure if there's anything we can do to get them back into the race. I don't believe there is, and that's a real shame. After under 2 hours, after all of the practice and all of the rigmarole of qualifying and practice and all of this kind of duty that you have to do on the lead up to a race, to have it ended within 2 hours, and 2 of their 3 drivers haven't even gotten into the car yet on an official server. That's just heartbreaking to see for those guys.
I just want to hold that thought because Adam Suresh is right on the rear end of Pastore. Look to the outside, he's got to put a wheel on the grass, trying to find any way to sling his McLaren past the 313 of Giuseppe Pastore. Has a moment with the rear end as Pastore puts the wheel on the grass as well. And this is tight racing between the two of them as they make their way through the twisty part of the Nordschleife, and there just isn't that much room to go two abreast. And you can see Adam Suresh really struggling to find a way through.
Yeah, absolutely. He really wants to get through here, and he was actually pulling away from Pastore earlier on in the race. In the first stint, Surej was leading this train. He was in third place, and he was actually pulling away towards the start. But towards the end, it seems that the Nürburgring cars really do start to tail off. Maybe a tyre wear. Adam Surej might have gone out a little bit too quickly on that particular lap, and it might come back to bite him slightly. But yeah, you're right. Surej is really applying pressure to Pastore right now, who's probably going to be feeling it as they go up through Hellrack, the highest moment or the highest point on the racetrack. They've just crossed over it, and now they're going to plunge downhill through a very, very technical section. There's no way through at this particular moment, but we've seen some people try onto the grass slightly. Adam Suresh, you can see how hard he's pushing, mounting his car over the curves at some points, and Pastore might even be a little bit scared looking in his mirrors right now. That's how imposing the figure of Adam Suresh is on the back of him right now.
Adam Suresh is finding a track, he's finding grip where there should be none. He's getting wheels on to the grass. And if you want to see how much Adam Suresh is pushing, I'm riding on board with him, and you can see that his steering motions is not smooth, or are not smooth. He throws the car in, and there is so much steering correction mid-corner coming through, which usually you wouldn't expect to see. You'd see a much smoother steering motion. But Adam Suresh is ringing this McLaren around, trying to find the exit out of corner so he can get the slingshot onto Pastore.
Yeah, the Dottingham is going to be the best opportunity for him to do that, if indeed he can get that run, but at the moment he's not actually that close.
Mistake coming through from Giuseppe Pastore. This is the moment Adam needs, and he's going to sling his way down the inside into the second carousel, and Adam Suresh is up to P6.
That's all you need. Just one mistake and Pastore goes wide again. Just about keeps it out of the barriers, which is very, very close to collect you around the Claudia carousel, but very good move from Adam Suresh. He was pressurising the Italian as much as he possibly could, and finally there has been a way through from Adam Suresh. A good move. That's all you need to do. Just keep applying the pressure. Keep applying the pressure, and then finally there will be a mistake. That's what Bowser's kissed him to Surej's teammate earlier on, but now that trick has worked for Mugen Sim Racing instead of against them. So a very, very good move indeed from Adam Surej to get through on Giuseppe Pastore, and now he can set his sights on his teammate Gabor Hevesi just in front.
And Gabor Hevesi currently sitting 4 seconds up the road from Adam Suresh, and as you mentioned, they are teammates, so you'd have to doubt that Gabor Hevesi will put up too much of a fight against Adam Suresh. And this should be a fairly quick move when it does come through. The gap is already sitting at 1.3 seconds as the DIS have jumped into the pits.
Yeah, it's after 13 laps of this race, and that's a lap earlier than I was expecting, so it's only 7 laps from DIS, but we've seen these pit stop games before, the strategy games that they play. They're so good at it, and it's hard to doubt their strategy really at certain points. But into the pit lane for the moment, DIS SR Lab trying to do something. This is going to be a driver change as well. Andy Kurtzen started the car as normal, and I believe, well, I don't actually know who's going to be going in next, but it doesn't really matter because we know there's going to be a fast driver getting into that car next. So yeah, looking forward to seeing how DIS get on over the next couple of hours with the new driver in there, and seeing how this strategy works out. Not too far behind Barger's Kish when they came in, but where are they going to be when this all shakes out in a couple or 3 laps time?
And we'll have to wait and see on that regard. Guillaume Mas within a second of Henry Sinek, and I don't think these two have really, stretched far apart, so we'll see whether Guillaume Mas can close in onto Henry Sinek and maybe make a move. Henry Sinek currently running in P8. And when I was running on board with Adam Suresh moments ago, I noticed something very interesting when you jump onto the brakes. The rear end was actually stepping out on the brakes. It was like he was racing in a two-stroke kart. For anyone who has done two-stroke kart racing, you know that when you jump on the brakes, the axle locks, it cuts out the engine, causes the back end to step out and helps you get the rear end rotated for a corner. So very interesting to see that kind of style of driving coming through from Adam Suresh, and suggests he's got a lot of rear brake bias.
Yeah, that seems to be the case at the moment. Certainly pushing hard, and we know how good he is. I mean, arguably the pick of the bunch in terms of the GT3 drivers that Mugen have in the EWC, and he's showing it to us once again. We've not seen him in practice or qualifying so far. I wonder if he just didn't have it wasn't available for those sessions, but he's certainly available right now and showing us all why he is one of the best drivers that that team does have. But after a couple of hours, we are starting to see some driver changes. Roy de Munich has got in for the Juicy's Motorsport team, and obviously we've seen that driver change as well for DIS SR Lab, even though we won't be able to see that on the timing screens because they are all in the same location, which is allowed in GTR, which I think is certainly a good thing. But an update on some of those further down the order. Carl Lewis is back in the race for the Dysfunctional Racing team. He is a lap down now, but at least he is back in the race, and completing the 24 hours of the Nürburgring is an achievement within itself. So it's good to see the Dysfunctional guys back out there once again, and they're running around, unfortunately in 17th, but they might be able to pick up a few places later on with some issues for those further down.
Glauer Massa still 8/10ths behind Henry Sinnick. Adam Suresh 1.8 seconds behind his teammate Gabor Hevesi. And we're starting to see, you know, the top drivers, David Mocek, 8:09 last time round. The time is dropping for him as the fuel load also drops and the car gets lighter and lighter. But as I'm riding with Glauer Mass, I'm looking up at the skies, and those skies do not look particularly bright, and they do look like rain is slowly making its way towards the Nordschleife.
It does indeed look like that's going to be the case. Well, the pit stops are about to kick off all over again, so just before they do, we're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be back in a couple of moments' time with pit stops from the 24 hours of the Nürburgring.
The GTR 24H Nürburgring 24 hours is presented in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Leap Gaming, ESTV, and AMD Ryzen Radio.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals, and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor, or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
In the wall as we come back from a commercial break. The Mugen Sim Racing number 16, Gabor Hevesi, just goes into the wall on the exit of Galbenkopf, and at the moment it is unclear to us why that has happened. He's stuck into the wall on the left hand side, so drama for Mugen Sim Racing. Dear me, I'm not entirely sure what's happened here as they are stopped on the Dottinger Hoe, but this is a terrible, terrible moment for them, and they're going to lose a lot of positions because the field is so close, and it doesn't look like they can get going either here, Yusuf. It's a big drama as we come back from the break, just under 2 hours gone in this race, and a very, very bad moment now for Gabor Hevesi in the Mugen Sim Racing car.
Yeah, the Mugen Sim Racing car was running in at P4 ahead of Adam Suresh, who has just jumped into the pits alongside Balashkis. One of the silver linings for Gabor Hevesi and Mugen Sim Racing is if they can get that car going, you know, they aren't too far away from the pits, so they should be able to limp it back and get a service occurring.
Beware car. Anyway. Off to the side of the track.
Is the case. Simcoe and Mugen are both in, as you mentioned, and that's on schedule, I believe, if they're doing 7 lap stints anyway. But the Audis were able to do 8 earlier on, so while they're also the 2 fastest cars burst in unison, they're also able to go 1 lap longer on each tank of fuel as well. So driving very, very well at the moment, but this is a real shame for Gabor Hevesi. I wonder, because of the fact they're stuck in the left-hand side at the moment, is that kind of a hardware failure? Are they stuck turning left here, or what's going on there? Because it's unclear to me right now why they are stuck there in relation to I just can't work out why they can't get out, but they're losing time hand over fist right now, and unfortunately it's really going to lose them so much time. They're going to need a monumental recovery through the field, and I think they've got the pace to do it, but goodness me, they did not need this.
Well, it could be anything, Ewan, depending on how they hit the wall. It could be, one of the left-hand side, a toe link snapped, and that would just mean that you can't steer the car. They could have run out of fuel. It could have been, the good old money shift, and maybe they just downshifted too much and blew the gearbox. So it could be a whole array of issues, and until we see exactly why they pulled to a halt, you won't know. Something else that you know is now that some of the drivers are coming into the pits, you mentioned, Ewan, before we went to break, that when we return we would start seeing the pit stops. Have those who have pitted a bit too early, could they potentially get caught out by the rain, because it is getting darker and darker here at the Nordschleife? And then the other question is, when the rain comes down, will the drivers have to jump onto the wet tyres straight away, or can they hold out for 2-3 laps on the slicks?
Yeah, that's a very good point. It's a very difficult place to be holding out, though, and into the garage goes Gabor Hevesi. I think that may be the end of their race, because they've returned to the pit lane now. Hopefully they can get back into this one, but that is such a shame to see for a fantastic car throughout this race, and it's all come to nothing. I'm afraid they're out of it at the moment, but out of the pit lane are Boris Kish and Adam Surej. We'll see if they're still driving those cars. As we refresh the timing screens, it's Tamas Kesh now driving the Simcoe car, and Martin Militai has got into the Mugen Sim Racing car, so expect to see a lot more driver changes at the end of the next lap when a few more drivers come into the pit lane.
still riding the bull with Guillaume Mas, who's within half a second of Henry Sinek, and I don't know if Guillaume Mas has any extra pace. He always seems to get very close to the Corvette on the start-finish line, but just not quite close enough to send a dive into the hairpin. But then again, does Guillaume Mas, does he just want to sit behind Henry Sinek, let the slipstream pull him forward? As you can drive so much quicker when you have a car in front of you, just giving you an idea of braking points and just to give you the tow down the long straights here at the Nordschleife.
Yeah, it's very, very useful, of course, for making that move, but it doesn't look like Mas is able to get through at the moment, and he's been stuck behind for a little while now, gained a good half a second on the last lap, but we believe after that contact, if you remember, with the ProSim car we saw just coming onto the Nordschleife for a few hours, or about 40 minutes ago, maybe a little bit more than that, 50 minutes ago, we saw that Sinek went into the barriers, he went into the Bentley as well, so there's got to have been a little bit of damage on that, because we think that Henry Sinek can go a little bit faster than that, and so yeah, he may well be suffering with a bit of damage. Even if he is, then it's going to mean that that's going to be a bit of a longer pit stop for him, isn't it? Because to repair damage, it's obviously going to take time, and so he might lose out on Guillaume Mas with that particular issue repairing in the pit lane.
As the pair of them make their way through the double left-hander, which always reminds me of, the double left-hander at Imola.
At the top of the hill? Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, so
I think, are we in Imola? And then I realised, no, we're not.
But yeah, a little bit wide there. I was just oohing a little bit because the BMW of is that Roy? No, it's not Roy Dominic. Sorry, it's the dysfunctional car. It must be just in front of Martin Militai at the moment. He's trying to chase down Tamas Kesh. Just a little bit in front of him, the Simco car, but not able to do that just right now. It's one of these lap cars that, and we're going to start to see this as we get deeper into this race here. The cars are going to fall away, and they're going to be laps down, and they're going to be in front of lead lap cars, and this is the kind of thing that you need to worry about. Get through on traffic as quickly as possible, as efficiently as possible, so that you don't lose time.
And this can be such an issue now when you do get lapped cars. Of course, for those lap cars, it doesn't work in the exact same way as blue flags in endurance racing as in F1 racing. All that matters is that you don't fight the back, so you just stay on your racing line, you do your own thing, and if that leading car can find a way past, then that is good for them, but you don't have to slow down, you don't have to pull off the racing line to allow them through.
Yeah, certainly not. You can, and I think that's a better way of doing things personally. But we can argue till the cows come home about that, really. So we'll.
I think it's the best system for sprint racing and the best system for endurance racing, personally.
I think this is a discussion for the middle of the night that we should have. But anyway,
we need to put it on hold.
We'll put that one on hold, and in about 12 hours' time, we might bring it out at some point. But anyway, back to the race. Just for the moment, DISSR Lab are going to have to negotiate that same piece of traffic that Martin Militai just had to do. That's the dysfunctional car. And by the way, an update on Mugen Sim Racing, because they've not had the best time of things in the last couple of moments. It was Gabriel Hevesy in the car at the time. He's still in the garage and had to return to the pit lane. Now, we're hearing from Nick Newcomb. I asked him what was the problem. He said it was a wheel issue that has put them into the wall on the exit of Garbenkopf on the entry to the Dottinger Haus. So that's a real shame to see a wheel issue, a kind of mechanical failure, if you like, putting those guys out of this race, or at least out of the running for the top positions in this race. But he says that they are working together with race control right now to get back into the race. So that is a good sign. That they're not giving up after only 2 hours. They realise that there's still 22 hours to go. A lot can happen, and so they're getting back into it to see what they can salvage from this race.
And that is wonderful to hear. As we are just over 2 hours into the race, we've still got another 22 hours or so remaining. And for now, not really too many battles happening out on the circuit. Once everyone's pit stops do come through, things will start to get tighter once again. But still, the only cars that are really within striking distance of each other are Henry Sinek in the 64 and Guillaume Mas in the 31 cars.
Yeah, Cynic just going through Galbenkopf at the moment and onto the Gossinger for another time. This 15th time of asking so far in this race. We believe that there are going to be pit stops for Team Schubert by Musto. Rookie Monsters, I think, are going to be in. No, sorry, they're not actually going to be in, but the 64 is going to carry on for another lap, I believe. But one move may well, they may well come in as well. We'll wait and see on whether these guys do indeed come in. But Giuseppe Pastore is definitely into the pit lane, because the maximum he can do is 8 laps, and he's done 8 laps now as Guillaume March goes to the outside line into the Tiergarten. Can he get through on Henry Cynic? No, not quite. He's biding his time for the moment, and to be honest, to me, he doesn't look like he's trying that hard to get through on Henry Cynic. I think he's perfectly content to run behind the satellite racing car for now, and if they start battling, then they're going to lose a lot of time. But Henry Cynic comes into the pit lane anyway after 15 laps, which is a little bit earlier than I was expecting. However, he is in, and that releases Guillaume Mas on this particular lap.
I tell you what, that was some brave stuff coming through from Guillaume Mas. He looked to the outside into Tiergarten, and the rear end, I swear, the rear end stepped out for the slightest of seconds. He had to back out of the move. To be honest, I think he did want to sit behind Henry Cynic, but then I don't know why he would have gone for the move in the first place. Either way, Guillaume Mas has some clean air, and we can see where he comes out relative to Henry Cynic once he makes his pit stop. Guillaume Mas on this 1 or 2 lap overcut.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll also see where Giuseppe Pastore comes out in relation to these guys. Tomasz Kesh is already out there with Pastore not even moving it, and now he goes. Now he is finally released from his pit box, and he goes down the pit lane. Martin Militai is also coming down right now, and there he goes through the bottom of your camera shot. Martin Militai is into what is going to be 4th place, just in front of Giuseppe Pastore, and then just behind that, it's going to be DIS SR Lab coming across the line as Henry Cynic is now finally moving, possibly repaired a little bit from the damage he received, but DIS SR Lab are in front. We'll see where one move come out in relation to those guys, but it looks like Henry Cynic is also staying in that car for the first time, so it looks like a 3-hour stint for him, which is fairly rare to see.
Well, it is a long race, and I'm sure Henry Cynic will be more than capable of pumping out 3 hours in the GT3 car, and then we'll have to see who does jump in for the VRS team once they do make their next stop. Roy DeMont is a further 30 seconds behind Henry Cynic, and then Harry Pipes in the 15 car a further 8 seconds behind, and Harry Pipes running in the RLR CE Esports Motorsports.
He is indeed just having a couple of updates from the race control, because Mugen Sim Racing, the number 16, are back out there again, and that's great to see for those guys. Now they're going to have to complete a lap before they actually get their laps counted again. However, that is good news, because they're at least back in the race. So we still have 17 cars circulating out there in the 24 hours of the Nürburgring, and also we've got a bit of an update from Nick about Burst. Their pace has picked up just a little bit. They're doing an 8-minute 8 on the... Oh, they did an 8-minute 8 on the last lap. David Mocek's on his in lap right now, but the temperatures have just increased from 8 degrees to 9 degrees air temperature. Very, very cold, but the track temperature is not bad, and so these conditions are pretty ideal for these guys out there at the moment. It doesn't seem that that rain has hit just for the moment, even though we were expecting it on the radar a few moments ago.
And looking as well, I'm currently riding wood with Guillaume Mas again. You can see it's visibly sunnier, and the clouds that were hanging over the circuit are still around, but they're at least letting sunlight through, and that's why the track temperature and the air temperature will be increasing. It should mean that the lap times get a little bit faster as the track gets a bit stickier.
Yeah, and that's all good news for the grip levels for these guys. Yeah, we'll hopefully see some of these lap times tumbling down. Just a few more drivers yet to pit just for the moment, and actually we will have a little bit of a battle on here, because Tomasz Kesh is not too far behind the Prosim Bentley, which is just in front of him. We've seen that this Bentley is very, very difficult to get through on. It's very, very big, it can't really be moved, and it's quite fast in a straight line as well, so Tomasz Kesh might be about to have a frustrating 5 minutes sat behind him as they're out on the Nürburgring-Nordschleife.
Yeah, and let's see what Tomasz Kesh can pull out within a second. Just came out of the pits, did Tomasz Kesh 1 lap ago, and we'll see if he can close in as they have just, I believe, made their way through Chopin. I'm probably pronouncing that completely wrong, but hey-ho.
Yeah, it's difficult with these. We need Alex Goldfleet in here, really. He knows what he's doing. Yeah, we are not German speakers, so we're just anglifying everything, really, which is it works sometimes, but not others. But anyway, we do know how to watch battles going on out there on the circuit, so yeah, we'll just stick to that. I think Tamás Kesh still right on the back of the Pro Sim car, and it just remains to be seen how long he's going to have to stick behind this car and how much time he's going to lose behind it, because Martin Militai is not too far down on both of these guys, and he might try and join in on this party. But there's a long straight, well, it's not a straight section, but it's a long flat out section coming out of Bergwerk, coming up in this right-handed hairpin. He might even go for it into the right-hander itself right now. We'll see, is he's looking left, looking right, but not going down the inside into this corner, or is he? There is a bit of contact, and the Pro Sim car holds on. That Bentley, as I mentioned, can't really be moved. It's absolutely massive, and there's no way through for the moment for Tamás Kesh, and he's going to have to just stick behind for now. This is the battle for 5th place. The Pro Sim car does need to pit, but he is not a lap down. He's got every right to fight for this position, and that's exactly what they're doing.
I guess that Bentley can't be moved metaphorically, and after that contact, he can't be moved quite literally either. They make their way through the Kesselchen now, but the biggest point to overtake now for Tamás Kesh is going to be going down the Dottingen Ho. Still got a couple of minutes before Tamás Kesh makes his way to that point. All that matters is that he sticks behind and tries to get the best possible run coming out of that final sequence of corners so that he can get the run onto the Dottingen Ho.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very, very difficult to make a move around this section of the circuit, particularly after you've gone through Kesselchen there and through that right-hander. We just went through the hairpin before the carousel. It is very, very tricky to actually get through. But we're about to go up to Horak right now, and this is the real driver's portion of the circuit. It's very, very flowing, very fast, and very, very nice to drive as well. As there we go through this little chicane right now at Horak over the top of the hill. This is the highest point of the circuit, as we keep mentioning, and now they're going to plunge downhill through these sweeping S's, and now this is where you really need to make use of the Bentley's characteristics, really. Through the high-speed corners, it's very, very good because of its long wheelbase, and it's just very, very strong through that particular part of the track. So yeah, making use of it right now is the Pro Sim car, and it's actually pulling away ever so slightly, which is a little bit of a surprise.
Yeah, through the ice curve they go, and this is exactly what Tamás Kesh does not want. He needs to be as close as he can as they're making their way to the Kleines Carousel, the second carousel on the circuit, and this is where he needs to be right on the rear end of the Bentley, otherwise he's going to have to wait another entire lap to have a go.
I believe the Pro Sim car is going to be in at the end of this lap, because it's 8 laps on its stint at the end of this one, and surely you can't do 9 around the Nordschleife. You never know, but I don't think the Pro Sim car is going to be carrying on. So Kuss is going to have to just kind of take the pain of the next, or the last 5 minutes that he has been doing, and now he's going to be a bit more pleased, because the Pro Sim car will be into the pit lane in the not too distant future. But speaking of the pit lane, Roman Nikukovic and David Mojcik are both in there right now. The Bursties Book car leaves, and we're going to see if there's a new driver at the helm. It's Jone Simoncic, the man who set an amazing qualifying time in Q2 particularly. He is now out there and driving himself. Chris Gonzalez is about to come into the pit lane, I believe, anyway, or is he about to cross the line? No, he doesn't need to come into the pit lane. For Rookie Monsters, I believe Guillaume Mas is going to do the same, so it's going to be very interesting to see where they come out in relation to these guys who are battling in the midfield.
Something else that might be interesting for you, Ewan, is Henry Sinnick is on the back of a DIS going through the carousel as they go up into Galgenkopf. But Henry Sinnick is going to have to sit behind for now. Can he get the run on the 45 car? Look at how much he's working the wheel as they make their way onto the Dottingen Ho. And Henry Sinnick is right on the rear end of the McLaren.
Very, very exciting stuff indeed, but we've seen Henry Sinek had big trouble to even getting any straight line speed over any of these guys. It's very, very tricky, and you can see now the Corvette is sat in the slipstream of that McLaren. It is dead in the slipstream, not taking any air of its own at all, but it just cannot gain anything. The McLaren is the fastest car in a straight line, but that Satellite Racing Corvette is probably the slowest, so it's really, really losing time.
He's lost about a second on the straight. Okay, maybe that's an exaggeration. Maybe about 0.6 of a second. But he's been the one who's in the slipstream, and that's a moment. That's a big moment for DIS as they make their way onto the start-finish straight. Can Henry Sinek? He's got the exit speed, but you can again see him struggling to close in. He might just have to go for a dive into the hairpin.
Yeah, he might try and go for it, and of course there's going to be guys coming out of the pit lane here for Rookie Monsters and for the One Move Esports team as well, so we'll see where those guys come out in relation, and they're actually behind. They're actually behind in this one, which is a real shock to see, actually. So a big moment for Henry Sinek, having lost that time to those two cars, but fortunately he hasn't got through on DISSR Lab, and it eventually does get through on the Team Rookie Monsters and One Move Esports, who have both just come out of the pit lane. So very, very busy part of the track, actually, with one of the McLarens. I believe that is Mugen Sim Racing just in behind, which is slightly confusing us all right now. That did confuse me actually quite a lot, because Rookie Monsters and One Move are very far behind. But Henry Sinek is up into 6th place now, ahead of DISSR Lab, and he's kind of starting to get through this field a little bit quicker than he was before. He was stuck outside the top 10 earlier on after that issue that he had on lap 2 of the race, or lap 3 of the race, and now he's starting to get back to where his pace suggests he should be.
And Henry Sinek up to P6. He can now start to try to close back in on Giuseppe Pastore. Remember, Giuseppe Pastore still has to pit, if I recall correctly. No, never mind. He has already pitted. So Henry Sinek, he was on the back of Giuseppe Pastore before their pit stops, but he did have some damage to repair, and he's lost out a chunk of time as a result. So now he can try to close in onto the 313 car. Also keeping an eye on Ludovic Ferruit, who is 1 second behind Pim Van Aert. This is the battle for P8 as they make their way through the Hatzenbach and into the Nordschleife layout.
Let's just take a quick look at who has actually changed drivers in this one, because we have had a fair few driver changes in the last few moments' time. Yoni Simoncic is now driving the Burst Esport number 94. Nikolai Bezrikov has got in for the Unison Racing team. Roman Yakubic started that car, and he's now Bezrikov is now driving EEWC regular. Tamas Kesh has got in for Bazis Kish, who was driving that car a little bit earlier on. Martin Militai is in the Mugen Sim Racing car for Adam Suraj. Giuseppe Pastore and Henry Sinek are still driving from the very start, so that's a good thing to see for those guys. They're clearly in the groove, and DISSR Lab have also made a driver change. Pim Van Ark has got in for Chris Gonzalez, who started the Rookie Monsters team car, and Ludovic Ferry has also got into the One Move Esports car for Guillaume Mas, who started that car. Roy Munich has gone in for Toon Lower, and the Prosim car may well have had a driver change, but we don't know about it because they're all in the same location, so it is somewhat hard to tell. But Juicy's Motorsport Club back inside the top 10 for the first time since they had that issue with the 65 Satellite Racing car.
And just more info further up the field. Giuseppe Pastore is now within a second of Martin Militai. Remember, Martin Militai jumping in the car for Adam Surej after they had an issue at some point in the first couple of hours, or a mistake from Adam Surej saw him drop further down the order. And now Martin Militai, he's got to keep Giuseppe Pastore behind him for as long as possible.
Has indeed. They're about to head into the chicane at Versailles, and we saw this yesterday. It was actually a big sticking point for somebody who went off the road. I can't quite remember who it was. It might even have been Pastore himself who went off here, but no, not on this occasion. Everybody keeping it on the straight and narrow for now as they go down their hill through this tricky chicane section, but nothing well, it's where we've seen quite a lot of issues in the past is what I'm trying to say, but no such issues on this occasion. as they go through the left-hander, and then at the top of the hill here, the right-hander Exmuller, one of the steepest parts of the circuit as they go uphill. And Martin Militare is really getting the pressure heaped onto him right now. Giuseppe Pastore is in the groove, really. Martin Militare has just got into that car, so it's very, very difficult for him to kind of get into the rhythm of things, whereas Pastore is already kind of in that kind of zone.
Yeah, Pastore has been pumping out laps for quite a while and been at the helm of the 720S for many a minute and many a lap, to be probably more accurate. We'll see where he can find a way through. He's in that 720S, which you pointed out, Ewan, not too long ago, is one of, if not the fastest car in the straight line. And when he does make his way onto the Dottingen Ho, that will be his prime spot to find a way through on Martin Militare.
Seems that somebody has gone off in sector 1 right now, and I think it's Dysfunctional Racing once again, I'm afraid, who have gone off the road, and they're back going again. It's good to see that car is going again. Felix Tazwing Hacker at the moment. That's a terrible attempt. I was trying to avoid it, but I just couldn't avoid it for any longer. And I'm sorry for butchering the name there, but that's this functional racing team who are off the road ever so slightly down in sector 1 in the first half of the lap. But back going again now, we believe. Not sure if they have too much damage or not, at least they are back moving again.
Well, good to see that they were able to get out of the pits. We were scared for a second that they might have had to DNF from the race after just 1.5 hours. So thankfully for them, their race can continue. And as long as you're racing, there's still always a chance for magic to occur. Any endurance race, let alone a 24 hours, and let alone a 24 hours at the Nordschleife.
Yeah, absolutely. Always worth staying in the race, as Dysfunctional have done, despite the issues that they had earlier on with Carl Lewis going off at the GP on the GP circuit. Thankfully they're back going again, but I believe they are damaged. It's not been the greatest race for those guys so far. Looking up and down the field right now, we do have a fair few battles. Martin Militare versus Giuseppe Pastore is going on right now, but another closing one is between Ludovic Free and Pim van Ark at the moment. That's for 7th place in this race, so we'll monitor that one as well. But it seems that Pastore and Militare are much closer than the rest of them, and so it's going to be very interesting to see how this battle now develops between these two. It's for 4th place in the overall standings. I believe they're both being caught by Henry Sinnick behind them, because the satellite racing car is indeed very, very quick indeed, especially around the corners. However, it's having trouble overtaking because of its straight line speed difficulties.
And mistake from both of the McLarens through the Kleines Carousel down into Galgenkopf and on to the Dottingen Ho. And this is where Giuseppe Pastore needs to get the exit, and he seems to have done so. 720S versus 650S. Which one of them has more power? And right now, it looks like it's Giuseppe Pastore in the 313.
Yeah, absolutely, using the sleeker look of the newer generation of McLaren against the older generation. Tucked in the 16 when he pulls to the outside now as they go and start the climb uphill towards the Tiergarten before they go back down again. Under the bridge they're going to go. It's going to be outside line for Pastore through this very gentle left-hander and then into the slightly sharper one. Is he going to be able to hang it around there? No, not quite. As they pull dead equal there, it seemed that the older generation McLaren was slightly better in a straight line than the new generation.
Well, there you have it, 650S, sleeker and nicer looking, doesn't always equal more top speed. And can Giuseppe Pastore find a move of Martin Militare in the exact same way that I think we saw Henry Sinnick finding a move not too long ago? He's going to have a look down the inside, laid on the brakes. No, he's going to have to back out of that one. But that being said, Martin Militare does run wide, and it will mean Pastore gets a much better exit coming through the Yokohama S, but still too far behind to take advantage.
Yeah, he's still too far back just for the moment, but biding his time and no need to rush it right now. This is the battle for fourth, as I mentioned. Then they're both losing a bit of time. Actually both catching Tamas Kesh on that last lap. We're still waiting for a couple of lap times to come in from the people who have left the pit lane, like Burst Esport and Unison Racing. We haven't seen those guys actually set a competitive lap time since they've come out of the pit lane yet. Same goes for Henry Sinek. So after the next lap we'll have a better of an idea of who's catching who. But I feel like Nikolai Bezrukov might not be as quick as Roman Kubic was a little bit earlier on, so Bezrukov might start to lose a little bit of time in that Audi, and so Kesh, Militai, Pastore, I think they're all going to start to catch up, and the battle for second place could all concertina up and get very tasty indeed.
Well, as you mentioned, Martin Militai closing in on Tamas Kesh, and there's only 6.5 seconds between them. Henry Sinek 13.5 seconds behind. He's going to be closing in, so at the very least we're going to be having a four-way battle for P3. But we are at the half hour mark, Ewan, and it is time for us to jump into a commercial break. But we will be back here shortly with more action here at the Nordschleife.
Nürburgring 24 Hours is presented in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Leap Gaming, ESTV, and AMD Ryzen Radio.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals, and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor, or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Welcome back to the Nordschleife, where we've just had a pretty big moment for Martin Militari, who's lost out on 4th place to Giuseppe Pastore, coming through the triple right-hander, miss, hit, miss. He just went a little bit wide and did miss it, I'm afraid, just a little bit too much. Got onto the grass ever so slightly, scraped the wall as well. Don't think there's going to be too big damage there for Mugen Sim Racing, but they have lost the position to Giuseppe Pastore, so they're down to 5th place now, with the Team Superbike Musto car climbing its way up the order very impressively so far this race. They are into 4th. So yeah, a big moment for Militari. He was able to keep it on the road at the very least, but he has lost a place.
Ewan, what did you say the name of that corner was again?
Rufus, miss, hit, miss.
Miss hit miss. I like that. Is that the official name?
Well, it's kind of how you do it, isn't it? You miss it's almost triple apex, but you miss the first one, you hit the second one, and miss the third one. But as I said, Militari really did miss the third one, and too much was the case. So he got onto the grass and into the wall. But yeah, it was a big moment. Pastore was able to sneak down the inside, and he got through fairly easily in the end.
You know what? From now on, I'm going to call Turkey turn 8 miss hit.
Yeah, it is true. Yeah, yeah.
Well, either way, Giuseppe Pastore is now 1.5 seconds clear of Martin Militari. Henry Sinek is only 10 seconds behind Militari, and before the commercial break, I think it was something around 13 seconds. So he is slowly closing in, and will be dragging the likes of Pim van Arke and Ludovic Ferroit up with him.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll kind of see as these guys come over the line in the next few minutes what kind of battles are developing. But I've just seen fastest lap of the race so far, and it's gone to Jurnej Simoncic, and 8 minutes 6.8. He's already on it. He's over 10 seconds behind where he was in qualifying, but he's not as on the limit as he was just then. Obviously a little bit full of fuel as well, so he's put a good 9 seconds into Nikolai Bezrukov, who is in 2nd place at the moment. Burst Esport are really starting to romp away with this at the moment, with just over 2.5 hours gone in this race. Still a very long way to go, but Unison Racing have got a lot of catching up to do if they want to win this one from here.
And just to put into context how quick that lap was from Jurnej Simoncic, his lap of an 8:06.8 is nearly 4 seconds quicker than anyone else's fastest lap, which was from the 717 of Nikolai Bezrukov at 8:10.2. Nobody else is even in the 8:10s apart from those two.
Yep. Yeah, and that was set by Roman Kubic earlier on, let's not forget. Who did that lap time. And yeah, it's very, very impressive driving from Simoncic there. Going to need a mistake from some of those behind if they want to still win this one. Having a look up and down now to see which battles are closing. Henry Sinek has done an 8 minute 12.9, and that's the second best lap time of the day. Although, not of the day, sorry, of the field. As I say that, Pim van Ark has just gone a little bit faster, so Henry Sinek has been caught ever so slightly by Pim van Ark, and they're both catching Martin Militari in this one, so we could see a 3-car battle coming up very shortly.
And I just heard from Nick Newcomb that apparently the ball patch on the top of my head was showing, so thank you, Nick, for that one out. I have corrected the camera.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, you can see my face. I don't know what's worse, seeing my face or seeing the bald patch on the top of my head, right?
Yeah, I wasn't really watching, to be honest. I was concentrating on what I was doing, but anyway, Nick's been watching along and commenting on it. There you go. So anyway, we've got that drama sorted for the moment. Yeah, developing battles at the moment between Pastore and Kesh, probably. That's going to be coming up soon, and also Sinek, Militari, and Van Ark. They're all going to be fighting over positions shortly. Murdy Munich is catching the DISSR lab car by over 10 seconds on that last lap, and he's being caught by ProSim in turn. So plenty of battles still to be watching as they go out there at the moment. Yeah, we'll be trying to keep an eye on all of them, but it's sort of difficult to at this stage in the race. There's so many things happening that it is hard to catch all of the battles at the same time.
And running ball with Henry Sinnick last time round, nearly 4 seconds quicker than Martin Miller. Pim Van Aert a further 2 seconds quicker, and there's about 15 seconds separating the three of them. So they will start to Constantina up over the next few laps, and maybe within 15 minutes or so we might start to see some battles between them for what is currently P5 in the race.
Absolutely, looking forward to it. If indeed that does come to fruition in the end, let's hope so. But let's not forget, Allied Racing have really not had the best start to this race in the 64 team. They have went for a 64 side. They went for a spin through the Tiergarten on lap 2. They had a terrible start. They were down to 8th place by the end of the Grand Prix layout on lap 1, and then stuck in traffic, went for a spin. Now we're well down the order, outside the top 10. Now they're nearly inside the top 5 again, but it's been a good recovery so far. I get the feeling that if they were up there the whole time, then they might have been able to challenge some of the others. Now there's a yellow flag in Sector 2. Who could that be for? I think it's for the dysfunctional racing team again, I'm afraid.
Oh dear. It's just getting worse and worse for dysfunctional racing with Felix Tazer-Winzwa Hack at the wheel of the car. How will I pronounce that? I have no idea, but I have a feeling I pronounced it slightly better than how their race is going.
And slightly better than how I pronounced it earlier. But well, that wasn't difficult either.
Or your pronunciation as a game. So, you know, I was able to do well off your mishaps.
Thanks, yeah. Well, I'm glad it can be of some use, but there we are. Down in 17th at the moment. It's good to see them still running, though.
Yes.
And also cars that are still running that have had issues early on in this race. Still stopped for dysfunctional, but Gabriel Hennessy is still out there at the moment in the Mugen Sim Racing number 16. A real issue for those, and I'm surprised that Hennessy is still driving that car, because in TeamSpeak at the moment they've got Lucas Patrick Attila as well, so I don't know why you wouldn't change driver off the back of a wheel issue like that. Surely you'd be scared of something like that happening again, so I'd get that driver out, make sure the issue was sorted before getting Hennessy back in a little bit later on, but it doesn't look like they've chosen to do that, and they've decided to just go for Hennessy again, which I think is a pretty brave call.
Well, it depends on what the real issue was exactly. If it was just coming a little bit loose, then in the pits they could just whip out an Allen key, tighten up whatever is loose, or just reposition the wheel, and they can get back going. It depends on whether their wheel is just sat on a desk or on an actual dedicated sim rig. But whatever was loose, it can be fairly quickly fixed, and you are sitting in the pit stationary for a good 30 seconds, which is usually enough to solve any issue. So if Gabriel Hennessy feels that he's got it all sorted, then I guess the team have faith in his call, and they're back out. So hopefully for them, whatever issue was affecting the number 16 car is well and truly sorted.
Yeah, let's hope so, because it's very, very tricky to do it without the wheel, so they're going to need it to be working in its best condition for this race, certainly, but still, it's very difficult to gauge what gaps are coming down at the Nürburgring, because the gaps are, they're always, or the sector times are always so big that you have to wait ages to actually find sector times out here at the moment. It looks like on the last lap Henry Snick took 3.5 seconds out of Martin Miller time in the first sector, but might be slowing up a little bit in the second, so we'll wait and see. But Snick does look to be one of the faster drivers out there at the moment, and Pim Van Aert even caught him up on the last lap, so that shows how quickly Van Aert was going, but it doesn't look like Van Aert is going quite as quickly anymore, because Ludovic Farut is not too far behind him, so plenty of battles going on. And by the way, Pim Van Aert is normally a fair racing team driver. You remember him from the LMP2 teams and at the EWC, but on loan to the Rookie Monsters team for this particular race, and he's driving with them just so he can run out in this Nürburgring 24-hour race, so why not, I suppose.
Yeah, why not? He's doing a decent job so far. Just looking to see if there are any gaps of closing up. Giuseppe Pastore 3.5 seconds behind Tamas Kesh now, and last time around he was able to be 2 seconds into the gap.
Looks like Rain is beginning to fall out there on the circuit, although I'm not seeing too much of it myself. We could be seeing in the very next few murmur. Yeah, Simoncic 8 minute 8.9 on that last lap, so we'll see what everybody else can do and whether everybody else is slowing up or not, and whether anybody's going to actually pit in here. But it's a big risk to take. It's a big undertaking going out on the Nordschleife. You know, you've got 8 minutes until you can come round again, so it's a big call on these tyres whether you make a call to go onto the wets or the dries, because any mistake on that is going to be really, really magnified.
Yeah, and when the rain comes down here at the Nordschleife as well, it could be raining on one part of the track, but it could be bright and sunny on another part. You're talking about a good few miles from one part of the circuit to another, and that's looking, you know, north to south and from east to west. You look from like Bergwerke all the way down to the Donlopit curb. Probably talking about a good 5 miles between that, and then you look at Galgenkopf all the way to Arenberg, and it's going to be another 3-4 miles between those two parts of the track as well.
Absolutely, it's a really large scale of circuit. Nobody coming in for the moment, but why would they?
Okay, I thought for a second Henry Cynic had just...
I did as well, actually. But no, he's not coming in just for the moment. Last time around, Pastore took nearly 3 seconds out of Kessen. They're both catching Nikolai Bezrukov quite quickly right now. Henry Cynic and Pim van Ark are both catching... Henry Cynic is catching Martin Millertai. Certainly, what's Pim van Ark's lap time going to be? Not as quick, I'm afraid, in these changeable conditions. Maybe not as strong, but Henry Cynic now really starting to charge down on that car in front of Martin Millertai. It was going so well for Mugen Sim Racing at the start of this race. They were 3rd and 4th at the end of the first hour, but I'm afraid they're 5th and 16th right now. They're going to be hoping that this race picks up for them a little bit.
Yeah, I think they haven't had the best of runs so far. Just keeping an eye on Ludovic Federici, who is now 3.5 seconds behind Pim van Ark. DIS actually going green in their final sector, so clearly for DIS, they feel that it is dry in the final part of the circuit. But you can see the wipers are running for Henry Cynic in the opening sector of the track.
Yeah, absolutely. It's getting to that point now. It just remains to be seen how hard this rain is going to come down. As you mentioned, Ludovic Frey is catching Pim van Ark. Roy Dominic is catching the DISS or lap car, but Roy Dominic is being caught himself, so we could be seeing a 3-car battle going on down the order in that little battle pack as well. So it's really hard to kind of stay on top of all these battles that are going on at the moment, because there are so many of them. But Giuseppe Pastore now, the battle for the podium. Looks like it's starting to hot up just ever so slightly between these guys, and they're both catching Nikolai Bezrukov at a rate of knots. Let's not forget, Pastore took 12 seconds out of Bezrukov on the last lap, so it's really coming down now between all these guys. And Pastore, given the fact that he's one of the who's been in the car for the whole time, Henry Cynic as well, those two are two of the fastest cars on the circuit, and so because they've been seeing how this track has been adapting, they've been acclimatised to the conditions the entire time, and so they really are improving with the track.
And the times are going to start to drop as well now as the rain is hitting harder and harder, and it all comes down to who is going to jump first and who is going to take the risk first to go for the intermediate tyres. And, you know, we've mentioned before in a lot of the podcasts leading up to this that when the rain falls at the Nordschleife, as we mentioned just a few minutes ago, it might be wet on one part of the track, it might be dry on another part of the track, but there's the entire other aspect to it, which is if you stay out for one lap or too long, that's an extra 8-9 minutes that you are out on the circuit on the wrong set of tyres. And if you missed out, you know, if you missed your pit window, or if you missed a crossover window by a lap at somewhere like Spa or Silverstone, that's 2 minutes that you lose. But here, it's so much more.
Yeah, absolutely. It really is. Oh, it's off the road. Giuseppe Pastore at Admiral Forest just went a little bit wide through that right-hander and got back on the road, fortunately, but that's the kind of thing that can happen in these particular conditions. Deary me, a lot of these guys really struggling out there at the moment and trying to get to grips with these conditions as they continue to change. The rain is starting to fall a little bit better now, so yeah, hopefully these guys will all stay on the road, but it's looking increasingly difficult for these guys.
And the track's just going to get slippier, and as we mentioned, dry on one part, so you're going through certain corners and it'll feel somewhat dry, and then into the next corner and it'll just feel so much wetter. And it's being able to have that adaptability. Do you want to play it safe and as a result maybe lose 10 seconds a lap by trying to play it safe, or do you look to risk it to gain that time, but at the same time, if you make a mistake, it'll cost you even more time?
Yeah, absolutely. It can be very, very costly for you. We were to indeed lose planets through Exmo. At the moment comes Martin Militai with Henry Sinek really not very far behind at all. This is going to be a good fight between these two when indeed they do converge in the next few moments' time. Coming through Bergwerk at the moment and through the long left-hander climbing up the hill now. It is basically a climb all the way up to Hoeracht at the highest point of this circuit. And you can see Martin Militai now is going to be starting to look into his mirrors with that Corvette bearing down on him from behind. We've also got Roy Dominic closing fairly quickly on the DIS SR Lab car, but I believe that car is going to be into the pit lane at the end of this lap because they are slightly off strategy and pitting after only 7 laps here.
Now, I'm riding on board with Henry Sinek in the 64 VRS car. He is now 1.5 seconds behind Martin Militai as they make their way down into, I believe, that is Hoeracht that they are in, or is that the Siphon?
It's just before the carousel, and here's the carousel itself. But I don't know what that corner's called. Before the carousel, so... well... somebody will.
Not me.
Here we come up the hill again to Hoeracht, and now Henry Sinek is really close onto the back of this car. Giuseppe Pastore is not quite on the back of Thomas Kess just yet, but this is a fight that we have been waiting for the last few moments between the McLaren and the Corvette. The Corvette really not very strong in a straight line here, Henry Sinek, so he might struggle to get through, but looking at the way he's closing in here, it doesn't look like he's going to be held back by anybody. Now going up over the hill, and we're going to be into Brunchen in a few moments' time, and this should be an easy move for Henry Sinek wherever he can get it done, preferably for him in a corner.
Yeah, and we've already seen just how slow Henry Sinek's Corvette is on the straight, and usually you say, oh yeah, just wait until the Dottingen-Hohe and make your move there, but we saw how much time he lost, so even if Henry Sinek gets the move done into the second carousel, there's a high chance, there's a high probability that Martin Militai will be able to get right back past him as Henry Sinek gets a nice bit of airtime through the Van Garten, and he is so close now to the 650F, but he just can't find a way through. It's so tight and twisty, he can barely see the track in front of him.
Yeah, absolutely. Now maybe down the inside into Schwab-Stratz, and he gets it done. Very good move there from Henry Sinek. He's so fast through these twisty sections, especially at the end of the lap. He's just formidable, and he cannot be stopped by anybody. He's into 5th place now, and really starting to drive very, very well in these changeable conditions that we're seeing on the road right now. He's even pulled a gap as they go through Gavenkopf at the moment onto the Hoeracht for, sorry, not the Hoeracht, the Dottingen-Hohe, excuse me, for another time, the 20th time of asking in this race, and he's got enough of a gap that I think even that Corvette will be able to hold off the McLaren at this distance, although Martin Militai is going to get a slipstream here, and he might even attempt it into the Tiergarten, although I think he's going to be too far back.
1 second, that's how much time Henry Sinek pulled, literally through the second carousel and the Galgenkopf, an entire second, and now you can see Martin Militai, he's closing in. The Dottingen-Hohe is a very long straight, and if Martin Militai was only a tenth closer to start, I think he might have been able to pull up alongside on the run down into this final sequence of corners to close out the lap.
Yeah, I think you're right on that one. It's these lap times, by the way, certainly getting slower with the conditions the way they are, but wet tyres are not the order of the day just for the moment. And here they come over the line again. Henry Sinnick versus Martin Millertite. Sinnick slightly defensive into turn 1, into the Yokohama S, but it looks like he's going to hold on. And now he can set his sights on those in front, because he is catching the Team Shiba by Musto and Simcoe cars by 3 seconds on the lap, even though he spent a little bit of time behind Martin Millertite.
Very smart from Henry Sinnick as well to go defensive down into turn 1. He knows that he doesn't need to take any risks, and he knows that he can't leave any chance, any opportunity for Martin Millertite to find a way through. As long as Henry Sinnick held on to the lead through turn 1, there would be no way through for Martin Millertite up until they get on the run into the Flugplatz, unless Henry Sinnick made a mistake, which I think he's more than comfortable believing that he won't do. And now Henry Sinnick 7 seconds behind Giuseppe Pastore, who's a further 1 second behind Thomas Kesh, and Giuseppe Pastore last time around took half a second out of the 1-2-3 car.
Yeah, he did indeed. So it's continuing to close down on those guys, but I reckon we're going to see a free car battle soon. DISSR Lab are in as well as Roy de Munich in this one, and that is on schedule for the Juices Motorsport Club car, but the DISSR Lab car only going 7 laps in a stint. I don't know if they're fuel limited or whether that's a strategic call, but we'll have to ask them at the next time we get to speak to them. But they are both into the pit lane right now, and with the weather conditions the way they are, with the kind of balance between dry tyres, wet tyres, what do we put on at this stage in the race? I wouldn't want to be making a pit stop right now, because it would be a real minefield and very, very easy to get wrong.
Yeah, and you can throw your race away quite literally if you pick the wrong tyres at this stage of the race. If you have to pit 1 or 2 laps before the rain does come down too hard, or if you pit for the wets now and then all of a sudden the track starts to dry up. And there's so much decisions that the team has to make, and at such a long track like the Nordschleife, any mistake can get exacerbated so much.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very tricky decisions being made by all of these guys, but not expecting to see most of these guys into the pits for about 3 more laps really. DIS are so off schedule with the strategy that they're doing. It is setting them further and further back, and I feel like the great start to their race is starting to peter away a little bit, but you never know what can happen throughout a race as long as this one. Meanwhile, the gap for second place is continuing to close. Over 3 seconds, nearly 4 seconds, Nikolai Bezrikov was caught by Giuseppe Pastore on that last lap. They're both being caught by Henry Sinnick here, so it's all really concertinaing up for second place, but Bezrikov is going to have to start looking over his shoulder very shortly because of the way that those guys are coming from behind, and Simitic is leading by a very long way at this point.
And the 717 of Unison Racing struggling, 8:21 last time round. Meanwhile, Yanni Simoncic putting in an 8:11, which is, the second fastest lap of any other driver so far, as we see a bit of a mistake from Martin Millertite, who runs a little bit too hot. I believe that was into the Adenauer Forst, and now he'll make his way back onto the straight towards Metzgesfeld.
Yeah, absolutely. It's difficult to remember all these corner names, but we're trying. At this point, there's just so many of them.
This is the rear end. Somehow he keeps it out of the barrier, and he gets pointing it in the right direction again. But you can see that Martin Millertite, he had Henry Sinnick in front of him, and he was just trying to use Henry to drag him along, but unable to quite match the raw pace of Henry Sinnick, just pushing himself a bit too far in these damp and slippery conditions. And that's going to cost Martin Millertite a whole chunk of time, and now Pim van Ark might be closing up to him.
Yeah, absolutely. Very tricky conditions at the moment, but we're about to complete another hour. Nearly 3 hours of this race complete already, which is quite remarkable to see. But we're going to take a quick commercial break right now. We'll be back in a couple of moments with more racing from the Nürburgring 24 hours.
The GTR 24H Nürburgring 24 hours is presented in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Leap Gaming, ESTV, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
Leeds, a 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon. Matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back to the Nürburgring 24 hours, where we've had a couple of absolutely huge crashes in the course of this race. Nikolai Bezrukov of the Unison Racing 717 team has been off the road and he is into the barriers with no rear wing at the moment. The rain is really starting to fall a lot heavier than it was previously, and Bezrukov is already down to 7th place because of how close this field is. Simco are into the pit lane, as well as Team Shiba by Musto, who also came into contact with the Simco car. They went for a big crash at Franzgott and actually went flipping over and over again. They're back going again now that they're into the pit lane. One Move Esports have stayed out in this one, I believe. Yes, they have. And who else is coming? It looks like Martin Militar from Mugen Sim Racing also have come into the pit lane. So a couple of massive moments in the course of this race. Simco, Unison, Team Shiba and Mugen all into the pit lane, and that is absolutely massive for the course of this race. Goodness me, big moments for Nikolai Bezrukov, and it's going to be a big recovery now from Unison Racing to try and get something out of this race, as some guys further down obviously are going to really benefit from this now and get up the order. Let's see where some of them get to and whether wet tyres are going to be put on for some of these guys, because that could be a factor at this point. I'm not entirely sure what the decision would be on the tyres at this point. Henry Sick, in trying to avoid somewhat, as Matt Strands points out in the YouTube chat, actually had to drive under Giuseppe Pastore to get through, such as the way that car was flipping over and over again. But Tamas Kes is out there first of those who was in the pit lane. Pastore and then Militai are also out there right now. Where are they? They're absolutely nose to tail. Militai is right behind Pastore. Now the confidence of these guys is probably going to be diminished ever so slightly, so just got to take care ever so slightly now on this outlap and for the first few minutes of this race, of this stint, excuse me. Let's see if Pastore actually got out of that car, and if it is still indeed Giuseppe Pastore. No, it's not. It's Patrick PL, excuse me, who's now into that car. So a driver change for one of those 4 cars that came in. Bezrukov is back out there as well, and we'll see where he comes out, but very, very wide from Martin Militai, who will be acclimatised to these conditions. He'll know what he's doing. Whereas Patrick PL is going to be struggling out there right now, getting used to these conditions in the rain. Very, very tricky out there at the moment. Simco car, to my knowledge, didn't actually have any damage, so I wonder if they've had a strategic call to come into the pit lane and change tyres, because the lap times are slowing right now. Simcic is going about 8 to 9 seconds slower than he was when he came out of the pit lane, and that is not a normal tyre drop-off. Noah Mocek was still doing 8.12s when he was at the very end of his stint, and so Simicic doing 8.16s at this stage is not normal. But a number of cars into the pit lane. We're on board at the moment with with Martin Militite on the back of Patrick PL. And yeah, goodness me, what drama we've seen over the last few moments of this race. Great drama throughout the entirety of it, and yeah, we've thoroughly enjoyed it so far. Some of these guys have been enjoying it more than others, you have to suspect, because some races have really not gone to plan. But now leading this race is still Jernej Simic ahead of Henry Sinnick, who's in second place because of the demise of cars around him. The Rookie Monsters car driven by Pete Van Ark is now into third, ahead of Ludovic Farut, who's in fourth. Prosim are up to fifth place, fantastic result for them so far. With Simco in sixth, ahead of Team Shiba by Musto and Mugen Sim Racing, who are in eighth place. Every car that started this race is still in it, by the way, as we bring back Yusuf into the fray. Welcome back. We've had a big moment in the last few minutes. 4 cars, a couple of them due to crashes, and I wonder if we've seen some of these pit stops because of the track conditions. It's getting quite wet out there. I'm not entirely sure though if it's wet enough for wet tyres or not. I can't quite tell myself.
And it just comes down to bravery at this, after a driver makes a mistake, that's probably the bit where the team probably thinks, okay, maybe it's too wet to put on the intermediates or the full wets. And it just comes down to how much practice the drivers have had. Have they, had the luxury of being able to test when that crossover point is, if we were talking about real life racing, they wouldn't have that luxury. This would be the first time that they would have experienced going from dries to wets at this particular circuit. But with it being an online event, they have a time outside of the official event to be able to test the track, work out, what is a kind of a crossover point, and that practice can help us so much. But at the same time, it's never going to be exactly the same as how you practice. The rain might not enter the circuit from the same part of the track that you had practiced, and usually the drivers tend to get it spot on, but I do have to agree with you, and I think it is still too dry for intermediates at this point.
It's very hard to tell at this point, so yeah, it's really quite a strange situation we have. Just looking at the conditions myself right now, the windscreen wipers are going, and they're going fairly berserk, but the spray, the real indication for wet tyres, it's the rooster tails coming off of the back of these cars, the spray coming off of them, and seeing that in a kind of vision in real life, certainly that is the real indication for us to right now we've got to really consider wet tyres, but for the moment we're not really seeing that.
And when you compare wet tyres to dries, there are two key differences between the tyres. The first is the obvious difference, which is that the wet tyres have grooves in them. Sometimes some people would refer to them as being cut slicks or just slicks with chunks taken out of them. And what that does is it dispels water. So if with the slick tyres, you're not seeing any spray coming up from the tyres, that means that even if you put wet tyres on, they wouldn't be displacing any water. So having those cuts, those indentations into the tyres don't do anything. The other advantage that the wet tyres can give is usually that they are a softer rubber, so on a cooler tracks they're able to get up to heat much better, and they reach their performance window much quicker than the slicker tyres. So in these kind of situations, the only advantage that the intermediates would give is the fact that they get up to their tyre temperature, their optimal range quicker, but they also run the risk of burning out because the track may not be cold enough for them.
Something else that I really wouldn't advise at this stage in the race, given the changing track conditions, is an actual driver change. But that's exactly what Giuseppe Pastore has just done. He's got out of the car, and Patrick PL is now in there. This is a really difficult stage of the race to get into the car, because it's just changing all the time. The conditions are not the same as to what you would have practiced in, and you need to kind of experience the track changing to really be the best driver possible in these particular conditions. You need to kind of experience the rain cooling and the drying processes. But obviously you can't stay in there forever. Pastore's been in there for nearly 3 hours already. He's probably quite ready to get out, in all honesty. So, yeah, I'm a little bit surprised to see that on the one hand, but also Pastore probably needed a break at that point, especially given the accident that he had just had down at Flanscott, and he would have been a little bit fired up. Maybe he wouldn't have driven very well, given because after an accident you never always drive as well as you can do, whether it's a confidence thing or just you're a bit angry and then you make even more mistakes and it just snowballs from there. So Pastore got out the car, PL got him, but he's got a big couple of laps in front of him with Martin Military applying the pressure behind.
PL 12 seconds behind Thomas Kesh. Yeah, you don't want to switch drivers, especially in changeable conditions, because you as a driver know, okay, it's feeling a little bit grippier here, and you can never really explain exactly how much grippier it is to another driver. And again, here at the Nordschleife, if you compare it to, let's say, something like the Brands Hatch International, very few corners that you have to explain to say, okay, these 3 corners are dry, these ones are damp, and you're done. But here at the Nordschleife, you're looking at, nearly over 50 corners, and you can't really relay all of that information over to the driver.
By the way, as well, just to clarify, there are no intermediate tyres for these cars, so it's just wet tyres or dries in this one. So yeah, that kind of makes the decision even more difficult, really, because it's either got to be really wet or dry for either tyre to work. But at the moment, Pro Sim are having to do some more defending. This Bentley has been doing a lot of defending in the last few moments, but Thomas Kess is next up to try his hand at getting through. Down to the outside he goes as they go along the dotted line. This is going to be into the Tiergarten. They're going to go downhill, but we know how fast that McLaren is in a straight line. It just sweeps around the outside of the Bentley as they go side by side into the Tiergarten. This would be a great move, and he's able to do it. Fantastic from Thomas Kess. The bravery there from him. Very, very good indeed, especially in these damp conditions. You can see, when the Pro Sim car goes for a spin, he just about keeps it out of the barriers, but he does indeed lose that 5th place. He's down to 6th.
Yeah, unfortunate incident for Pro Sim and Patrick PL and Martin Military will climb up the order somewhat, and good stuff from Martin Military to climb up the order by 1 position.
But he got through on Patrick PL there as Martin Military, so he'll be able to hopefully set off after the Pro Sim car in the next few moments. But in terms of closing battles, out of the top 4 who haven't really pitted yet, there aren't closing battles between those guys, but further back there will be some. Nikolai Bezikov just coming over the line right now, but we're going to get lap times here from DIS SR Lab. I'm going to get one from Roy de Munich as well, and we'll see if de Munich is actually catching the DIS SR Lab car at all. He was to the tune of 10 seconds a lap before the 45 car came into the pit lane, so we'll see now as they cross the line. 8:34.0 for the 45. What's it going to be for the 74? A good 4.1 seconds quicker, so the Dutch driver is certainly bearing down on that McLaren in front of him, and he's going to be looking to apply the pressure. Probably by the end of this lap he'll be right there.
He is closing in, looking further down the order. Nello Pastorino in the 65 car, 36 seconds behind Unison. And actually, at the front, it is Henry Sinek that has managed to find his way up into second. So, with all the pit stops coming through, the 64 VRS car finds themselves temporarily up into P2. After they make their pit stop, they'll probably drop back down to around P5. But going longer in their stints than the other drivers around them.
They are indeed. They're doing, well, they did 7 laps on the last stint, so and they've just completed lap number 22 on this last lap, so I'd expect them in at the end of this one, because that'll be 8 laps for Henry Schneck, and then I'm presuming he's going to get out of the car. We said a little bit of time ago that, you don't want to be changing driver at this stage in the race, because changeable conditions, you just don't want to be doing that. However, you kind of got to at some point. At some point, tiredness is going to take over for you, so you've got to get out of the car eventually, and that's the predicament that they find themselves with down there. Henry Sinnick's probably going to get out of that car. It remains to be seen who's going to get in for the 64. I'll have a look at who's on the TeamSpeak server at the moment, and we'll find them. James Zuber is there, so's Liam Rance, and we've seen Zuber qualifying yesterday, and we know how fast he is. Certainly, we know how fast Liam Rance is as well, so we'll just have to wait and see who gets in, but both of those guys being in for most of this weekend so far, and we'll see which of those guys decides to get into the car. Jonas Simic, though, is still leading, and we expect him to go past the pit lane one more time until he'll be making his first pit stop of the day. But important tyre choice coming up, although I think it's quite easy for them at the moment, the tyre choice. It's, you know, not rain. Is it not raining anymore? I believe this shower has passed, I believe, so I think we might be in the clear in terms of the weather. We'll just take a look at the weather radar here, Yusuf, for the next couple of moments, and try and find out what's going on with that. But yeah, interesting to see that the weather has seemingly passed by.
Yeah, and now it's just a case of the track will be drying up, but now instead of having to slowly get slower and slower on circuit, you now have to get that little bit faster and faster on circuit and just try to push the limits. And as a driver myself, I always much preferred a drying circuit to a circuit getting wetter, because it always feels more and more exciting. Every time you feel like you can break that little bit later, you get more and more of a smile on your face as you work out the fact that there is that little bit more time in certain parts of the circuit.
Ruddy Munich has got through on the 45 TISSR lap car. I didn't see where that actually happened, but I think DIS might have made a mistake there. He's caught up so much as Ruddy Munich that I feel like there might have been a mistake in that particular fight, but either way, Ruddy Munich is inside of the top 10 again for Juicy's Motorsport Club, and he's actually, well, let's see, as they come over the line again, we'll get a view as to what lap time Nikolai Bezikov can do, but I think he's being caught as well from second place when he started his stint. He might not even be inside of the top 10 by the end of his stint, and yeah, that was going to be very, very disappointing for him.
We'll need to start picking up the pace and working up the order. We know Roy de Monk is a quick driver usually, although this season, especially in the EEWC, has been punching a little bit below where we would have expected him to be. And I'm starting to look at some of the TV shots, and I'm looking particularly at the Prosim car, and you can see the spray that is starting to come up. So at least in this part of the track, you would be wanting the wets over the dry tyres, considering that this is the level of spray that is being kicked up by the Bentley.
But the 25-kilometre circuit is not going to be the same everywhere, is it? It's going to be completely different around all different parts of the circuit, which is not great news when you're trying to pick a tyre choice, to be honest. Yeah, it's just going to be a difficult conundrum for them. DIS still being caught. It looks like this is going to be our next battle between the 45 and the 15. We'll monitor Henry Sinnick because he's on the Dottingahar right now, about to go onto it. So we'll monitor him because he's going to be coming into the pit lane at the end of this lap, along with we'll see Rookie Monsters may well stay out for another lap, and One Move Esports are probably going to stay out for another lap as well. So not quite as the same lap as those guys, but either way, we will see now from Henry Sinnick what this pit stop is going to bring for him, where he's going to come out, because he's got a very clustered midfield from Simcoe down to Abruzzi Esports. There's really not that much time.
No, not much of time, and Prosim now 2.3 seconds behind Tamas Kesh, and the 1-2-3 car has really been struggling lately, just dropping down the order like a stone. So I'm not sure if it's a setup thing. Maybe they put on the wrong compound of tyres at some point and they've just dropped down the order, but you can see the sun is now really starting to shine here in Germany, and the track will be drying up. The key thing when you have these changeable conditions is that you don't make a mistake, you don't run off track, because when you do, that's when your tyre temperatures will significantly drop, and then it becomes so hard to bring the tyres back up to temperature. As long as you can keep the car on the track, as long as you can keep the heat in the tyres, you can stay out on these changeable track surfaces with the slick tyres.
Speaking of going offline, Harry Pipes just did exactly that in 12th place for Brutty Esports through the carousel. Didn't quite get his tyres hooked into the banking as well as he could have done and needed to do either, because that's how mistakes can happen. That's how you can lose quite a lot of time, but he's still bearing down on the back of this DIS SR Lab car. It was inside the top 5 at the end of the first hour. At the end of the second hour, when Andy Kurtzman was driving it, it was right in contention for maybe even a podium. But right now, they're not even inside the top 10. We can be sure that the race will come to them a little bit later on, and we look forward to seeing that. But they're being reeled in right now by Brutty Esports, who are really starting to apply the pressure. They might well wait for the Dottingham Hub, but we've seen in the past that this Corvette is not fantastic in a straight line. I guess we'll find out now whether it's the satellite racing setup that is making things difficult for Henry Sinnick, or whether maybe it really is a Corvette thing that it just struggles around those kind of on those straights.
Yeah, and I'm trying to get on board POV with Harry Pipes in the Brutty Esports car, and my timing system decides that it doesn't want me to sit on board with Harry Pipes. Never mind.
We won't do that then, because the timing screen says so. The Henry Sinnick out of the pit lane right now. Where is he going to come out though? That's the question. He releases the pit limiter now. Martin Millertine not far behind him. So we'll wait and see if Millertine's going to get to the outside and get through here, as through goes the Corvette actually on the DIS SR Lab car. So there's been a change of position there with Harry Pipes getting through. Now what about that battle between Henry Sinnick and Martin Millertine? I think Henry Sinnick got out just in front, so you could say he was lucky to get out there, but it was also just good driving. Managing to get through as Patrick PL is in again here for Team Sheba at the end of lap 23. That is a very early stop.
Yeah, jumping in the pits, and I wonder if some of these cars were actually on wet tyres. I don't recollect any of them jumping onto the wet tyres, but maybe some of them were, and now they're looking to jump back onto the slicks.
Yeah, absolutely. So, well, maybe I'm not entirely sure what the call is here for Team Sheba, but it's only a 2-lap stint, which is not normal to see at all. They might have had some contact here for Patrick PL, or some other kind of issue along the way, but it's allowed Roy Dominic through. Is Harry Pipes going to get through maybe in the Brutty Esports car? He's going to be fairly close, but he's not quite going to get through just at the moment. So Patrick PL holds on to 10th place at the very least, but it's not going to be much more than that for him, and that's a real shame to see, especially where they were after practice. They were my dark horses, really. I wasn't expecting anything from them at the start of the weekend, really, but all of a sudden, after practice, they finished 2 and 3 with Patrick PL in second place in that practice session. He showed fantastic pace, but unfortunately this race has not quite gone to plan for them for the moment.
No, not getting put to plan at the moment. Henry Sinnick into the pit field. See where he feeds out. If he can come out ahead of Tamas Kesh, that would be pretty good for him, because remember, he wasn't too far behind. I believe it was Ludovic Ferruit before the pit stops, but if he can come out ahead of Tamas Kesh, he can then start to try to hunt down the P3 man, or Ludovic Ferruit, who will then be up to P3.
Yeah, absolutely, but where are they? Well, where's the Rookie Monsters car going to be? He's probably going to be behind Millertine, in front of Bezrukov in this one, and Ludovic Ferry is probably going to be near Nikolai Bezrukov himself, so yeah, we'll wait and see. But Yoni Simoncic now is just into sector 2. You can see these lap times, they keep coming down, keep going out, they keep getting slower in this one. But given the fact that the rain has stopped, even if the wet tyres are not even if the dry tyres are not ideal right now, I don't think switching onto the wets is the best idea, because it's just going to dry up from here. But as we were speaking to Cam Roger in qualifying yesterday, he was saying that this track's so long, you don't actually go over the same piece of tarmac so often, even with the amount of cars we have. So it's going to take a very long time for the track to dry, because it's not being hoovered up all the time like it would be on a normal circuit.
Yeah, that's a very good thing. You know, if you look at one circuit and you say you need 10 laps to dry up the track, that would be 20 minutes, and yeah, the Nordschleife, that would be over an hour to get the track dried up, so that's a very good point that Cam made it yesterday. I mean, that being said, you still have, the natural drying up process from the sunlight onto the circuit, so it wouldn't be exactly that multiplication. It'd be a little bit less. You do have some natural drying coming through, but still it would be a significantly longer period of time. And we do have, even on that, we do only have 17 cars out on a track, which is not a ridiculously high number. We usually have more in the EEWC, so it will take a large portion of time for that track to dry, and it will just feel, to the drivers that it's just like themselves and them alone on the circuit, especially if it's 5 seconds to the car ahead and 5 seconds to the car behind them. They feel like they're in no man's land, effectively.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a quick mention, by the way, while we've got a short quiet moment, a special shout out to the sponsors that are making this race possible. It is a special event and it's a big undertaking by everybody. So thanks to the sponsors who do make this race happen: Viper Gaming, by Patriot, Azatec, AMD, excuse me, Global Flix, Motorvision TV, Filmbolt, AMD twice, and AES TV as well. Thanks to everybody who's made this event possible. I know it's not over yet, and we normally do this kind of thing towards the end of the race, but no, we thank all the sponsors and everybody behind the scenes for making it possible, because it is a fantastic event, and one in which all of these guys are hopefully enjoying right now. So yeah, still Jonas Simicic's leading. He's into the pit lane right now because it's the end of his stint. We're nearly 3.5 hours into this race, and we normally say that GT3 cars can go about an hour on this stint, but given the length of the Nordschleife, you actually end up doing a little bit longer than that. So you might have expected at the start of the day these guys would be doing 23 pit stops, but it might be closer to 21, 22 by the end of the day, because they're doing just slightly over an hour on these stints.
Especially when the rain comes down, you tend to be able to save a bit of fuel as well in the wet conditions, and you can make your stints go a little bit longer just because you aren't getting onto the power as early. You're running in higher traction control mode, so the ECU will be putting lesser power into your rear wheels, and it just lets you save fuel overall. You tend to be running at lower speeds in corners, so all in all you do save a whole chunk of time, and hopefully it will mean that some drivers can change their strategies up somewhere and can add another dimension to the race.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking forward to seeing how that develops, but I'm on board right now with Henry Cynic because he's closing in on Prosim, the Bentley, which hasn't actually pitted just for the moment. They're going to be in at the end of this lap, so Henry Cynic is not going to be caught behind them for very long, and that is definitely a good thing for this Corvette, which is really, really struggling to overtake anybody in this race as they head down they're going to head down towards the Franzgarten at the moment. This is not good for Henry Cynic though, because having a car in the way through these twisty sections is really hampering his race pace. He needs to have nobody in front of him through these sections and then somebody in front of him on the Dottinger Road to kind of pull him along a little bit, because that Corvette is really not very strong in a straight line.
Yeah, we've already seen before just how much Corvette struggles when Henry Cynic was trying to get past one of the McLarens. Lost about 0.6 of a second when they were tucked right up behind the McLaren at the start of the Dottinger Road. And well, let's see if James Zuber has any more luck. And of course, the fuel loads could have come into play at that point. Henry Cynic might have had a higher fuel load than the McLaren that was ahead of him. And maybe James Zuber now running a little bit less. So either way, if you want to get the move done when you are in the Corvette, you need to get it done well before the straight, because otherwise, even if you get past, there's a high chance that you end up losing the position on the long straight.
Simicic's back out of the pit lane. Pim Van Ark is into it, and I think he'll be staying in that car. Ludovic Farut is also in from third place in the One Move Esports cars. Henry Cynic does indeed get through on the Bentley there, and that's easy enough for him. He's into P5 now. We'll see if the Prosim car comes back at him though. In the slipstream right now, the Bentley very, very fast in a straight line, and quite hard to hold back really because of its sheer size. We saw the Prosim car get overtaken a little bit earlier by Tamas Keshen. The Bentley nearly went into the back of the McLaren actually because it was struggling to slow down, but that was in the damp conditions when it was raining. It stopped that now, and the lap times are starting to come down. Henry Cynic is into 5th place then, and they should both get in front of Farut and Pim Van Ark, so it's going to be Tamas Keshen in second with Henry Cynic in third.
ProSim, I think, diving on into the pits as well. And they can get on a fresh set of boots onto the Bentley, and we'll see where they do come out. Will be on the slick tyres most likely. There is still a fair amount of spray coming up, and we don't really know who's on what compound of a tyre, so it's all a little bit of a mystery at the present point in time.
Yes, it is indeed, as Rookie Monsters come out of the pit lane, and they're going to be in front of the ProSim car, the Ludovic Farouk car, going to be in front of Nikolai Bezrukov, which is a little bit of a surprise. Out comes the Audi of Farouk, and that is in front of Bezrukov as well. So the Unison Racing team, having started the stint in second place, Nikolai Bezrukov is down to 7th, I'm afraid. That is a real shame.
And Nikolai Bezrukov hopefully can get the pace up now once the track does start to dry up. But we are at the half-hour mark, so I think on that note we will be jumping into a short commercial break, and we will be returning with more action here from the 24 hours of Nürburgring shortly.
4H Nürburgring 24 Hours is presented in partnership Viper Gaming by Patriot, Leap Gaming, ESTV, and AMD Ryzen Radio.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals, and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor, or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back to the 24 hours of the Nürburgring. We are nearly 3.5 hours into this race already, which is quite a remarkable thing to say. We've had a DNF in the meantime, I'm afraid. The 777 has been DNF'd for a little while, but they're back out there on the road now. So Unison Racing are down in 15th, but they are at least still running, which we are very grateful for. And I'm sure they're quite grateful to still be out there as well. So we've still got 17 cars running. Of the 17 that started the race, it's Joni Simičić leading ahead of Tamas Kesh, and it's James Zuber now driving the Satellite Racing 64 car. I've been calling it Henry Sinnick for the last however long it's been, 10 minutes or so, but it's not actually. It's James Zuber who's swapped into that car now. So he's got a big job in his hands right now, and he's trying to close in on Tamas Kesh, and that's the battle for second place.
James Zuber currently sitting 4.8 seconds behind Tamas Kesh, who is a fair bit behind. Joni Simičić continues to lead the race by a very large margin. Martin Militai also kind of joining onto this battle, and we could be seeing a four-way battle for P2 shortly, with Pim van Ark also closing in.
Yeah, that is true actually. The Rookie Monsters car's really been going up the field very, very rapidly recently. I know some guys around them have had some issues, and that's allowed things to change a little bit, but yeah, you're right. Rookie Monsters having a great race so far in that respect. Still watching James Zuber though close in on Tamas Kesh, because this could be a fantastic battle between them. They're going through Trans Ranch at the moment, down the hill, jumping over the crest and through these sweepers at the bottom of the hill as well, towards the Kleiner Carousel they go right now. He's too far back for the moment, and even if you just get to the back of the McLaren in front, I find that it's going to be very, very difficult for him to get through, given what we know about that Corvette.
Again, that Corvette just struggles so much in a straight line, and well, we'll have to see whether he can get close enough to do a move. Well, to be honest, the best place for him to do it probably before the first carousel, going down the Kesselchen, maybe through up into Arenberg, or even down into turn 1. That way he's got a third of a lap to pull before the next real straight on the circuit.
He seems to be pulling right hand down a little bit there. I'm looking in the cockpit view with the onboard cameras at the moment, and it seems to be he's turning right slightly to go straight. I wonder if there's still a bit of lingering damage, or if he's picked up any damage over the last few moments, because I didn't notice that before. But the Dottinger are dead straight, of course, until you get to this bit of the Tiergarten right down at the end. But you don't. Oh, that's a very slidey, twitchy moment as well, going into the final couple of corners. Suspension damage like that, really not something you want to be dealing with. Kind of having to turn right to go straight in, that's not ideal at all, and that does take away from your lap time as well.
Yeah, these are mistakes that you can't be seeing if James Zuber wants to really be closing on to Tamas Kesh, who has been able to make their way back up to P2. By the way, it's been a good recovery drive for Satellite Racing so far, but I think Joni Simičić right now is just too far up front for anyone to really have a realistic target of beating him. It's still a long way to go, that being said, don't get me wrong. Got, 19 and a half hours remaining now of the race, and plenty of time for that all to change, but in terms of a realistic expectation, Joni Simičić has a comfortable lead, barring any mistakes.
Yeah, at the moment he does indeed, but you never know what can happen. Of course, they are the reigning champions. In 2020, Burst Esport were victorious in the Nürburgring 24 hours here at GTR 24H, and they were pretty much on the deadline, decided that they were going to do this race this year as well. So yeah, they're back for another year, and they've got their whole team in there at the moment. Actually, Cam Roger, Kasper Henningsen, David Mocek, Joni Simičić, Sharpitos, all in the team speak at the moment. They're all, well, they're not all talking at the same time, you might be able to imagine, but certainly fairly relaxed at this point. They've got a big lead. I reckon it's over 2 minutes to this point, the lead, but it can all change very, very quickly at the Nürburgring, and so we may well see that rear its ugly head once again. But yeah, you're right, it's been a fantastic recovery drive from Satellite Racing, outside of the top 10 by the end of lap 2, and now back onto the podium, back inside the top 2 now, nearly. Not quite there yet, got a little bit of work to do yet, James Zuber, and this damage that they seem to have may be affecting him a little bit, but out onto the Hatzenbach at the moment, he seems to be catching Tamás Kesh just slightly in the Simcoe car, so maybe that is a move we will be seeing in the next few moments.
Prosim also closing out to Roy Monk in the battle for P8. Prosim against Deuces Motorsport. And I think there's only about a second separating those two drivers, give or take. And we'll see whether there is a battle that will emerge shortly. And you can see them making their way out of the first carousel up towards the Hohe Asht.
Yeah, absolutely. It's another close battle to be watching on. Deuces can't be that far away from a pit stop right now, I don't imagine. They are supposed to pit next on lap 28, I think, and currently we are trying to complete lap number 26, so they've still got a couple to go. However, not too far away now from a pit stop for Roy de Munich, even though Prosim have not long been into the pit lane in their Bentley, so this is a battle between two of the much bigger cars in this field. Hopefully we do actually see these guys try to go side by side in this on this track, because they are massive, and it's a very narrow circuit, so it could get a little bit physical between these two if they indeed do decide to go side by side.
And we'll have to see where they can really get off that side-by-side battling, and it does get difficult here at various parts of the Nordschleife, very tight, and we've seen plenty of times one driver looking to find a way through, but if the car just places there, if they just position it kind of in the middle of the track to get your car along and go on, the likes of the Dottingen Hoa or the Grand Prix.
Yeah, it's into Arenberg at the moment for these two. Deuces Motorsport Club versus Prosim. A little bit wide from Deuces there as they're going to go down the hill now, and this is a good opportunity for Prosim to maybe have a brave one into Adenauer Forest. It would be extremely dangerous, but he might go for it anyway, down the inside, trying to look, but just putting the BMW in the middle of the road to get in the way, and successfully defends the position there in that one as they head into a pretty nice section of corners. Bit of a chicane going on here, and Prosim going to try and get the exit now into the double left-hander coming up, but I don't think they're going to be able to get through on this occasion. You never know, but it doesn't look like it for the moment. Looks to the inside, but not quite going to do it at the moment as they go into the next couple of corners. This is the battle for 8th place, and let's not forget Deuces Motorsport Club were all the way down in 14th after the first stint. They came into contact with the 65 Satellite Racing car, so I'm told, and so that really set them back in this race. They had to pit a little bit early, but now they're back on track really, and they are in 8th place, which is a pretty decent result for them so far, as Prosim have just been in the barriers ever so slightly at miss hit miss.
I do love that corner name, Miss Hit Miss. The triple right hand, I believe, just before Versheifen, if that is correct, coming out of the Kallenhard. And, well, thankfully this time, nobody missing the hit part of the corner.
Yeah, thankfully. But I believe it was Prosim actually. We saw. Oh no, it wasn't Prosim, was it? Sorry. I'm getting my team names mixed up at this stage in the race. So much has happened that it's difficult to remember what happened to who. But the battle for second place is starting to heat up now. In Tamás Kesh and the Corvette of James Zuber as well, going down into the best portion of the racetrack for the Corvette. It's very, very good through these corners, but not so good on the straight, so they kind of have to get it done before and kind of hold on everywhere else, but trying now to look down the inside. Kesh half defending into the left-hander, sticking his nose down the inside there with Zuber, but no way through for the moment. Maybe trying to get an exit off of the next corner for a dive down the inside into YouTube corner, but no way through for the moment. Yeah, well, yeah, that's not official. That's just a name that people say because that's where you see all the YouTube videos from. But anyway, that's a discussion for another day. Anyway, Van Scarten as well now dipped downhill, 4 wheels off the ground and coming up the hill once again through this right hand. Zuber's really applying the pressure right now. Yeah, it's going to be difficult for Kester holding behind as Zuber gets a little bit loose over the crest there. This is very, very close between the two of them.
Yeah, it's very close, nose-tail action as James Zuber tries to find a way through the green McLaren of Tamas Kesh, but unable to do so. So he's stuck right on in behind him up the hill.
Down the inside into the Kleiner carousel, muscles his way through. James Zuber there, possibly using a bit of traffic where the dysfunctional racing team had to get out of the way. They're damaged and getting back to the pit lane at the moment. But yeah, James Zuber getting through there at the Kleiner carousel. That's exactly what we were talking about earlier on. If you can get your car down the inside going into either one of the carousels, you force the other car to miss the banking and they don't get the run through that corner as much as they would like, and it's an easy move from there on in. So a good opportunistic manoeuvre there from James Zuber to actually get through, and he's into second place. We'll just see if he can hold on to it through the Tiergarten as Tamas Kesh is actually closing in with the McLaren, but he's not going to be able to get through there, and into the final couple of corners they go. James Zuber into second place, and it looks like he's going to try and pull away now.
And as long as he can stay ahead going down into the hairpin of turn 1, will be good though for the rest of the lap and shouldn't be repassed by Tamas Kesh, and that is all that really matters for him at this point in time.
Yeah, it does indeed. Martin Militite is a little bit further back, and I believe he's actually captain Kesh in this one. We'll see as they come over the line. What's Militite's lap time going to be? An 8-minute 24.5, that's 2.2 seconds quicker, so he is catching. What about Pim van Ark? Wow, Pim van Ark has just gone very, very quickly indeed, 5.6 seconds quicker than Martin Militite. That's very, very impressive lap time from him. So yeah, we'll see what Pim van Ark can do in the next few moments, because he seems to be absolutely flying out there, and there he is, the Corvette in the background of the McLaren. This is the battle for 4th place, and they're both bearing down on Tamas Kesh. We may well see a 3-car battle developing for the final spot on the podium before too much longer.
And who knows how this battle may develop in the coming half an hour. 10 minutes away from the hour at the moment. Things are starting to heat up here at the Nordschleife. Still, Jari Simoncic leads from James Zuber, who was recently able to find a way through on Tamas Kesh. Martin Militite running in P4 ahead of Pim van Ark, Ludovic Ferrari, Nikolai Bezrukov, Roy de Monk, Prosim, and Patrick Piel completing the top 10 for Team Shiba. It's effectively like a must-be team.
Well, I guess we were having this discussion a little bit actually in practice with this one. It seems that Musto G signed up for the event, but didn't really have, well, they've got a lot of teams and a lot of drivers, but a lot of also races that they're doing all at the same time. So it meant that they couldn't quite spread their resources to this race all kind of evenly across all the things they're doing this weekend. So they've combined with Team Shiba to kind of make Team Shiba by Musto for this race, just to kind of make sure that they are in the race, but they are combining with Team Shiba for this one, just so that they can actually have the numbers to do it. Yeah, they're not doing too badly right now. Not at 10th place for them. Obviously they had that big crash with Giuseppe Pastore not so long ago. That set them back a fair amount because they were fighting for a podium, but they've been set back quite a long way, and now they're catching the Prosim car and Deuces Motorsport Club and Unison Racing. It's all closing up in that midfield kind of gaggle as well, as everybody starts to pull away from DIS on that. But yeah, Team Shiba closing on Prosim and Deuces. We may see that battle develop soon as well.
Deuces, I'm just trying to double check. The Deuces currently running down in P8 with Roy de Monk, second clear of Prosim, and then it's a further 13 seconds down to back to Piot. To be fair, sure, we're still in the early stages of the race. We're almost 4 hours in, but it's still pretty close. If you take Yannick Simoncic out of the equation, you're talking about maybe a minute from James Zuber all the way down to Prosim P9.
Yeah, maybe include Patrick PL in that minute as well. DISS on lap not too far behind. Yeah, we'll see about that. But now we have we're going to have an interview in a couple of moments' time. We'll get to that very shortly. However, is a yellow flag in Sector 1. Let's see who that is for. It could well be for British Esports, actually. They seem to be getting going against Matt Virgin at the moment, driving that car, and I'm afraid he's catching DISS on land fairly quickly, but for the moment, it looks like he's just had a little bit of a spin there, although I think he's got back going again.
Hopefully we'll be able to get that car going and either make it into the pits, or if there is no damage, can just keep on pushing until their designated pit stop, or when they would be wanting to pit normally under normal circumstances. But although we have seen a few incidents already here at the Nordschleife, it seems to have completely dried up after the shower we had around half an hour ago.
Yeah, absolutely. It seems to have, for the moment, I don't know if we can get a view as to what the weather is like right now, because it would be good to see the radar just for the moment, to kind of get a view as to what the weather is actually doing. And whether we're going to see rain for the next few moments or not, but it doesn't look like we are, so we'll park the rain thoughts for the next few moments, and we'll bring in a driver, because we have one in the green room. Gabor Husti of the Mugen Sim Racing team now joins us. Good to have you along, Gabor. It's been an eventful race so far for everybody, but Mugen Sim Racing currently in fourth place with Martin Military driving. Just talk us through how Adam Soret is feeling after his stint, and how Martin Military is also feeling in the car right now with the changeable conditions we've had recently.
Hello everybody. He's feeling good, although he had something happened with his wheel. It was, I don't know how to describe it. His wheel didn't respond well. It was delayed when he turned, so, but I think they are doing a good job.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, fourth place is not a bad place to be running in at all. Just to go back a little bit, what was your target at the start of the race? What did you set out to do when you kind of signed up for the Nürburgring 24 hours, and then obviously starting the race today? What was the aim for you guys?
Before the race, our aim was finishing the top 3, at least, because we think we have the pace for that. And after 3 hours now, 4 almost, I think it's still manageable.
Yeah, I think it certainly is. It's going to be a big fight, but we're massively looking forward to it. As well, you've been caught a little bit by rookie monsters at the moment with Pim Van Ark, who is driving fairly quickly. But who would you say your main rivals in terms of this race? Or do you expect everybody who's up there right now, like Simcoe and rookie monsters, do you expect them to be there by the end? Do you expect to be fighting them right to the very end of this race?
We definitely expect that. If they do not make any mistakes, they gonna stay right there, so we will have to fight through them and with them.
And last of all, sorry, how much longer is Martin Military going to be in there for you guys, and when are you going to be getting into the car for the first time?
Military gonna sit out in his next pit stop, I do believe, and when I wanna race, I don't know. We will see. We have a pretty, how to say, tight schedule, because we have 2 other races going on, so we will see.
Okay, well, we look forward to seeing you in the car shortly. First of all, I guess, Gabriel, thanks very much for coming to talk to us. Good luck to your team throughout the rest of the race.
Thank you.
There we go, Gabriel Husti of the Nürburgring Sim Racing team, the number 2, and Martin Miltei's driving just towards the final couple of corners right now. Pim van Ark closing in just ever so slightly, but we'll see how those guys get on for the rest of this race. As I'm seeing somebody off in sector 2, looks like Matt Burgin again, I'm afraid, for Abruzzi Esports is off the road, getting back going again. I don't know if he's damaged and getting back to the pit lane as quickly as you possibly can. We've seen this before, that when you actually crash, getting back to the pit lane does you more damage than actually the crash itself, because it's a difficult circuit without damage, and getting back to the pit lane with a hindered car is very, very difficult indeed.
And it all depends on where you pick up that damage as well. If you pick it up on the final part of the circuit, if you pick it up on the Dottingen Hohe, then I wouldn't say you're happy, but you're happier than you would otherwise be, because you might lose about 10 seconds nursing the car back to the pit lane. But if you lose it, after turn 1, then you've got a very long drive back to get to the pits, and you've got to nurse your car, and you might lose 8 minutes even, depending on how badly wounded your car is. So it all depends on where you pick up that damage, and it is sometimes why you might see drivers just being a little bit more aggressive in the final sequence of corners at the circuit than they would be in the first sequence of corners, because if there is a mistake, high risk, high reward in the first sequence, and it's a low risk, high reward in the final sequence.
Yeah, absolutely. I think just keeping it steady for the whole time will be a good idea, because you just slow and steady wins the race almost in these ones. Although Burst Esport are not going particularly slow and steady, and they are winning right now, but keeping that pace up for the entire 24 hours is very, very difficult indeed. But some teams are able to just do it, some drivers are just able to do that, Simic, Derry Brocek, definitely 2 of those, and I think they've got another 3 of those on their team as well for Burst Esports. So it's looking good for them right now, but a very long way to go. We saw even last year when they won the race by over a lap, they did lose about a lap and a half in an incident with one of their driver's wheels went a little bit haywire, and we've already seen the kind of damage for that a little bit earlier on with Gabriel Hevesi, who crashed earlier on. He's in the pit lane right now, by the way. It's apparently a common theme around here for whatever reason for the last few moments, but hopefully we don't see any more of that. It just shows that it's never over until it's over. We keep using that example from last year, but I think some of these people in here might be using it as an example as well, just to keep the motivation going almost, to try and keep going in this race.
And you do need to have that motivation, and sometimes when you make mistakes, you as a driver, you just kind of want it to be over with. You want to call it quits depending on how bad the incident was, and that's when you need your team to just tell you, keep your head down. There's still a long way to go. Just keep your head in it, keep pushing. And I think you mentioned earlier, sometimes you try to redeem yourself and you push too aggressively, you make another mistake, and then it all starts to go down a downward trajectory. And you have to decide, do they believe that you can stay out there and recuperate yourself, or do they pull you in and put another driver out?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a difficult decision to make, really. But we are approaching 4 hours done in this race already. It's quite remarkable to say, but it is true. We are getting through rather quickly at the moment as Jonas Simic continues to lead. We will take a quick commercial break though, as this battle between Martin Miltei and Pim van Ark continues to hot up. We'll be watching it in the break, and when we come back, I think we're going to have some action between these two. Stay tuned.
GTR 24H Nürburgring 24 Hours is presented in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Leap Gaming, ESTV, and AMD Ryzen Radio.
1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals, and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor, or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Track is clear. Track is clear.
Welcome back to the Nürburgring 24 hours here by GTR 24H. We just had a moment for ProSim, who have unfortunately DNF'd from the race. Didn't see what happened to them, I'm afraid, so we can't quite inform you on that part, but we do know that they're back in the garage now and they're going to be losing an awful lot of time in this one. So that's a real shame for the 007 team, who had a great start to the race, having a good fight with Juices, but unfortunately that has all ended now with the way things have gone. Crashed into the barriers apparently. From Nick Newcomb's told me that throws him into the barriers. As into the pit lane comes Tomasz Kesh and Martin Militar. It's that time of the day again. We have completed 28 laps of this race now. So that's another 27 lap stint for Simcoe and Mugen. Is that normal or not? Yes, that's very normal for those guys. They're doing 7 lap stints as opposed to Simoncic's 8, which he tends to be doing for the moment. Bezrikov is going to be out there for one more lap, I believe. Into the Tiergarten he comes at the moment. So Pim Van Ark has been released. He's out into 3rd place at the moment. And let's get your leaders, Yoni Simoncic and Burst Esport on your screens for a few moments time, because they don't get much airtime and so far in front. Bezrikov goes over the line and he completes another lap. And 8:22.2 on this lap time from him. Now, what's the lap time for Roy Dominic in behind? It doesn't matter because he's into the pit lane at the end of lap 28. This lap is, and that's completely on schedule for him as well. Patrick PL stays out because he made an unscheduled one not so long ago. He'll be staying out for a few more laps. Yeah, we'll see where these battles do indeed come from. Kesh is not that far in front of Patrick PL actually, and Martin Militar's not that far behind, so maybe we'll get to see a bit of fighting between those guys. Or maybe not, we'll see if that does indeed happen. All over 6th place, by the way. Tomasz Kesh is dropped behind Bezrikov, Faruk, Van Ark. James Zuber was really pulling away from Tomasz Kesh at the last lap as well. really starting to find some pace in that satellite racing car. Not that Henry Sinnick didn't have pace in that car, but he just couldn't really use it, stuck up behind other cars. We're about 4 hours into this race and we're kind of in the middle of a pit stop cycle at the moment. We're watching Adam Sarej out there at the moment in the number 2. Yeah, that's him actually at the wheel in real life, which is good to see. So I need to refresh my timing to see the new drivers who may or may not have got into those cars. Googly Agavari has got into the Simco car. There's some very difficult names on that Simco 123. But, and I apologise in advance for getting them wrong. But yeah, there you go. Googly Agavari is into that car. Patrick Piel's still in the Shiva car, but that's because it hasn't been in the pit lane. The number 2 Mugen car, though, has had a driver change, and there you've seen Adam Sarej is into that one now. See if I can see the battle maybe between those guys. It's very close, and it is very, very close between all 3 of them. Adam Baldwin has got into the Juices Motorsport Club car, so he's in for Bro Dominic, and this is the kind of thing we're used to seeing. An update on ProSim, they crashed soon after Exmouth, but they are still in the garage, I'm afraid. Let's see if they are going to rejoin. And we'll find out in the next few moments. But yeah, hopefully a battle does develop here between Jiba and Mugen and all of these guys, because it would be good to watch. We are hopeful that the ProSim car can indeed rejoin for that team. So yeah, we'll wait and see on that one. But can't promise much for them. So yeah, I guess we're just going to have to wait on that one. They're going to drop down the order. Nello Pastoriano is going to get another position, though. He was down at 17th after about 3 or 4 laps in this race, but now he is much further up towards the front, which is good news for those guys. And at the end of this lap, we should be seeing Nikolai Bezrukov come into the pit lane. He's starting to find his feet a little bit in this car. Don't forget he had that crash at the end of lap 21, which has put him into the pit lane. He had no rear wing as he came in, so that had to be repaired. He's back now. It's good news. Going through the siphon at the moment on board with Adam Sarej, who we can see both in real life and in the game. Got the old school wheel on the desk going on as well, by the way, which is now considered old school, but got some fantastic setups going on in sim racing at the moment. You see from some of these onboard shots some very expensive ones. The edge is going back to the old days, sort of. Still a good 5 hours away from sunset at the moment, so we're going to get at least a third of the race in before we indeed get that sunset. And about a third of the race is going to be in the darkness, I believe. Maybe a little bit less. I think exactly a third, actually. But we'll wait and see on that one. They go through top of the hill at the moment, still climbing up towards the carousel. And into the right-hander at the bottom, just before the carousel. And now Adam Sarej is really starting to close on the McLaren. Need to get this right into the carousel though, and not bad, but yeah, could have gone a little bit better. Just getting those left-hand side tyres hooked into the bottom of that banked section there is very important for your lap time.
Hey, Ewan.
Hello.
Just wanted to say, looking at Adam here, look at how little turning rate he's using on the steering wheel. I think his sensitivity on the wheel is really quite high.
I couldn't drive like that.
No, me neither. I like to turn the wheel a considerably more than what he's doing before the car reacts, but that is something that we can see now with these onboard shots when the teams actually do join in, because we've on this conference call we've only got Mutant Sim Racing guys and the 45 DIS. So yeah, let that be a shout out to the teams as well to join the conference call that was sent out in the briefing information.
He's barely going 90 degrees, isn't he? On the wheel.
Yeah, but I also look at his wheel and look at the wheel in car from the onboards and seeing just how little, down to maybe not even half a second of delay between what we're seeing in the car and what he's actually doing with the wheel. There's very little delay, and it's funny because it's actually the image from the game that's more delayed than him actually turning the wheel.
It's very cool to see.
Very impressive across an internet connection. Halfway around the world to see how little delay it's possible to get that down to.
Yeah, absolutely. Very nice to see. But he's trying to close in on Patrick Piel at the moment in the Team Sheba by Musto car. This is going down towards the Tiergarten. Under the bridge they go, and we'll see. Well, he's nowhere near close enough for a move here, but yeah, we'll see if he's going to close in on the McLaren in front. I believe
7 into the pits.
Yep, Nikolai Bezrukov on schedule into the pit lane after 29 laps. They had to come in 3 laps early last time because of an accident that they had. But Bezrukov is now into the pit lane. We know how good he is from the EWC. Unfortunately, he has come unstuck around here and may well come out around Adam Baldwin in this one, maybe a little bit in front.
That is both. Yeah, that's a whole lot of people propelled up the standings there. Bezrukov now down into 8th. Will he get out before Baldwin goes past the pit lane as well? I think not. Maybe even the Ibushi car will pass him as well.
I don't know. It's going to be close. Let's see though. Bezrukov's still stationary in his pit boxes. Adam Baldwin's coming down towards the Tiergarten at the moment, so what is there going to be a positional change here for 8th? Well, no, it doesn't look like there's going to be because Bezrukov is going.
Yeah.
Bezrukov is going, and out the pit lane he goes now. Well, is that still Bezrukov, or is he going to get out after 4 hours in, or after a couple of hours in the car, 4 hours in the race? It is still Nikolai Bezrukov as he leaves right now.
And we're just coming into the start finish straight of the Grand Prix track, so yeah, they're pretty close now. Is it down to 12 seconds?
Not bad, the gap between the two, in terms of wanting a battle later on.
It is Adam Suraj trying to catch up to the Team Sheba Musto car driven by Patrick Piel. That is the closest battle on track.
It is, yes. Not at the end of this lap, but at the end of the next one, James Zuber will be in. That's another 12 minutes away still. Nearly 15 minutes away, that pit stop, but that's the next one we're really expecting from those who are up towards the front. And we can see, for now, Adam Suraj try and get on terms with Patrick Piel, who's just in front. And actually, he might be next to come in. At the end of lap 31, he'll probably be in.
He is catching up, getting closer and closer. So,
well, he did catch initially when he came out of the pit lane. He really did catch up very quickly, but then I don't know what. Oh Oh, he's on the grass.
No.
Oh, goodness. Good save, but that's not where you want to go off.
The head in disappointment of himself. Well, yeah, I would too. That was not needed. That was uncalled for.
Good save though to keep out the barriers. Oh, he's nearly off again. Oh.
Keep it on the black stuff. Adam, keep it on the black stuff.
Yeah. At the moment, it just went a little bit wide through Platz and nearly went off at Arenberg as well. So
that's the problem with all these fast sweeping straights on this track. If you get a bad exit in one place, that'll just kill you all the way up to the next corner where you need to press the brakes. So yeah, lost quite a bit of time there.
absolutely. Bit of a minefield, this circuit, really, for making mistakes and often punished, but on this occasion Answer Edge was able to stay out of trouble and get away with that one. Patrick Piel's...
That's a good word for that.
Yeah, well, yeah. Patrick Piel's staying out of trouble for the moment in terms of getting away from Adam Surridge, who's bearing down on him.
And a 717 that was just in the pit lane is now more than a minute. That was more than a minute behind.
Yeah, to say they were in second not so long ago, very disappointing for them.
Well, it just goes to show again, you never know what's going to happen in this race. It just flips around so fast, and suddenly someone does something.
Yeah, it just changes very, very quickly around here. The weather normally changes very quickly, but it doesn't look like we're going to see any rain for the foreseeable future.
What happened to the DIS FR lap guys? They're just falling down through the order.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think it's just a bit of a pace issue, really. If you look at their last lap time compared to everybody else, I think we're the slowest car.
It's 8:32.
Yeah. Lost 9 seconds the car in front.
Motorsport 8:36, but they were in the pit lane, right?
The 9:36, yeah, that'll be it from the pit lane. So we'll get a better reading when they cross the line in about 4 minutes' time.
But given that they lost that amount of time, they were looking at a podium at the beginning of the race.
Yeah.
That's a massive time loss. That just can't be pace issues on its own. I mean, we're looking at several minutes.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to talk to one of them sooner rather than later, because they've been in here before, and hopefully they do indeed come back for another chat a little bit later on. If you are a driver watching the stream right now, you put yourself in the green room, we'll have a chat. It'll be good to hear.
You know, I would like to hear from someone on the Rookie Monsters team as well, and how they have progressed all the way up to third place now. That would be an interesting talk. Also, the recovery drive from the satellite racing 64 car would be really interesting to have a talk with those guys as well. So on my wish list is some comments from those guys.
They've certainly had great recoveries in case of the satellite racing team, and a good race overall in terms of the Rookie Monsters team, especially compared to their qualifying, which really wasn't very special compared to what I thought they could manage. I said in practice that a podium is very achievable for those guys, and then that made me look a little bit, that comment made me look a little bit silly in qualifying, but in the race they're showing themselves to be a lot more competitive.
Certainly.
Patrick Piel is catching the car in front, by the way, of Gurgly Erkavy. Simco car just in front. And let's not forget the Simco and the Sheba by Musto car came into contact going down towards Flanscotland about an hour ago now, maybe a little bit more. The two were going side by side coming out of that court of the left-hander, and then as they plunged downhill, They had side-to-side contact. Giuseppe Pastore, who was driving the Team Shiva car at the time, went round for a spin, hit the barriers with front and rear, and went onto his roof multiple times as well. It was a very, very big accident. Had to come into the pit lane. And now the Simcoe car has been caught back up once more.
Of course, I didn't catch that because I was away from the production table. And I didn't even get to press the save replay button, so we missed it entirely. Adam Baldwin, by the way, now almost inside the 1 second. He's actually right now less than a second gap to the 717.
Yeah, right. That's through Schwabenschwarz at the moment. Nikolai Bezrikov versus Adam Baldwin, who's driving from Los Angeles at the moment, I believe. That's what Nick told me.
That's a fair piece of ground away from here.
Well, yeah, that is, and it's a fair way away from Nikolai Bezrikov as well, who's a Russian driver. We're kind of all over the place at the moment.
Opposite sides of the planet.
Yeah, absolutely. Although the USA and Russia do sort of border each other, if you count Alaska. But there you go. Nobody lives there, obviously. Well, definitely nobody sim races.
Russia covers is a third of the planet or something like that.
Yeah, absolutely. It kind of borders everywhere. But yeah, certainly Baldwin is catching at the moment. The lap time's coming in for the last few moments, and Adam Surridge, I'm afraid, has not... Well, why hasn't he got a lap? Oh, sorry, it was his out lap. But Patrick Piel caught Gergely Agavari by 1.5 seconds on that last lap, so really starting to reel him in. They're both sort of reeling in Ludwig Farruch at the moment. So there's a yellow flag going on in Sector 2. And it looks like a dysfunctional racing team has stopped. Justin Elmore.
Adam Surridge had a cut track one last lap because he doesn't have a last lap time, so that's the only way that can happen. So he did a cut track on his last lap.
That explains a great deal for those guys.
He's now inside 4 seconds of Patrick Piel.
And Patrick Piel himself is not too far behind Gergely Agavari, as we mentioned before.
Oh, is this the remnants of the train that we had inside the first 2 hours that's still catching up now to each other? Except the 717 is in here now.
Yeah, it was out front before, wasn't it? But now, quite a way further back.
Well, considering how the 64 drove its way all the way up to second place, possible for anyone with a bit of luck and some steady driving to get up there. And he also made it there because of incidents for a lot of the other cars.
Well, Unison Racing was one of the incidents that happened that let the satellite racing car, so it kind of come up full circle in that respect.
Yeah.
But also the issue for Team Shiva by Musto meant that satellite racing were out in front, and on the cycle now they do intend to come out in front of Simcoe, who didn't pit too long ago. So at the end of this lap, satellite racing and also Team Shiva by Musto will be into the pit lane.
Oh, they've been in the 808 before, haven't they? Burst. They've been down to 8068, but still the fastest car on track, so they continue to widen the gap.
The lap time's really coming down now, the track's properly dry. Pushing for all of these guys out there, especially Simoncic, who set the fastest lap of anybody last time around once again. As if you'd expect anything less. The dysfunctional racing team car is back going again, by the way. They had a moment.
Good for them, good for them.
And they're back in the race, yeah. I think they're about 3 laps down on the next car, which is an awful long way back, but at least they're still in it.
They've been more or less on or off. since, what was it, the first incident that happened, which was, we were told it was down to some real technical equipment issues, right? And they've been on and off since then, so I don't know what they're working on or trying to fix. But there's definitely some issues, and I'm guessing right now at the moment they are taking this as an opportunity to just hone their skills in a racing situation. At least I would now take this as just, trying to get to know the car better, trying to get to know the equipment a little better. Just use it as an extended practice session.
Yeah, absolutely. And like we were saying earlier on, just finishing the Nürburgring 24 hours is an achievement within itself. So if they're able to do that, then that's brilliant for them. And it's almost like a victory for them, as they are off in the end, I'm afraid. Justin Elmore trying to get back to the pit lane, I think, at this stage. But it's easier said than done with a damaged car. And so we may see a couple more yellow flags over the next few moments. But the battle between Patrick Piel and Gurgly Agavuri is starting to heat up now.
As is Adam Baldwin.
Yeah.
Catching up as well. So we're kind of having a double battle situation here.
Yes, we are indeed. Double screen situation as well, possibly. But two McLarens going through the very fast downhill section of the course right now. Going to try to get close up really for Patrick Piel, although it's not going to matter too much because he's going to be in the pit lane at the end of this one. But considering these two teams had a battle earlier on, it would be good for the bragging rights.
What we have here, there's a car parked going back. It's the 717 again, having issues. They're parked on track.
Oh, they are. Nikolai Bedrakov is off the road.
Indeed, very stationary and left the road and went back to pit lane now.
Oh dear.
Imagine right now that he's on a flatbed, having his car towed back to the garage to have some fixes.
Oh, what a shame. What a shame for Unison Racing.
It's not too late yet. There's still ProSim who were up in competing for podium positions as well. Is now a lap behind both these sport. They're still quite a long way down before he's caught up by those guys. Not lost yet. All is not lost yet.
No,
they need to fix these issues that they're having now, and they then stay on track and be predictable for the rest of the race.
Yeah, they're not giving up just for the moment, and that is good to see. But coming out onto the back straight now, the Dottingerhöhe, it's about to kick off between Gurgly. Oh, there's a bit of a moment for Patrick Piel, who went a little bit wide coming onto the straight, but it looks like there's going to be a move now for the Team Sheba by Musto car as they pull to the outside line, and they pull alongside the Simco car, goes right to the other side of the road, the two having almost a drag race right now, and they are dead even in the same car, the very same McLaren, just a little bit of difference in setup, but that Team Sheba by Musto car got a fantastic exit out from Galbenkopf. They're very good in a straight line, and so they have made the move on Simco. It's not going to matter too much because they're into the pit lane at the end of this lap, but they have the bragging rights over Simco, and that was indeed a very good move.
That is, a notch in the stick, just having the mental upper hand next time the cars will meet on track is what that is. So now they know, okay, those guys are faster than us. So yeah, that won't sit well with the Simco guys.
No, possibly not. Because you never like to be overtaken, certainly. But now that that pass is complete and we're another half an hour done in this race, we'll take another commercial break. So we will be back in a couple of moments' time with more racing from the Nürburgring 24 hours.
The GTR 24H Nürburgring 24 hours is presented in partnership Viper Gaming by Patriot, Leap Gaming, ESTV, and AMD Ryzen Radio.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals, and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor, or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
The 24 hours of Nürburgring here by GTR 24H. We've got more pit stops underway right now. Yoni Simijic from the lead of the race is in, and he may well be getting out of that car right now because, as I mentioned earlier, they've got their full team ready. And I think one of them may well come into that car, and when they leave, we'll be able to tell you who it is, if there is indeed a new driver. We're also expecting Rookie Monsters and One Movie Sports to come into the pit lane at the end of the lap that they're about to complete. So that'll be another 8-lap stint for those guys, and we'll see where they come out. But it's getting quite complicated to work out here because of the way the pit stops are working. It's all changing all of the time, and I'm never quite sure who's actually where, so we just got to stay tuned right to the very end to find out. But it's me, Ewan O'Leary, alongside Yusuf Bin Zahel once again for the foreseeable future, really. Yeah, welcome back, Yusuf. It's been a good race so far. A couple of battles up and down the order, but pit stops are really kind of taking over the order of the day right now as we try and work out, and these teams no doubt try and work out where they actually are in this race. It's hard to figure out sometimes.
We're only 4.5 hours into the race as well, so about a fifth of the way through, give or take, and we're already entering that phase where different team strategies are starting to differ by a fair amount. Go in another four hours, and it'll feel like people are pitting on every single lap of the race, and it becomes trickier and trickier, not just for us, but also for teams to kind of work out how their strategy feeds out relative to everyone else. At the end of the day, it just comes down to looking at the teams around you, seeing how many laps they've done on their current stint, and then just working out, okay, they'll probably do another 2 more laps then, and we'll have to see if in the final stints we have any splash and dashes. I think everyone will be going for 1 tyre per stint, but maybe some people will try to risk it and go for a double stint on a set of tyres.
I believe it's changing tyres every stint, yeah, because we're not really seeing those kind of games where somebody gains a load of time in a pit stop phase but then loses loads of it throughout the stint. So the circuit is one where you do really need new tyres every time, and so that's what these guys have gone for. But Pim van Orten now, is he going to pull into the pit lane like we expect, or is he going to go for a miraculous 9 laps? No, he is not. He's going to pit in now, and that should be all fine for him. May well be getting out of that car. But we'll wait and see whether he does or not as he pulls into his pit box right now. Ludwig Ferro, I'm afraid, has not quite been as fast, especially in those changeable conditions where things were really quite rapidly changing all of the time. He wasn't as strong as some of his teammates have been, so that one with his Butch car may lose out a little bit of time.
I'm just looking around the field to see if there are any gaps closing. Adam Baldwin 7 seconds behind Patrick Peel. And he is dropping at time to Patrick, because that gap was sitting at about 5 seconds about half a lap ago, and is now closer to 7 seconds. Also got Adam Suresh currently sitting 8 seconds behind Gergely Egavari in the 1-2-3 car, but he's also seemingly dropping back, losing 4 seconds on the last lap.
Is also into the pit lane and pulls to a stop in his box. James Zuber gets back into second place because of all of that. Where's Pim Van Ark going to come out, though? Is he going to be ahead of Simcoe? Doesn't look like it. Probably behind Mugen as well, by the looks of things right now. As over the line comes Egavari, and that Simcoe car gets through, or does it? Van Ark just leaving the pit lane right now, so he's not that far behind that third place. Adam Suresh has lost quite a lot of time in the opening part of his stint. He really hasn't seemed that comfortable in that car. I'm not entirely sure what it is. He's normally very, very quick in that McLaren, but he couldn't do anything about that Simcoe car, just had to let it go away completely. And Pim Van Ark is now actually overcut him almost in these pit stop cycles, so that's rare to see from Adam Suresh, but he seems to be losing a bit of time.
You have to remember that with the overcut while you do have worse tyres and you lose time, you do also have a lighter tank of fuel, so if the driver has managed their tyres, they can really pump out some quick laps before they dive into the pits. And we did have rain not too long ago, so the track is still somewhat green, and the rubber will start to be getting laid down once again, and we won't be seeing too many insanely quick lap times at this point in the race, not until we get back into the morning stint, as the nighttime tends to be a little bit slower than the daylight laps. Adam Suresh now 3 seconds behind Chris Gonzalez, is a further 4.5 seconds behind Gergely Egavari in P3.
Ludovic Ferro has come out of the pit lane. He's actually not come out of the pit lane at all, because Mathieu de Krop has got into that car now. That's the third different driver for that car. I believe Ludovic Darquis started it, if I remember correctly. Although I may not be remembering quite correctly, but we'll wait and see. So de Krop just out in front of Patrick Piel, who may well start to catch him, because he is pulling away from Adam Baldwin, but that gap is fairly large. Well, the gap from Simcoe down to Mugen Sim Racing really isn't that big, really. There's some very small gaps there. So we'll see if Chris Gonzalez can indeed catch up to the car in front. I can't quite remember if Chris Gonzalez started that car or not in this race. I'll have a look to see if he did or not, but I can't really remember if he did. It could well have been, but it was so long ago that I've forgotten already. So there you are. Either way,
it would have been either him or Pim Van Ark, if I'm not mistaken, for the DSG Rookie Monsters.
I don't think Van Ark's been in here since the start, surely. 4 hours is a long time. Nearly 4.5 hours at this point.
Yeah, which is why I think it might have been Pim Van Ark who started the car for the Rookie Monsters. I think it was one of those two, because I don't think we've seen Paul Holt or Tony Jansen or Robert Ham out yet.
No, I don't think so either. I've not seen them this weekend in any official sessions, actually. We'll wait and see if they do indeed roll those guys out for a bit of a run out here at the moment. But we're in kind of that waiting period now, because after a pit stop cycle, it always takes a fair while for us to really work out what's going on afterwards, because the lap times are so long around here that it takes us ages to actually find a point in time where we've actually got lap times coming in, and we can figure out who's catching who and who's falling away, etc. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see on that one. But on that last lap, it seems that Adam Surridge was catching Gurgly Agaveri, which is quite rare, really. We didn't see that in the past, but now maybe Adam Surridge is getting acclimatised to that car again. The conditions will be a little bit different to when he last drove that car, so maybe that's what it is, and maybe he's finally finding his feet now.
Might start to be improving his pace, we'll see. Last time round for Gurgly was an 8:16.0, pretty much identical lap time to Chris Gonzalez, as Adam Surridge was able to gain about 2.5 seconds on the pair of them. So he's slowly closing in, currently sitting 4.3 seconds behind Chris Gonzalez. In fact, in the final sector, he took 5 seconds out of Chris Gonzalez last time round. So how he managed that, I'm not quite sure, but he took 5 seconds out of him nonetheless.
Gonzalez pitted, Van Aert pitted, so that's a little bit misleading. Although I think he's catching a little bit out there. So yeah, but still, the final sector time definitely is a little bit. The pit stops and the way they have just happened. So yeah, just looking up and down. What a battle I am keeping an eye on, and a car I'm keeping an eye on quite closely, actually, because their recovery drive has been quite brilliant, is Nello Pastoriano driving the 65 Satellite racing car. Both Satellite racing cars have had a dreadful start to the race, but ever since their issue, they whatever that may be for the respective car, they've been driving very, very well indeed. And so yeah, I think it's a fantastic performance so far from them, and yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing Nello Pastoriano, catching the Glam Racing car up in front, and that's going to be a battle going on for 11th position. Going to be a good fight, and they're not too far off the back of the field, to be honest, so I think a top 10 is very, very achievable for them.
They've got Jeff Van Island up in front of them, and he's only 14 seconds up the road last time round. Nello Pastorino took 5 seconds out of Jeff Van Island, and Nello Pastorino going to jump into the pits this time around. Also might be seeing some action for P13 in 10 minutes or so as ProSim close in onto Roman Jakubovic.
Good spots with that one, although I'm surprised Jakubovic is being caught because he is a very quick driver indeed. This is their first lap out of the pit lane for those guys, so we'll get a view at the end of this lap as to what they're up to in terms of their lap time. But at the moment, Darren Mocek's still leading. He's on his first full lap now since coming into the pit lane. And the battles for third are the ones that are closest. Simcoe just in front of Rookie Monsters, who are just in front of Mugen Sim Racing. And soon we're going to get a view on their second sector times whenever they roll around shortly. And yeah, that's going to be good for us to kind of see who's catching who, if anybody's catching anybody else. Because at this stage in the race, the pit stops are just happening all the time, and the last lap for each car isn't always the most useful.
That first lap on a cold set of tyres can be misleading, as we mentioned before, so do have to give it a bit of time. And the annoying thing is that waiting a couple of laps to see that lap time delta takes about 15 minutes, and it's one of the annoying things with the Nordschleife. If you're trying to work out tactics for your team, it takes a very long time to get the full picture of someone's pace and how things are going to develop.
Yeah, it's very difficult to count how things are going to develop really for us at the moment. James Zuber is about to come into the final couple of corners right now, and we'll see what lap time he's doing, just as a reference to kind of what the track conditions are like at the moment, because things are getting towards where they were earlier on. We saw a little bit of rain, but it wasn't enough for anybody to put on the wet tyres. It did cause a few nervy moments for everybody, and apparently offline there are still some damp patches. But it's an 8-minute 9.0 from James Zuber on that last lap. That was that car's fastest lap of the race so far, and only the second person to go under 8 minutes 10.
Good stuff from James Zuber. Let's see what Gurgly Agaveri can pull out. 8:14.7, so about 5.5 seconds slower. Chris Gonzalez at 9:31, but that's because he came out of the pits. And for Adam Surridge, apparently it's no lap time according to my timing sheet, so I'm not sure if he picked up an invalidation somewhere along the lap.
He may well have done, yeah, but now we are going to cross over to a bit of an interview because in the green room at the moment we have Cam Roger, and we'll just drag him up now. Yeah, welcome aboard, Cam, once again. We spoke to you at the end of qualifying, or midway through qualifying last night. Now we're into the race. How are things feeling within the Burst Esport camp at the moment? You're out front leading by a long way, so are things relaxed, or is it quite stressful in there at the moment?
Bit of a mixture of things, to be honest. We are obviously, got a comfortable lead, but nothing's ever too comfortable around here, so it is a little bit nervous. We've just put our two sort of best guys in at the beginning as well with Jen and David, so hopefully we're going to have a nice lead as we get towards the evening. I won't be getting in the car for a few more hours. We still got Casper. I think he's going to be getting in next as well. So, yeah, it's looking good. But this rain is certainly adding a little bit to the mix because it's a bit difficult when you jump in the car and you don't really know the conditions.
Yeah, how are you feeling watching that out there at the moment? Because you realise that, that car's leading and you're going to be getting in that car a little bit later on. So are you feeling the pressure a little bit to perform, given that you're in such a good position at the moment?
Well, it's actually quite funny. We were watching Henry Sinnick's stream earlier on, and after he had one of his spins in the first stint, his engineer came on and said, "Oh, don't worry about Burst. They've got Cameron getting in the car later." so I don't know whether to be offended by that or not. But yeah, it's all fun and games. No, I'm feeling fairly alright. So it should be okay. Obviously, one of the strategy points was obviously I am going to be slower than David, Casper, and Yene. So yeah, that's why obviously we're going to put myself in a bit later on when hopefully the gaps are a bit more spread out. But yeah, it's going good. It's going good so far. It's just this track is just pretty crazy. So yeah, when we get in that first outlap to learn the conditions is going to be a bit scary.
Yeah, it is certainly, with the track conditions changing the way they are. With regards to that and the weather that has been kind of rolling in and then rolling out again and changing a lot throughout the course of this race, as a team, would you rather that the rain kind of came over and just made things a little bit more difficult for everybody else, or would you rather it stayed away and kept things nice and dry, nice and simple for you all?
Yeah, it's a bit of a difficult one. Yeah, full wet conditions are very, very, very tricky indeed. So if we can... Because what's been doing is it's all been raining and stopping. So it hasn't really got above like 5-10% on-track wetness, really. Or much more than that anyway, for the most part. It's always stopped. So... yeah, I personally would prefer it to not be full wet because that is just quite tedious, but it will be quite interesting if that happens, because that will completely change the strategy as well, because the stint times will go much further, and maybe even get an extra lap because of the lack of fuel usage in that situation as well. So that would be quite an interesting one for the strategies. But for me, I hope it stays pretty dry with only maybe a sprinkling of wetness.
Yeah, let's hope that your wish will come true in that situation. But anyway, first of all, congratulations on the first few hours of the race, how things are going, and yeah, good luck to you and everyone down at Burst for the rest of the race.
Thanks, guys. You're doing a good job on comms, so keep it going.
Thanks very much. So yeah, there you go, Cam Roger from the Burst Esport team, currently leading in their Audi for this race, just about to complete another lap, incidentally, as well, as we come up to nearly 5 hours complete in the Nürburgring 24 hours. Battles going on are a little bit further down because Burst have such a massive leads. About a third of a lap at this point, ahead of Satellite Racing. James Zuber's in second, ahead of Simcoe in third. Then we've got Lucky Monsters fourth, ahead of Mugen Sim Racing in fifth. These battles are relatively close for the moment, but not side by side battles just right now. So it's it's kind of one of those tantalising battles where you can see the cars in front of you, but you can't actually get involved with them at the moment. And yeah, I'm sure there's some quite frustrated drivers driving in these cars at the moment. It'd be good to get a lap time view as to what Chris Gonzalez is doing at the end of this lap, but obviously we've got to wait just a few more moments' time. In about 2.5 minutes, he'll be crossing the line for the first time proper in this stint, and we'll see if he's making any impression on that Simco car in front of him.
And Adam Suraj stuck behind the 999 Rookie Monsters car. I think he's stuck. He's not really stuck behind them. He's at 2.9 seconds down the road, but it's always nice when you can see a car around you. It gives you a bit of company, and sure, you're in your different cars, but it's nice knowing that there's another driver on the same piece of tarmac as you. It makes you feel less lonely out on the track. It gives you something to focus on as well, rather than just having the track all to yourself, which can get rather boring after a couple of hot laps. So Gageli Gavari, Chris Gonzalez, Adam Suraj, the three of them separated by around 6 seconds, and they are starting to close each other down, and we'll see exactly by how much once Chris Gonzalez sets a representative lap time, his last time being that 9 minutes 31 seconds, and Adam Suraj we couldn't really see because he invalidated his last lap, which makes things even more pleasant.
Yeah, absolutely. It does make things a bit more tricky. But yeah, we'll think that,
Adam?
to be honest...
I'm sorry, Adam just had a bit of an off, I think. I don't quite know where he did that. It might have been... it was into one of the tight little chicanes, and he just ran wide over the grass.
Yeah, it looks like he's struggling out there a little bit. Not quite the driver we're used to seeing from Adam Suraj like we see in the EWC. So yeah, it's a bit of a strange moment in that one. Not entirely sure how to call it, as Nello Posteriano gets through on Jeff Van Island because the Glam Racing car is into the pit lane. So unfortunately we're not going to see that fight happen on the circuit, but that pass has happened, and Satellite Racing are into 11th place. Not far behind DIS Atoll Lab, who have just been into the pit lane as well. They're on an outlap at the moment, but we're through Gavin Kopfman onto the Dottingahur now for the three leaders battling for the podium spot here. 3rd, 4th and 5th all on the straight together, which is very, very close indeed between these three. Let's see, as you can, they're only one camera shot there, you can see on the straight. Bit of slipstream for the Corvette, although it's a bit distant at the moment. Chris Gonzalez is definitely catching the Simco car in front. They're about to complete lap number 34. The Simco car will be in on lap 35, so just one more lap to go after this one for Chris Gonzalez to close up to the back, and I think by the time he gets there, the car in front may well be coming into the pit lane, so he might not actually lose any time behind the McLaren, which he'll be pleased about, but he may have wanted the fight, and we certainly wanted the fight, which may well be taken away from us, unfortunately.
Well, last time around, Chris Gonzalez gained 2 seconds on Gageli Gavari, and is now 2 seconds behind Adam Suraj. Meanwhile, gained half a second on Chris Gonzalez and is now 2.8 behind. So you'd assume by the end of this lap Chris Gonzalez to be right on the rear end of Gavari, but we'll have to see whether he does lose any time. And Adam Suraj, meanwhile, will be slowly chipping away at the gap that Chris Gonzalez has, and this is the battle for P3 as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all very close, and a podium spot in this race is going to be very hard fought for. So all three of these teams are going to want to get there very badly. They're going to be in at the end of this lap, by the way. They're doing 7 lap stints at the moment. Burst G-Sport and Satellite Racing seem to be 2 of the only ones to actually manage to do 8 lap stints in this one. No, Satellite did do a 7 earlier on, but yeah, it's very bizarre. And there you go with Adam Suraj, and Adam Suraj in the virtual world is on your screen right now. The unhealthy head tilting that seems like the guy's got no neck, but yeah, anyway, he's driving out there pretty effectively as things stand. So yeah, enjoying watching Suraj try to close in on these guys, but looking at lap times, he was actually fastest of the 3. Chris Gonzalez caught Agavari by 1.8 seconds. Suraj caught the Simco car by 2.4, so he is actually going very quickly, and I think he's just finding his feet in this session once again. The track conditions have changed a lot in the last 2 hours when he wasn't in the car.
much drier now. Remember, we had that shower before, but now there's no signs of any puddles anywhere on circuit. It is bone dry. Last time round, David Morocek put in an 8:05.4, the fastest lap of the race so far. So I think that tells you everything you need to know about how quick the track currently is. There's the drivers, I believe that was through Hokkaido that they just made their way through.
Yeah, it seems that Morocek is still pushing, even though they are in win with a big lead at the moment. And so, maybe pushing so that he can compensate for when Cam gets in the car and inevitably loses some time. But obviously, I'm just joking. But anyway, it seems that Morocek and Simoncic are almost having a competition between themselves about who can go faster right now, because Morocek went relatively quick throughout the first part of the race, and then Simoncic went a little bit quicker, and now Morocek's come back in and he's gone a little bit quicker again. So maybe when the next driver gets in, they'll be pushing the envelope a little bit harder, but they've obviously got to keep it on the road in doing that all at the same time. And it's a big lead for Burst at the moment. They can be pretty relaxed with their situation, so I don't think they're going to be too stressed about the way things are going. It's gone fairly well, the first part of this race. I mean, it's hard to criticise anything they've done so far, and so just keeping it on the straight and narrow at this point, and they're in control of this race, definitely. I know Satellite very, very fast behind them. They're a very, very fast team, so they've got to watch out, certainly, but keeping it on the road and keeping it clean at this point is a lot more useful, really, than trying to go for fastest laps, as we've got a yellow flag in Sector 1. Satellite Racing. I think it's Satellite Racing who are off the road in Sector 1, and it is at Verstappen. They've gone off the road, and they've gone for a spin as well. James Zuber, trying to get back going again, has gone for a second spin. He's having to reverse now and try to get back going again quickly before the car behind comes up on them. And here he comes. Traffic is coming. Is there going to be contact? He's not going to realise they're hit, and the Simco car is going to go by on the outside line. In towards out of Verstappen they go, and the Simco car gets into second place. James Zuber makes one mistake and he drops back to third.
And hopefully James Zuber doesn't have any damage on his car, because he can look to fight back against the McLaren. But we've already talked about how much the Corvette struggles in a straight line against the McLaren. He's got Chris Gonzalez only 1.6 behind, and Chris Gonzalez can see the burst car. He would have been fed the information from his team that James Zuber has made a mistake. And Chris Gonzalez, we talked about how he might not be able to get past Gavari before the end of the lap, before Gavari jumps into the pits. They might be able to get past James Zuber before he pits.
Well, big drama. It's about 5 hours into this race as they go up towards and through Kesselchen at the moment. The McLaren a little bit better in a straight line, and it pulls away ever so slightly in the Satellite Racing car. Not entirely sure what happened. Think it was just a simple spin and a crash, but I don't know if there's damage or not on this Corvette at the moment. Let's not forget that the Simco car is going to be into the pit lane at the end of this lap time, and also Mugen Sim Racing are going to do the same. However, Rookie Monsters are still going to be out here by the end of this lap, so we are going to have a fight between those two Corvettes, which is going to be fantastic to watch.
So Adam Suresh and Gavari expected to pit at the end of this lap. Chris Gonzalez and James Zuber may stay out, but look at Adam Suresh. He is on the tail of Chris Gonzalez, and we have a four-way fight for P2. All four of your cars in one shot, McLaren versus Corvette. And you'd have to think that Adam Suresh will be able to fly past Chris Gonzalez on the Dottingen Hoa.
Yeah, absolutely. You just look at these four cars at the moment, separated by less than 5 seconds. We're nearly 5 hours into this race, and there's a fight going on for second place that is just this close. That is how great this race has been so far, and we knew that it would be from last year, which was a really fantastic race as well. We had battles deep into that one, and we're going the same again here, approaching the 5 hours complete in this race. Now, a lot of pressure being heaped onto Goegli Lee Agabari, who has got James Zuber right behind him. And of course, let's not forget, this has increased the lead for Burst, who will now continue to extend out that lead as this fight now also starts to take shape. Chris Gonzalez is going to want a piece of it. He's a little bit further back now. Might have made a small mistake because the Mugen Sim Racing car is not too far behind him, and with the straight line speed of that Corvette, he could be in trouble along the Duttinger. It's going to look like we're going to have two fantastic battles going down, two pairs of cars going into the Tiergarten. Two of them are going to be coming in, so the battles are going to be split up momentarily, but this is very, very exciting to watch.
And they're making their way through the Fandgarten and now getting closer and closer to the carousel. And it's all about that run through the Dottingenhohe and who can get it right.
Let's see. Gammon Kopf once again for these guys at the end of lap 34. Sorry, 35 it's going to be at the end of this lap. What's the run like for James Zuber out of the corner? It's a pretty good one. He's got slipstream from the McLaren, but has he got the straight line speed to do this? As you can see, all four cars in one camera shot, all fighting over second place. This is a fantastic fight between these guys. The McLaren starts to weave around, and James Zuber can't do anything because the straight line speed of that Corvette is just not good enough, I'm afraid, and he's not going to be able to get through on this occasion. He's stuck behind just for the moment, and he loses time. Even in the slipstream, he continues to lose time, which is just a remarkable thing to see. Normally in the slipstream, you see somebody closing up to the back of somebody else and making a move, but these Corvettes just can't.
And Seregi had a huge moment. What a moment, but he manages to catch it. That could have ended really badly, and Adam Seregi promptly enters the pit as expected, with 19 hours and 4 minutes on the clock.
Simco also, I believe, come into the pit lane, and yes they do, leaving the two Corvettes out there to battle it out between themselves, and we are hopefully going to watch them battle it out with Rookie Monsters maybe catching on satellite, who might have a bit of damage. We'll try and confirm that one for you if they do indeed or not. But we're nearly 5 hours into the race now. We've got some fantastic battles coming your way after this commercial break, so don't go anywhere. You're watching the GTR 24H Nürburgring 24 Hours.
Presented in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Leap Gaming, ESTV, and AMD Ryzen Radio.
Racing for Green is here to help you. Planting for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green web shop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Welcome back to the Nürburgring, where we are going racing for 24 hours this weekend at the Nürburgring-Nordschleife. It's been a fantastic race so far. We've had a couple of pit stops just as we went to outbreak there. Simcoe and Mugen both came into the pit lane absolutely on schedule, I might add, but it's created this amazing battle that you are seeing on your screens right now. It is incredibly close between Patrick PL, who is leading this train, Gurgly Agavary, who wants to get through, and Adam Sarej, who is the watching brief on in behind. This is absolutely fantastic to watch, Yusuf, as they go through on Verstappen. And yeah, about 8 minutes ago, this is where it all kicked off with Satellite Racing having that issue. It's created one heck of a situation that we've got right now, and it's very enjoyable to watch. You can't take your eyes off this stuff at the moment.
And don't forget, when James Zuber and Chris Gonzalez pits, they're going to feed out right into this as well. So it's all of a sudden going to become a five-way battle. And the cars are making their way down into Bergwerk now. And, well, we're getting closer and closer to the Kessel Shed, which is going to be the first real opportunity for Agavari to find a way through on the 313 of PL.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be difficult, but these guys are all in McLarens in the end, and the two new generation McLarens are in front right now, so we'll see which one has the better straight line speed. I think we worked out earlier that one of the older generation McLarens actually beat out a new one, so it really depends on a lot of things, really, doesn't it, at this stage. Through Kesselson they go, and up towards the very tricky left-hander where we've seen multiple cars go off in the past, but nobody is out of the race just yet. Everybody is still running in this one, which we're very grateful for, as there's a bit of a slide from Adam Sarej on that particular occasion. And meanwhile, in the background, by the way, Adam Baldwin is was catching both of all of these cars in front, so I think he might try and get involved in this one. We'll see if the pace allows, but a bit of defending had to be done there by Patrick PL into the carousel. Not an orthodox overtaking opportunity, but he decided to try it anyway. But it certainly seems that PL is not quite as fast as those two cars behind. He does seem to be forming a little bit of a train right now.
Agavari and Sarej are hot on his heels. Patrick PL last time round he was a second quicker than Adam Baldwin, so not too much between the pace of the two drivers, but Adam Baldwin will need to increase his pace ever so slightly if he wants to be able to close in onto these three as we make our way into the Hoa Ashta and now down the hill. And let's see if Agavari can close in. His next big opportunity to overtake will be out of the Galgenkopf and onto the Dottingen Hoa. And it's so important that Agavari doesn't make a mistake until he reaches that point.
Absolutely, he's just got to stay as close as he possibly can through this section, which is very high speed. Now they're just going to continue to build the speed, going up and down, almost as quick as you can say it here. Over the front, Scott, and they're going to go get four wheels in the air as always, and fly through this right-hander up the hill and change direction over the top of the crest. Very tricky change of direction there because of the way the undulations present themselves. They go through Schreiber tracks as well. They kind of get to the bottom of the hill and it remains flat for just a few moments time before they start to gently go down and then up again through this corner into the Kleiner carousel. They may well go through there as well now. And yeah, this is all over 5th place as things stand. Still a way to go until this is not for 5th place anymore, and it's going to become for 2nd. They are all catching Mathieu de Crop at the moment, who's not driving as well as I was expecting him to. I have to say, I thought he would do a little bit better, but he's not been able to do that just for the moment, and it's a little bit disappointing for him. So hopefully he can pick up the pace, but it would also mean we get a fantastic 4-way fight between these guys. But anyway, let's see if there are any moves into the Tiergarten. Is Patrick Piel going to have to do any defending? He does a little bit of weaving to try and break the slipstream, and that's when you know that the McLaren in behind is starting to gain a little bit, but it doesn't look like he's going to gain enough into these final chicanes.
Just too far behind his Ergavari. He came into the straight into the Dottingen-Hohen about half a second behind. He probably wants to be about 4/10 behind to be able to gain enough of an effect from slipstream to have a go, but he's still close enough and he might be able to have a go down into the hairpin if he can really close in on the start-finish straight. But sitting 4/10 behind, I think too far back is Ergavari.
Looks like it, and there's going to be no move into the Yokohama S. In terms of the pit stop strategy for these guys, they just make their way through turns 1 and 2. The next pit stops are going to come from Shiba, who are going to be in after 39 laps. Now, we've just completed lap number 36 in this race, so we've still got 3 laps to go until Chiba by Musto actually come into the pit lane, but also One Move Esports are going to be in on lap 40. We get into that point where the guys who are doing 7 laps to stint and the guys who are doing 8 laps are starting to converge, so Simco and the other team of Mugen really need to start clearing some of these guys because they want to get in front of One Move Esports by the time we get to that point at the end of the next stint. So an important race moment coming up really, with these McLarens only really able to do 7 laps a stint, which is a little bit bizarre because, you know, for example, Shiba by Musto are doing 8 laps a stint, however Simco are only doing 7. I wonder if that's a strategic call as he goes very, very sideways there. Just Agavari, who did very, very well to save it, but not able to capitalise there, the McLaren in behind.
You think he was pushing through the Warsteiner?
A little bit.
Well, that back end really stepped out as he got on the throttle through the left-right chicane. And we now make our way up into the Nordschleife part of the section. Oh, Nordschleife part of the circuit, off the Grand Prix layout. Through the left-hand and down towards Hatzenbach. And Ergavari 3/10 behind. Adam Suresh just watching this all unfold, just sitting behind for now. Chris Gonzalez within a second of James Zuber. He's slowly kind of closed in half a second on the last lap. And don't forget, Patrick Piel last time around gained 6 seconds on Mathieu Decro and is now 8 seconds behind. And probably by the time we make our way onto the Dottingen-Hohe, we'll be able to see the 31 One Move Esports car in the distance.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be very, very interesting indeed. Because that's quite a big margin to be catching by, really, especially considering Patrick Piel's time, which was fantastic on the last lap. Oh, it's out of control! And the Simco car goes for a big spin. That's an incredible save from Adam Suresh to not hit that car. That's unbelievable. Simco have managed to get things going again here, but I've no idea how Adam Suresh didn't cause a massive accident there, because Simco was spinning right in front of him and somehow he managed to avoid them. That was absolutely fantastic driving.
Well, Ergavari loses it through Floodplatz. Very easy place to lose it. You've been talking about that one pretty much all day long, Ewan. And we've seen it happen with Adam Suresh hot on his heels and Ergavari just pushing too hard. He was quicker than Piel, but he was just trying to stay on the rear end, maybe in the dirt, yeah, losing a little bit of downforce. And either way, Ergavari now finds himself over 6 seconds behind. And the critical thing for Ergavari and for Simco is that this incident has happened at the start of the stint. He's going to have to do another 5 laps with what has to be a damaged McLaren 720S.
is it that damage? I'll just have a look now to see.
Nearly walloped into the wall.
Oh yeah, there was big contact with the wall. Is the steering straight? Does it look okay?
It does look straight.
It looks all right, doesn't it?
I'm just trying to think, because it does look like you might be holding a teensy bit to the left just to keep it straight, but it might just have been due to the straight not being perfectly.
We are going to have to wait a very long time for a very straight, I'm afraid, for this circuit. So I'll monitor this Simcoe car, but that's not as you mentioned there. That's not the first time in that lap that the Simcoe car was a little bit loose on the rear end. There's something a little bit. I don't know if there's a little bit of damage that was kind of making that, but I don't remember seeing the Simcoe car that oversteery in the past, but apparently, it really is very, very loose on the rear end. Fortunately, now he might take it a little bit more carefully, but this is certainly the end of the podium run for the moment for those guys. I do believe, though, that is a bit right hand down. I know he's going slightly for a right-hander right now, but I think it's ever so slightly, maybe 5-10 degrees to the right-hand side for this driver now, and you're right, he's just come out the pit lane. It's going to be an awfully long stint if that is the case.
And there's a few reasons why we might have been seeing Gavari being a little bit more sideways through corners again. We talk about the dirty air, and it just means that because you're behind a car, you're not getting the fresh air, you're not getting all of the air onto your car. It's the air that's being kicked up by the car ahead, which won't be, let's say, uniform. So as a result, you might not be getting as much air pushing down the rear end of the car to keep the rear end on circuit. And that's why the rear end can sometimes be a bit loose. Even if the front end will turn in straight away, the front end's getting less air, then the rear end gets less air. But even if the front end's not getting as much air, it'll still turn in, but the rear end just becomes a little bit looser due to having less air pressure onto the rear wing.
Yeah, we've seen the effects of that just in the last few moments for Simcoe. Now, it's going to be very interesting to see if they come into the pit lane at the end of this run. Is that damage worth? Is it worth coming in at this point to repair it? What's going to hurt more, really? Is it going to be staying out for another 4 or 5 laps with this damage, or is it going to be, hitting now and possibly ruining your strategy and possibly making an extra pit stop in this race? But not a good moment at all. It was really putting the pressure on to Patrick Piel, and that's an interesting moment really, because the last time Simcoe and Sheba came together, it was the Sheba car that came off worse, and this time I'm afraid it's the number 1, 2, 3 that has really come unstuck in this race. And it's a shame for them. They've gone for a spin, but it's definitely not their race over by any means.
In fairness to Gavari, he's keeping the car within 9 seconds of Adam Suraj, so he's not losing too much time to the number 2 car, and that's exactly what he has to do. If he can nurse this car despite the damage and keep it within a certain distance of Adam Suraj's Mugen Sim Racing as well. Gavari taking a trip to the grass might not be the way to stay within 9 seconds.
No, possibly not in this one. I believe there's going to be one more lap after this one for Satellite Racing, who are just about to come over the line with James Zuber, and Chris Gonzalez excuse me, is not too far behind at the moment. So over the line they go one more time. It was an 8-minute 14.0 from Zuber and 8-minute 13.9 from Gonzalez. So very, very close between the two of them, but not that much gained in terms of a lap time there from Chris Gonzalez. So this battle between the two Corvettes is starting to bubble up ever so slightly, but it doesn't look like Gonzalez is burning to get through in the next couple of moments.
Meanwhile, Patrick Piel, who gained 6 seconds on Mathieu Decroix, is now within 4 seconds of Mathieu Decroix, and you can clearly see Mathieu Decroix up ahead on the Dottingen Hoa as we make our way into or up towards Tiergarten. And with just 4 seconds, next time round, you'd have to think that Patrick Piel should be right on the rear end of Mathieu Decroix through Galgenkopf and be able to make a move for what is P4 in the race.
They should be able to, yeah, but it's only going to be 2 more laps out there for One Move Esports before they come into the pit lane. So we are going to get at least 1 lap of battling between those guys. Mathieu Decroix over the line he goes, and it's an 8 minute 17.1, almost identical to what he did on the lap before that, and it's an 8:11.0. Patrick Piel is driving fantastically at the moment. He's got the pace for second place in this race right now. Team Shiba by Musto have made an extra stop in this race, let's not forget, after damage they incurred after an incident with Giuseppe Pastore when he was driving. Now, that car is really recovering and taking Adam Serrej with it as well, so fantastic driving at the moment from Patrick Piel, and we are going to see a fight between OneMove and Team Shiba by Musto by the end of this lap, I think. And yeah, that's just a great story for Team Shiba by Musto. If they were able to do this, I think they can get back up into second place by the end of this stint.
Well, the interesting thing is, Patrick Piel was losing a whole bunch of time to Adam Serrej and Ergavari. Then Ergavari had that moment, and it's almost like Patrick Piel says, oh, okay, I guess I can go fast now then. So maybe he was able to, steal some of the rear downforce from Ergavari, just slap it onto his own car.
Prosim, I'm afraid, stopped in sector and they got back in the garage. I think there's a DNF for Prosim. I also think there's a DNF for the number 16 Mugen Sim Racing car, because I've not seen them out in the last few moments either. So it looks like we've got a couple of people DNF'd at the moment. We'll have to get confirmation from somebody about those cars, because I'm not entirely sure whether they're DNF'd for good or just temporarily in this race. But yeah, that's not nice to see for Prosim, who had such a great start to this race. They were battling in for the top 5 positions, but I'm afraid it's all fallen apart a little bit now for those guys, and Prosim are way down there, down in 14th position behind Roman Jukovic, who's gained another place out of all that.
Yeah, Patrick Piel now 3 seconds behind Mathieu Decroix, but we have seen quite a few incidents so far. The dysfunctional team racing, they had their fair share of incidents in the opening few hours, and now I believe Justin Elmore at the wheel in the 126 car down in P16, and Gabo Hevesi already DNF'd. Prosim now DNF. They're going to drop down the order, might allow Artem Shulaev and Justin Elmore to jump ahead. Elmore about 3 laps behind, which equates to nearly half an hour. It's a huge amount of time to be 3 laps down at the Nordschleife.
Yeah, exactly. It's about 25 minutes, as you say. So, yeah, a big recovery needed for those guys. But it doesn't look like it's going to be the race win on this occasion for them. But yeah, it doesn't mean they can't have a good race and a good recovery, as Mathieu Decroix goes into Arenberg at the moment. Just a little bit squirrely on the braking, but Patrick Piel is really starting to bear down on him as they go down the hill now towards Adenauer Forest. And he's going to be in at the end of this lap, by the way, Patrick Piel, I'm pretty sure. The Satellite Racing are going to be in. It'll be the end of lap 39. And so, if I'm correct anyway, I'll just refresh the timing anyway. And find out. No, it's going to be 2 more laps for these guys, excuse me. There were a couple more laps for us to enjoy these battles. Patrick Piel really closing on Mathieu Decroix. And yeah, it's going to be 2 more laps at the line for Mathieu Decroix. So we're actually a lap shorter in the cycle than I initially anticipated. But either way, we're well into these recognisable cycles now where guys come into the pit lane at times we expect them to, and you can almost predict with your eyes closed when they're going to come in. It becomes metronomic at a point in an endurance race, and the positions do continue to change and the drama continues to unfold in front of our eyes. But yeah, it does fall into a recognisable pattern. But we're on board with, or I'm on board with Patrick Piel at the moment, really closing in on Mathieu Decroix in the Audi in front. And you can't imagine that this pass is going to take very long if you consider how quickly he's been able to catch up to the back of the Frenchman.
And he's been gaining by about 5 seconds a lap on the last few laps, as Patrick Piel 6 seconds I think was the amount that he gained on the last lap to the 31 OneMove Esports car, as we make our way down towards Bergwerk. And for Patrick Piel, it's all about lining up the move for when they head down onto the Dossingen-Hohe. Maybe you could even have a look through the Kesselchen, which they're making their way into now, but he's too far behind to really close in. Either way, only a second separating these two, and Adam Serej a further 2.5 seconds behind.
Yeah, absolutely. not too far, and if these two begin to fight, then there certainly could be a battle on between those two as well. As we go towards the carousel now, left-hander, and then we're going to do the right-hand hairpin and then the carousel itself. And by that point, Patrick Piel probably going to be right on the back of Mathieu de Groot as these guys battle over what is 4th place on the road right now. Chris Gonzalez and James Zuber just up the road slightly, but this is a much closer battle, and Piel is closing at a much more efficient rate, much higher rate than what Gonzalez is doing, which is just a few tenths a lap. Very, very well matched over a lap with the car in front of James Zuber. They're up to Hellrack they go, and now we're going to see a very, very exciting part of the track. And De Groot is going to be very, very scared looking in his mirrors here. They're going to plunge downhill very, very shortly, and it's going to be a very fast section of the racetrack that Mathieu de Groot has to defend from Patrick Piel from, and Piel's going to stay as close as he possibly can to at least try and make the move through the dotting hurt, or even maybe before that.
Yeah, through Ripperman they go, and down towards Brunchen, and to the left-hander that leads into the tight right-hander of Brunchen, and back on the power, keep on going downhill, another right-hander before you make your way down towards the ice curve. You can use so much of the track up, and then now back down the hill as you'll make your way into Flansgarten, and this is just such a fast, high-speed part of the circuit, and it's just taking every corner as it comes, getting a bit of airtime as you jump down the hill. You just need to keep your eye on the car ahead, just make sure he doesn't make any mistakes so you don't clatter into him if he does have a moment. And all the way down as we make our way towards the Kleines carousel.
Impressive pace at the moment from Patrick Piel, isn't it, really? Nearly as fast as the race leaders Burst Esport. They're at a similar moment in their stint, really, and he's just showing what kind of pace he's got right now, right on the back of the Audi. And as they go into Gaubenkopf, there's only one winner of this battle in my mind anyway. Patrick Piel is probably going to get through here unless De Groot can do some very good defending. It's not a bad exit from the Audi. He goes defensive, 6 to the left-hand side. Look at the pace of that McLaren, goodness me. In a straight line, it's an absolute rocket ship. And Mathieu de Groot already has to tuck into the slipstream because the straight line speed of that McLaren just overpowers the Frenchman. And through goes Patrick Piel into 4th place. That was quite astonishing, actually. The exit he got off Gaubenkopf, and then the slipstream, the straight line speed, it all came into one, and that's an absolute rocket ship in a straight line. Just look at the way he's pulled away on that straight. Into the Tiergarten they go, and there's absolutely no chance of reply for Mathieu de Groot either.
Up to 273 kilometers an hour is what Mathieu de Groot hit, when he was tucked into the slipstream of Patrick Piel. And now it's Adam Zaresh who'll be searching for a way through. He's tucked in behind the Audi and surely has a look down the inside into turn 1. And he's got the job done before the braking zone.
Trying to hang it around the outside here, Mathieu de Groot, but nothing doing really as they go into the Yokohama S. He couldn't really hold on, and that was good work from the Team Schuler, Musto and the Mugen Sim Racing cars because they needed to get in front, really, of Mathieu de Groot, and that's exactly what they have done. In the background, Simco are catching the One Move Esports car as well, in a way that they were before the actual accident that they had, so I believe that car is not very damaged, so I think that they're all right. Remarkably, I think that they've got away with one there. But we've completed another half an hour in this race. It's time for us to take another commercial break, so we'll be back in a couple of moments' time with more racing from the Nürburgring-Nordschleife. You're watching the Nürburgring 24 Hours by GTR24H, and we will be back very shortly.
The GTR 24H Nürburgring 24 Hours is presented in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Leaf Gaming, ESTV, and AMD Ryzen Radio.
1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. Be racing with your racing, carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Big drama back at the Nürburgring with Adam Serej in the number 2 Mugen Sim Racing car having no rear wing, and he's trying to get back to the pit lane as quickly as possible with a very, very damaged car indeed. So this is a big moment once again with regards to this race. He's into the wall again, and this is at Kesselchen. Now I'm unsure as to where he actually went off and what happened to him. Yusuf's trying to find the moment for us so that we can actually see what happened to Adam Serej in that one. But big drama once again back at the Nürburgring. Unfortunately, he's been off again, and that is a real shame to see. Very, very disappointing for Mugen Sim Racing, who started so well, but by the end of this hour, I don't think they're going to have either car inside the top 10.
Yeah, it's such a shame for Adam Serej. He was driving well. Now, we don't know where he's dropped it, but that is a huge shunt. I'm just thinking, was this a Flugplatz? Was he another Flugplatz victim?
I feel like we would have noticed earlier if it was Flugplatz. I think it was a little bit like, it might have been, what's it called? Versteifen again. Quite possibly. We're hearing that it was down towards Kalmhard.
I found the incident. Where is this? That's into Metzgersfeld. And he's just completely lost it.
Went a little bit, whoa, yeah. Oh dear. Back straight into the wall, and then front end as well.
Yeah, and well, that's halfway around the track, give or take, so a long way back to the pits. He still hasn't made his way back to the pits. He's trying to work his way down through Brunchen now, I think.
Yep.
And up towards Ice Curve.
Oh, what a shame for them. Shame for Mugen Sim Racing. who've not long been in the pit lane. But yeah, they're going to be back in now, I'm afraid, and they're going to be dropping down maybe outside of the top 10 unless they can get back quickly. As James Zuber comes into the pit lane as well for satellite racing, although that is a scheduled stop on this occasion on lap 39. Oh, EIS SR Lab. What's happened to those guys? Down in 10th position at the moment. They're back going again. It looks like they've been off at the Hassenbach. Lots of drama happening with 5.5 hours complete nearly.
So more and more incidents coming through in the, what is this, the 6th hour of the race, and well, the 7th hour I think is the correct term. Chris Gonzalez 1.4 seconds behind James Zuber, has not really been able to close up by too much. He's been gaining roughly, I want to say about a 10th a lap or so, but it's not really enough to, gain a significant amount, and he's just over a second behind James Zuber. You can actually barely see James Zuber, so I'm just wondering if my timings have decided to be out of sync again, and whether James Zuber has pitted. Yes, James Zuber has pitted, so Chris Gonzalez has a clear air ahead of him.
Yeah, he does indeed, as Mathieu de Croc gets through on Patrick Piel. One of them is in the pit lane, Patrick Piel's in, and that is on schedule as well on lap 39 for Team Sheila by Musto, but Adam Surridge is also going to be in here very shortly. I'm afraid he's taking a very long time to get back to the pit lane because his car's very, very damaged, and to be fair, he has done a decent job with no rear wing. I thought there were multiple times he was going to actually lose the car, and he's been able to keep it going, but you can't keep it going on forever.
Steering wheel.
Yeah.
Look at the angle of the steering wheel on the Dottingen Hoa. He's got that at about, a 15-degree angle. And he's still carrying the car at 250 kilometers an hour, which is, what's that, about 160? 170 miles an hour? Oh no, he's lost it. He's lost it through Tiergarten, and he loses the rear end, and that goes around for, what was that, 450 or so?
Oh dear.
No rear downforce in the car.
Yeah, needs to be a little bit careful that he doesn't collect anybody else, but I think it's going to be all alright now. And he's going to be able to get back to the pit lane in short enough order. So Adam Baldwin's going to get through here, and this is going to be all fine for Adam Baldwin because Surridge is into the pit lane now. Baldwin gets up into 7th place, and considering the start that the Deuces Motorsport Club had, this is not a bad result right now at all. They're up into 7th place, considering they were down in 14th earlier on. They'll be very pleased with that, I think.
Yeah, also Jimmy Nisler at the wheel of the 64 Burst eSport car, and he's currently 6 seconds behind Mathieu de Croc, and we'll see whether he'll be able to close in that gap. This is a battle for P3, don't forget. Still waiting for Chris Gonzalez to eventually make his pit stop for the DSG Rookie Monsters.
Also waiting for Mathieu de Croc to make his at the end of this lap, which we are expecting at the end of lap 40, but apparently Guillaume Mas was saying in the YouTube chat that their car is damaged, which is why we saw Mathieu de Croc get absolutely minced on the straight. It did look a little bit strange, I have to admit. Yeah, fortunately it was just damage involved in that one, and the straight line speed isn't that big of a difference between the two of them. Yeah, there you go. One Movie Sport's going to hope to get that damage repaired in the next few minutes, but Nisler's probably going to catch de Croc before they get into the pit lane.
Also, Nello Pastorino in the 65 car is closing in to DIS SR Lab, and they're currently 3.8 seconds behind. They gained 20 seconds in the first sector, so I believe DIS have some damage to their car as they make their way down into the first of the carousels.
They made a mistake to DISSR Lab, and that was where we saw a yellow flag not so long ago. That explains that one as they go up towards Horact at the moment, and by the end of this lap, Pastoriano is probably going to be right near the 45 car and knocking on the door of a top 10 as Adam Surridge leaves the pit lane now. He's in front, well, he's rolling again. He's going to be in front of Matt Burgin, who's driving the R&R Brixie Esports team, and they were well down the order earlier on in this race, and they've done a fantastic recovery as well. Lots of fantastic recovery drives so far in this race.
Up the hill through Wittmann right now for Pastorino, and down into towards Brunchen.
Look how he's catching.
He's catching so quickly. Pastorino now within a second. I think he's going to get the move done onto the Dottingen Hoa. Down into ice curve, pardon me. And now up over the crest and start making your way down the hill towards Van der Garten. Van der Garten being this, I believe it's this right-left sequence of corners here. And then back down the hill, completely flat, before you make your way up towards the Kleines Carousel.
This isn't going to take very long at all for Pastoriano. He might even get through into the carousel here if he looks to the inside, but not quite on this occasion. The 45 stays in front and gets a little bump very nearly out of the Kleine Carousel, and now through into Gaumenkopf they go at the top of the hill. Pastoriano might try and even stick it down the inside here if he wants to, although not quite. He's going to wait for the straight, which may not be the best idea because that Corvette and the way it's not had the strongest straight line speed of all of the cars. It just cannot get through, can it? The slipstream there just does not do anything for this Corvette. Surely into the Tiergarten he's going to make a dive or something, but this is quite remarkable to witness. Somebody in the slipstream, dead in the tow, but completely unable to get any closer to the car in front. I don't think I've seen anything quite like it for a very long time. As they go into the Tiergarten, here we go. Is there going to be an audacious dive bomb? Because he's not going to get through it in any other way. And no, there is not. So Pastoriano's forced to stay behind for a little bit longer.
And this is the issue with the Corvette, is what we've been talking about all race long. You know, if you're stuck behind, especially if you're stuck behind a McLaren, you just can't get through. I remember back when we were commentating on the Sprint Series, Ewan, it used to be the Audis that no one could get past, you know, just flying along down the straights in on ACC, and just no one could get past them. And now it seems to be the same case, but with the McLarens here at the Nordschleife.
Yeah, it does seem to be that way for the moment. Yeah, it still doesn't make it any less bizarre. I've never seen anything quite like it, really. But there we are. Nose to tail again through turn 4, a little bit wide from DISSR Lab, and this is the opportunity now for Nello Pastorino to get through. Is he going to be able to do it though? It's not a bad run onto the straight from the McLaren, and he's going to go for the outside line, but too wide. Oh dear. The 45 onto the grass and slightly onto the gravel. He loses 10th place, and DISSR Lab are outside of the top 10.
Well, there we go. IS to drop outside of the top 10. We kind of saw that one coming for a little bit, but eventually the move does occur. And, well, let's see if the IS can pick up the pieces, start working their way back up the order.
Let's see as well. I believe Burst Eastbrook would have been into the pit lane at the end of that lap, although I didn't see it happen. They're so far in front, they probably were in. Team Rookie Monsters also into the pit lane right now, and so that is expected. One Move Esports also expected to come into the pit lane at the end of this lap. Now, we know this car is damaged. Neil Mas earlier on came into the YouTube chat telling us about the damage that has been sustained by this Audi. So will the Corvette be able to overtake now? Because the Audi is damaged and down on straight line speed. Maybe the Satellite Racing Corvette can get through, or maybe it can't. This is Jimmy Nisler we're on board with at the moment. Is he going to be... No way through still for Nisler. It's not going to matter, because one we're going to be into the pit lane at the end of this lap, but... Wow. I've never seen a car struggle so much in straight line speeds.
There you go.
It's really, really strange.
In fairness, I do think Mathieu Decroix has a lot less fuel in the car. I think he's pitting at the end of the next lap, right? And Jimmy Nisler has only been out for 1 or 2 laps with his current tank of fuel. So there is also that aspect that needs to be considered. And there you go, Mathieu Decroix coming in. So there might be about a 50 kilo, or actually I think a 30 kilo difference in car weight as well. That's also having an impact.
It may be having an impact, yeah, you're right, with this one, as Gonzalez is rolling down the pit lane now. How far behind Nisler is he? Comes down now, and he's further behind than he was before. here in the Team Rocky Monsters car. Is there a new driver in that car?
It's Tony Jansen.
It is indeed. Tony Jansen is now, and we've had a number of driver changes actually, so we'll just go through those in a couple of moments' time. Yeah, Team Rocky Monsters are into third. Simcoe are in fourth place. Ahead, where is Giuseppe Pastore? He's a long way back. How did that happen? Have I just forgotten something, or...?
313. He should have only been about 12 seconds behind Matthew Ducrow after their off that they had. So, did they have a pit stop as well as Adam Baldwin and Martin Militay? Now, Matthew Ducrow, with his pit stop, should be back out relative to Giuseppe Pastore about 10 seconds up the road.
Confused me a little bit. Maybe I've completely forgotten about something that happened.
I think Pastore had just picked up. I think that was all.
Yeah. You could be right on that one. About 30. Yeah, you're right. They came in not one lap ago. So that was the first out lap for Pastore. He's out in front of Mathieu de Crop, and that means when Simcoe come in, whenever that's going to be, then things might get interesting again between those guys. But going slowly, Artem Shaluov of Unison Racing and Justin Elmore as well, I believe, going slowly. Looks like someone has had an accident out there at the moment. Not entirely sure who it is. Could be dysfunctional racing team. It looks like Justin Elmore's been off again, I'm afraid. It's not been the greatest race for them, but it is a challenging circuit, a challenging race. And it looks like that Elmore's been caught out by that one on this occasion, I'm afraid.
Matt Bergen currently 17 seconds behind Martin Militay, running on board with Gavari, who's 5 seconds behind Tony Jansen. And we'll be looking to close in onto the Rookie Monsters car after Kergely's off, I think it was about 6-7 laps ago when he was running with the likes of Mathieu Decroix and Giuseppe Pastore battling for position.
Yeah, he might well have come out in front, or at least nearer to the Rookie Monsters and Satellite Racing cars. Because if you remember, he was right behind Satellite Racing before that before that spin. So yeah, that's a long way back now. But we'll see if they can do it. 8:14.3 last time around, and that was the fastest lap of everybody apart from Burst on that lap. So not a bad lap time from them. Yeah, it's a difficult moment in the race really for us to gauge where people are in relation to others, because the last laps are all ruined due to the fact they're all on out laps at the moment, or have just completed out laps, which doesn't help either. But into the pit lane, Martin Militay again. Martin Militay's in again.
Very early start. So did they not fix whatever damage was on the Mugen Sim Racing car?
I don't know. Surely they must have fixed it, but RLR Abruzzi Esports have followed them in. It could be damage again for Martin Militay. Not entirely sure what's gone on there, but they're into the pit lane again, and they're rolling again. Martin Militay is back out there with the RLR Abruzzi Esports car still stationary, so Militay will get up into 8th place and stay there for a little bit longer. But is Militay getting out? No. So it wasn't an issue with him or his wheel or anything like that. That is a bizarre one.
Very strange to see. Because it was Adam Suresh who lost the rear wing on the McLaren, had to come into the pits, and now it's Martin Militay who brings it into the pits just a mere 1-2 laps after Adam Suresh had nursed the McLaren into the pits. So either way, not looking good for Mugen Sim Racing.
No, not really. So it looks like one of their cars actually out the race is number 16, which will be a shame after only 28 laps in this one. It looks like they're not moving anymore. I'm not entirely sure, but I've not had that retirement confirmed. However, it looks like It's got all the signs of a retirement for me. So that would be a shame to see that car, but it gives another couple of cars a chance to get inside of the top 10, like the RLR Abruzzi Sports number 15, Matt Berger is there. They started a long way down, and they've had a fantastic recovery, as well as Nello Pastorino, who, well, it was Ian Pfeiffer at the time, who had an accident and a bit of damage. But they've been on the recovery drive ever since as well. But they're into the pit lane, as well as DISSR Lab, who are in after 40 laps, which is on schedule for those guys as well.
I'm still waiting for a few people to pit so that everyone's strategies can start to even out. We can see where everyone is relative to each other. Of course, we won't really know perfectly until about an hour before the end of the race, and then we'll kind of know who's going to go for a late splash and dash, and still so much can change at the moment. Jimmy Nisela, Tony Jansen and Gergely Egavari separated by around about 12 seconds between the three of them, and that is from second down to a fourth place.
Slam Racing are about to get inside of the top 10 for the first time today, which is a fantastic drive from those guys. Henrik Hoyer is currently driving at the moment, and they've just passed DISSR Lab and Nello Pastorino of the Satellite Racing team to get himself into the top 10, which is an absolutely brilliant result for them so far. But obviously they've got to stop again, and things are going to change and change again throughout this race. But still, it's very good to see for those guys to get inside of the top 10 for the first time. And now I can't think of very many cars that haven't been inside of the top 10 at any point throughout this race. I think the 777 Unison Racing car and the 126 Dysfunctional Racing team are the only two cars that haven't been inside the top 10 yet. It's really been changing around an awful lot this race.
That's why when you start a race, you just you don't have to do well in your first stint. Just stay out for a lap extra, just so that you can say that you were leading the race at one point.
That's a good point. Sometimes you get points for leading laps in some series, but obviously this is not a series, and you don't get it in the EWT. So there you are. But
I know they
no,
have
you
that in the British Touring Car Championship. If you lead an entire lap, you get a bonus point.
I didn't realise that, but makes sense. Used to get them in NASCAR as well. I don't know if you still do. But obviously points don't matter very much in NASCAR anymore with where the playoffs work. But anyway, that's another discussion for the middle of the night. I hope you're noting them down at home. We might get around to it.
NASCAR like 300 points for winning a race, so I doubt like 1 point for...
well, it used to be. It's like 40 now, but one win kind of trumps everything. One win trumps points completely. But yeah, as I said, that's a whole nother ball game completely. Proverbially.
And I apologise if I offend any NASCAR fans, but
you don't find it very exciting?
Not talk about NASCAR, to be honest.
I'd rather not. Yeah. Well, I actually quite like it, but there you go. We won't talk about it.
Wow.
So there you are. Jimmy Nisler on the last lap, then 8:13.2 for him. Just pulls away slightly from Gergely Egavari, who is in fourth place, and we'll see what Giuseppe Pastore can do on this lap as well, because he's been out there on his first full lap after a pit stop right now, heading towards the Tiergarten, and not that far behind is Mathieu Ducrot, although they are on slightly different strategies. The fact that one move are doing... Oh no, they're not on different strategies, sorry, they're just pitting one lap. Shiba are pitting one lap earlier than one move Eastport, but that is the only difference really between the two strategies. Let's see what Giuseppe Pastore can do here. We saw him a little bit earlier on for the first 3 hours. He's let somebody else drive for a couple of stints. And now he's back into the car right now. Over the line he goes. It's an 8:15.3, and I'm afraid they're not catching the three in front. So yeah, it looks like that's a bit of a shame. When Simco come into the pit lane earlier, as they do, doesn't look like they're going to be out in front of the McLaren, even if they were when this pit stop cycle started. They were in front of Simco. I don't think that's going to be the case anymore.
However, this does mean that Mathieu Ducrot is closing in onto Giuseppe Pastore. 2 seconds quicker in the middle sector, nearly a second quicker in the final sector, and the two are only separated by 6.5 seconds. Another place we might be seeing a battle is for P2 with Tony Jansen now less than 6 seconds behind Jimmy Nisler, and he's been gaining by about half a second per sector. Obviously, yeah, the Nordschleife, that's not a huge amount, but chipping away at the deficit that he currently has.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll keep monitoring that gap as it comes down or indeed goes out, depending on what happens. We'll update you on all of the driver changes then that have happened in the last round of stops, because it was a flurry of action we've had in the last couple of moments. Jimmy Nisler is in for James Zuber, who was in the Satellite Racing 64. Tony Jansen has got into the Rookie Monsters car for the first time. Giuseppe Pastore, as we've just mentioned, is now driving for Team Schubert. And Martin Militai has also changed for Adam Sharej, who unfortunately had that accident, was the end of his stint. But other than that, most drivers are the same. We're getting to that point in the race where people aren't changing drivers all at the same time anymore. It's kind of changing every now and then, and on every odd occasion, really. It's not really a set pattern to the race anymore. We're that kind of deep in. We're nearly a quarter of the way through the race already, and we've kind of left the kind of set pattern that we used to have, and now it's just kind of all over the place, people getting out and getting in when they like.
Might not quite be when they like, but at least to us it's starting to appear like a bit more random. It's just like one driver saying, yeah, you know what, I'm done, I can't be arsed with this, I'm too old for this. Just jumps out of the car. So like, you get in now, go and see what you can do. But for those people tuning in, we are nearly a quarter of the way through the 24 hours of the Nordschleife, and it is at the 94 of Burst Esports, who currently lead by a whopping 4 minutes over Jimmy Nisler. And that's when things get close, because from Jimmy Nisler down to Tony Jansen and Gagali Gavari in P3 and P4 respectively, you've got just over 12 seconds separating them, and the gap is coming down with each passing lap.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll get a better view as to what those gaps are as they come across the line in the next few moments. But for now, we will just have to watch and wait with bated breath, really, as to how these battles are going to turn out. Well, we are nearly a quarter of the way through this race, somewhat remarkably, and it's quite remarkable how we've managed to do that. 9 minutes away from 18 hours remaining in this race. It's time for us to take another commercial break, but don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a couple of moments with more racing from the 24 hours of Nürburgring.
The GTR 24H Nürburgring 24 hours is presented in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Leap Gaming, ESTV, and AMD Ryzen Radio.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals, and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor, or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is...
Welcome back to the GTR 24H Nürburgring 24 hours, where we are just about 6 hours in to this one, 18 hours still to go. David Mocek on the last lap set the best lap, of anyone so far, with a 8-minute 5.4. Very, very impressive from him indeed. 4 minutes and 6 seconds back from him, it's Jimmy Nisler in second position, in front of Tony Jansen. Then we've got Gergely Agavry, Giuseppe Pastore and Mathieu de Crop. Adam Baldwin is the last guy on the lead lap with this one, because Martin Militine, another 2.5 minutes back, is no longer on the lead lap for those guys. But yeah, we've had some lap times come in from some of these guys now, which is good news for us. It means we can finally see where things are going. Jimmy Nisler is fastest of those three, battling over second place, and Gergely Agavry is actually in the pit lane right now. I didn't notice that, so he's going to be dropping back, and he's going to drop way down now, even behind Juicy's Motorsport Club. That's the way things normally go, and any damage that he may have incurred from that accident earlier on, he's going to get repaired right now.
And hopefully it can get repaired as quickly as possible, so as not to affect their race, because we are in for a pretty close battle for that second place spot in the race. As I'm running on board with DIS as they make their way through Arenberg, and DIS currently trailing to Ryan Nash in the 65 car by a total of 7 seconds, so that gap can definitely be closed. The second VRS satellite racing car currently sitting in the final top 10 positions.
Yeah, it does indeed, and considering where they were a long time ago, it's a good result for them right now, but whether they can keep it or not is another issue. Glam Racing and Henrik Hoyer are, I thought, catching the DIS SR Lab car, but it doesn't seem that they are actually. So maybe not in this one. We'll wait and see. But the lap time's coming over the line. Adam Baldwin is just about behind the Simcoe car there. You can see in the background when we're watching the number 1, 2, 3. He's in the background. So yeah, not able to get on terms for the moment, but you never know. The man from the United States could close down on Tamas Kesh, who is driving now, and it's for the second time. So we're seeing some of these drivers now. Well, Mocek was one of the first to get in for the second time, but most of these drivers now who are getting in have already been in the car once, and they're kind of getting round on the rotations, especially if you're not going to be doing the night stint. Then getting around the rotations right now is kind of what stage of the race we're at, really.
Now, Adam Baldwin is within 3 seconds of Tamas Kesh, who has just made his pit stop. So let's see if Adam Baldwin can close in to the 1, 2, 3 car. As to be honest, I think he should have the pace to be able to close in. And the 74 of pardon me. I forget, the 74 car is not actually appearing for me on my screen. Oh, Deuce's Motorsport Club, there we go. Deuce's Motorsport Club closing in on to the 1, 2, 3 of Simcoe.
Yeah, so when are they going to be coming in next is my next question. They're going to be in 2 laps time, now, Juices, so they've got a little bit of time to try and catch up to the Simco car in front, but after that it's going to be into the pit lane. It's just about winning your strategy at this point in the race, not worried about back timing the race. It's kind of too soon for that kind of business, especially at the Nürburgring. I think that back timing needs to happen a little bit later on. I guess it's the kind of thing that you do when the sun comes up, really, rather than not when the sun is going down. Yeah, for the moment, these guys just running their strategies, running their tanks dry every time, hitting every time, and then putting new tyres on every time. There's not much in terms of tyre strategy, fuel strategy to do at this point in the race. It's just about getting through your stints, doing the laps, and getting through your driver rotation, as that was a big moment for Adam Baldwin at the top of the hill there.
Yeah, as they make their way into the Adenauer Forst, and Adam Baldwin's really struggling, but then again, Tamas Cash knocking up a whole bunch of dirt on the exit of the Adenauer Forst as they make their way through Metzgersfeld, and then it'll be down towards Kallenhard, and still just under 3 seconds separate the 2 drivers.
Nick Newcomb making a good point in the chat here. We talk about this almost every single 24-hour race. Adam Baldwin, given the fact that he's on the west coast of America, is actually 9 hours behind the Central European time, I believe, which is the race was to start at about 3 a.m. So it's very early. It's really quite early in the morning for him at the moment. 8 o'clock in the morning, I think, right now. No, that's not right, is it? That's 11 hours behind. Anyway, whatever. Might be right the first time. It doesn't matter. My maths is not great. It's failing me a little bit right now. But either way, Nick is making a very good point. In the chat there is Nick saying that that's very useful for night stints, because when we're in the middle of the afternoon, we could well be in the middle of the night for us. So yeah, it's very useful for just to have Adam Baldwin on board to do some driving during the night.
Every time I see Adam Baldwin, I always think, wait, James Baldwin, and then I'm like, no, that's James, not Adam. And I always wonder if they're related, but I don't think they are. Completely different. One living in America, the other one living in the UK. And both of them very quick drivers. James Baldwin may be a fair bit quicker, being the world's fastest gamer and all of that, but Adam Baldwin is still doing a stellar job for Deuces, and still within 3 seconds of Tamas Cash as he's making his way. Ooh, that was a moment and a half with the rear end. I think he's just making his way through Vipperman right now.
They're going towards the carousel, sort of. It's 1.5 seconds as things stand, although he has a slide and he loses a couple of attempts through that right-hander there. And they go into the carousel now. And Bobby's going to try and continue to close down on this margin. I fear for us that this gap is going to keep coming down. We're going to watch on board with the BMW and, really kind of watch it all the way down, and then pots are going to be broken, because I think Baldwin's going to be in as soon as he gets onto the back of the McLaren in front. So we'll watch out for that one. But he has got certainly lighter fuel at the moment. He'll have a little bit older tyres on, but lighter fuel might well be helping him out a little bit. And I did hear from Nick in practice actually that this car is the heaviest of the cars that are actually being used here in the race. So yeah, it's absolutely. I'm not really sure how that's going to affect them. Is he going to give them more tyre wear, maybe less fuel consumption? Not entirely sure, but the heaviest car in the race, according to them.
I think as we also group in the Sprint Series, you and the ugliest car in the race as well, right? Bentley's? No, I can't remember what conclusion we came to, but we used to talk about cars that were too big for the circuit and all sorts like that. But Bentley doing a decent job at the moment, as I've been enjoying this race, and one of the reasons I've been enjoying the race is not because of the racing itself, it's because every time I jump on board with a car, I get to try to work out what part of the circuit, and I honestly have no idea, and then I think, oh, that looks like that part, and then I realise no, it's on a completely other side of the circuit. So there's people thinking, Yusuf has no idea what he's talking about. Yeah, you're dead right, I don't. It's my first time commentating a race. It's my first time really watching laps at the Nordschleife, and I'm slowly trying to get more and more used to it. I know this is the second carousel, See, the carousels really stand out.
Yes.
Aside from that, I know the GP layout, and that's it.
Yes, it's very, very tricky. We were talking about this a little bit earlier on, how you have to learn the circuit really quite intricately, and more intricately than you do around other circuits that we go to in any kind of motorsport. So, yeah, very interesting indeed to have to learn it. 1.4 seconds now is the gap between Thomas Kesh and Adam Baldwin. The lighter car for Adam Baldwin is going to slightly help him out just a little bit, but not too much, because things are starting to stretch out ever so slightly again. I believe, by the way, there's been a change of position for 10th place. GISSR Lab have presumably got Andy Kurtzen back in the car, because 8 minutes 12.0 suggests that that's a very fast lap time. So he's going to start to reel some drivers in, and Ryan Nash has become a victim already, and he is down to 11th place, having briefly got up into the top 10.
Ryan Nash dropping back down the order to P11. He's 7.5 seconds behind DIS, but he might be able to close in. We'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, into the Yokohama S they go. First gear used by Baldwin on board right now as we go into turns 3 and 4. Less than a second, the gap is going to be very, very shortly, and yeah, it's continuing to come down on the GP circuit right now, down into the Dunlop curve at the very bottom of the hill, the hairpin, and the Schumacher S, which will come soon after that. But I have a feeling that Baldwin is going to capture the point where it's very, very difficult for Kesh to actually, very easy for Kesh to actually stay in front here, and yeah, Baldwin's going to have to, or going to find it very, very difficult to get through.
Yeah, all that matters is that Adam Baldwin just sticks behind and waits for the opportunity to present itself. That tends to be the case in endurance racing. Just stick to your own strategy, and to be fair, Adam Baldwin isn't closing in by a huge amount, so he's 1.5 seconds behind. And to be honest, at the rate that he's catching up, maybe halfway through the lap, he'll be right up the rear of Thomas Kesh, and maybe an opportunity even for Adam Baldwin to save a bit of fuel, and then, you know, after Thomas Kesh jumps into the pits, he doesn't have to fuel save until the end of his stint. So there's a whole bunch of possibilities that you can use right now if you are Adam Baldwin.
He's really, as Nick was just saying to me, throwing this BMW into all of the corners, and yeah, putting on quite a show right now as we continue to be on board with him. And yeah, it's very, very good to watch. Certainly, very much enjoying watching Adam Baldwin on board at the moment. But yeah, not able to get. There's a car in front at the moment. Actually, let's see who this is. A bit of a lap car, I believe. Anyway, trying to see who it is from this distance. It's fairly difficult. They go up into the floodplains, and it looks like Kesh is going to be held up ever so slightly by the car in front. Still can't really see who it is at the moment. Try and get a view from outside. Looks like the pros in Bentley. No, that's a BMW, and it must be just Functional Racing Team, who, with Justin Elmore down in 16th position, I believe. Simcoe are going to have to find their way through. But you talked about this earlier. They have to jump out of the way like you would in a sprint series or in F1. You know, oh, as Adam Baldwin goes off. Baldwin and into the wall. Oh dear. Baldwin into the wall at Arenberg. He was pushing exceptionally hard to try and get on terms with Thomas Kesh, but I'm afraid he's pushed a little bit too hard and he's gone into the wall.
Oh dearie, dearie me. We've seen it so many times already today. And again, another incident, and it's in this group of cars always. It's always one of these 5 drivers that seem to be having these incidents. And well, hopefully for him, it's not too much damage on the car, but I fear it might be a fair chunk of damage.
Well, it's going to be hard to tell because he's going to be into the pit lane at the end of this lap anyway. So we're not really going to find out, I fear, in the end. But yeah, that's a real shame for Adam Baldwin, who goes into the wall for the Juices Motorsport Club. It won't be the last time we see a car in the wall. He's P7 at the moment, and he's got 2.5 minutes in front of Martin Millertai. But I feel like most of that gap is going to go. He's going to retain 7th place with this pit stop, but he's going to have to spend time repairing his car, of course.
Yeah, and it's going to be a long, or it's going to feel at least like such a long pit stop when you're just sat in the car waiting for it to be repaired, and there's nothing you can do. You know, you're just sitting there and you've got to think over your own mistakes, and you're just hoping that the time just ticks by so quickly, but it never does, and it always takes exactly as long as is left on the timer, and that nothing you do will change that time unless you want to leave early. But then you're going to have damage on your car, and you might find yourself then having to jump back into the pits only a lap later, and it's only going to worsen and compound your problems.
Yeah, absolutely. Going to make things very difficult indeed. Let's see what the time loss is for Adam Baldwin. 3.4 seconds. It looks like that car is a little bit damaged, because he's not certainly got the pace that he did before, which was fairly formidable, really. But no more of that, I'm afraid, for Adam Baldwin. Speaking of other close battles on the circuit, this is the closest one. Mathieu de Croc and Giuseppe Pastore is fairly close. That's 8 seconds, but Pastore is pulling away right now from Mathieu de Croc for 4th place. And yeah, they're both catching. Tony Janssen and Jimmy Nisseler up in front, so things are starting to compress ever so slightly in the lead of this race as well. Well, apart from Burst Eastport, who are still 4 minutes and a quarter in the lead, but everybody else is starting to... No, not really. Everybody else is starting to just close in ever so slightly.
Well, according to my timing screen, it's saying that Jimmy Nisseler's over a lap down on Burst Eastwards, which has to be wrong, surely, because that would be a whopping 8 minutes between the two cars. So I don't know why it's saying 1 lap. I think Jimmy Nisseler's just yet to complete a lap, so the timing screen decides to say that he is a lap behind, which is very, very helpful. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, it is a little bit. Yeah, it's kind of difficult to... But you just got to kind of remember that sometimes when it shows you that kind of information. But there's still a 1 minute gap, by the way, between Pastore and Janssen, so I wouldn't get too excited just yet about that gap that is coming down. As I'm going to continue watching but well, he's not actually losing that much time on Thomas Kesh, so I think the car's okay. But I'll speak to Nick and I'll try and get to the bottom of if that car is okay or not. But it's very difficult to see from here. It looks all right because he's not losing that much time.
Yeah, he's sticking within 3 seconds of Thomas Kesh, so thankfully the car does not seem to be too badly damaged. And well, let's see if he can close in over the upcoming few laps.
And hear from Nick now. It's left hand down slightly, he says, so there's a little bit of suspension damage. He's having to turn to the left to go straight ever so slightly, although it is kind of hard to tell, as we've commented before, hard to tell in a track like this where there are almost no straights at all, but it's fairly good for them to, or they can keep quite a good speed around the circuit to get back to the pit lane, hence why he's actually catching Thomas Kesh once again, even in spite of the difficulties he's experiencing at the moment. But yeah, out through Garden-Kopp goes Baldwin at the moment. He's going to be into the pit lane at the end of this lap, going to get any suspension damage repaired, and then when Simcoe come into the pit lane in what's going to be 5 laps time, we may see this battle reignite once again, and Deuces Motorsport Club continue their run through the field, which has been fantastic so far. And yeah, it doesn't look like it's going to be stopped anytime soon. Top 5 very, very possible for those guys.
Yeah, and honestly, right now, if you're anyone going all the way down to Matt Bergin, well, okay, if you're anyone going down to Adam Baldwin in P7, second place is a realistic, possibility for you. It is something that you can look at. I think maybe going to Martin Militay after the incident that he suffered, but Martin Militay, go back an hour, he was in that battle as well, and Matt Bergin probably a bit too far back. DIS weren't too far away, but they've been slowly dropping off whenever Andy Kurtzman isn't in the car, which is something we tend to say. In the EEWC, they're doing a fairly good job. They've got 3 drivers in the main team that are able to somewhat match Andy's pace, but I think, as they mentioned in an interview, they've got 46 drivers in as well, so it's a much wider spread of talent in the DIS team, which is why they're further down the order from where they could otherwise be.
Yeah. So at the moment, it's still Darren Wojcik leading. And he's got 4 minutes and 17 seconds ahead of Yumi Nisela, who put another 3.5 seconds into Tony Janssen on that last night. It doesn't seem that Janssen quite has the pace that Pim van Aert did earlier on, and Chris Gonzalez as well. They were very, very fast indeed. Not that Janssen is slow by any stretch of the imagination, but he's just losing a little bit of time to Yumi Nisela, Giuseppe Pastore and Mathieu de Crop, who are all catching him, but over a minute between Pastore and Janssen, so that is a fair amount of time that will need to be closed. Team Shiba aren't too far away from another pit stop. They'll be in 2 laps time, and so they'll be coming out around, well, nobody really. Deuce's Motorsport Club are going to be well behind them. And they're going to be well behind Simcoe, aren't they? So it's going to be a little bit out there on their own. The issues that they've had have really set them back quite a lot, because if you remember that fantastic four-way fight we saw between Satellite, Rookie, Monsters and Shiba by Musto, Simcoe were there as well. You know, that was a fantastic fight, but it's all spread out a little bit in terms of that. I'm sure it'll all close up back together again soon, but it's all stretched out for the moment.
Well, it was, a fantastic battle that we got through, and we were wondering how it would look at this kind of point in the race, but sadly incidents have come through. Drivers have decided to meet Armco walls, and it's kind of thrown everything awry.
For ease of driver tower in broadcast, can you make sure you have your car number in front of your name? Make sure you have the car number for your team in front of your name for the tower on the broadcast. Thank you.
It's just a bit of information there from Nick Newcomb on the people who are getting into the car about putting your number in front of your name on the server, so the timing tower has a little bit of an easier time of things, because otherwise it can get a little bit messy. But there's been a driver change for Deuce's Motorsport Club. Toonlauer has got into that car for the first time since he started the race earlier in this one, and with over 6 hours gone, they've gone through one rotation. They've had Toonlauer in there, we've had Roy Dominic, we've had Adam Baldwin, now we've got Toonlauer again. Presumably the American will be saved, not Adam Baldwin, that is, the American will be saved for a little bit later on, when he'll be doing some more stints in the night, we can presume.
I think that tends to be the best time to put him in, especially because everyone else will be 2-3 a.m. for them when they're really tired, and for Adam Baldwin it's just going to be middle of the day for him, maybe starting to get late afternoon, 6 p.m. US time, or at least the Central Eastern time, equates to something around midnight or 1 a.m. over here in the UK. So might as well use that to your advantage if you do this. And I'm just looking around, and the closest 2 drivers on track right now, Giuseppe Pastore, Mathieu De Croo, P4, P5 respectively, separated by 8 seconds.
Yeah, that seems to be the closest battle that's going on out there at the moment, and that is correct. Looking up and down, it is the closest battle. Although Pastore put 9 attempts into the crop on the last lap, they're still catching Tony Janssen. 57.8 seconds is now the gap as they're coming back towards the line once again. I believe Shiba are not too far away from a pit stop. We're just completing lap 45. We're on lap 45 right now, and Team Shiba will next be in on lap 47. So a couple more laps after this one, and then Team Shiba will be in, and the chaos and the games can begin again, really. As we often see that does indeed happen. That once somebody comes in, then everybody decides to come in all at the same time. So we're kind of waiting for that moment, although most people have reverted to 8-lap stints looking at things at the moment. There were quite a lot of 7s earlier on. Team Shiba were doing some of them, although not many. Things were mostly 7-lap stints for some of these guys, but now there's mostly 8s going on out there, so I don't know why they've decided to do that, and I don't know why some teams have seemingly strategically decided to do 7 laps. Maybe I'm just reading it wrong ever so slightly, but it just seems there's some strange strategies going on out there at the moment, but as I mentioned earlier, it's just about doing your strategy for the moment, not back timing or doing anything like that, and waiting for the final few hours of the race really before you start doing any of that.
Yeah, still got 17 hours and 40 minutes remaining. We're nearly 6.5 hours into the race, and it is still David Mrocek leading for the 94 Burst Esport team, and they are over 4 minutes clear, nearly 4.5 minutes clear of Jimmy Nisler in the 64 car, and they're just expanding their lead with every passing lap. Burst over VRS Satellite Racing, and Matty Di Crow, I think, is starting to close in somewhat onto Giuseppe Pastore, but that gap staying somewhat stagnant at around the 8-second mark.
Yeah, it is very, very stable, although the lap times, well, every time I look at them, they seem to be going in favour of Pastore by quite a margin, but then the gap's not really changing. A bit of a better lap there from Tony Janssen, who has lost a bit more time to Jimmy Nisler, 17.6 seconds as they come across the line right now, and it continues to grow out ever so slightly. And we've got to wait just under a minute before Giuseppe Pastore comes over the line, and we can see what kind of a lap time he will produce on this lap and see who's catching who in this one. But I think that De Crop is struggling to actually catch Pastore in front. You never know though, it'd be a change on this particular lap. De Crop could just find a little bit of pace from somewhere. It seems to be that he's going faster than he was before. He was losing quite a lot of pace before because of a bit of damage that Guillaume Mas told us about. And that really did make for a big deficit for them. They were very, very slow on the Tottenham Hub, but now they're going a lot better. An 8-minute 12.8 from Giuseppe Pastore on that last lap, and what's it going to be for Mathieu De Crop as he comes over the line right now? An 8-minute 12.1, so he took 7 tenths out of the Team Civic car, but these guys are just trading lap times really at the moment. They're not really, nobody's really gaining on anybody else, it's just going one way and then the other.
In fairness, that was Mathieu De Crow's fastest lap of the race, so kudos to him for finding the fastest lap for One Move Esports there. But yeah, for those people who are watching and thinking, oh, 7 tenths, that's a lot, you know, last time I watched Formula 1, Max Verstappen was only able to find like 3 tenths out of Hamilton. You have to remember this is an 8-minute lap as well. It's very long, so 7 tenths over 8 minutes, that counts to, you know, saying maybe 1-2 tenths over a normal lap, so it is pretty much identical lap times and nothing to be too excited about.
Yeah, I mean, you've just got to kind of divide it by 4 really, haven't you, with the lap times around here, because it's 8 minutes, 2-minute lap times normally for a GT3 car around most circuits that we go to in other endurance racing. Well, we are at the end of another half hour, so it's time for another commercial break. We'll have some more rating though after this commercial, so make sure you stay tuned. We even have a giveaway that we're going to announce on the stream as well, so make sure you tune in, stay tuned, and yeah, we'll be back in a few moments time.
The GTR 24H Nürburgring 24 Hours is presented in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Leap Gaming, ESTV, and AMD Ryzen Radio.
A 1v2 for the is
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals, and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor, or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back to the GTR 24H Nürburgring 24 hours here, and yeah, we're about 6.5 hours into the race now. Probably a good time to have a quick look at the standings and see where everybody is in comparison to everybody else. And you can see that Burst Esports still leading by a fairly long way in this one. Universal is in second place for Satellite Racing, with Rookie Monsters in third, about 20 seconds behind them. And there's Giuseppe Pastore and Mathieu de Crop, just separated by 8.8 seconds at the moment in fourth. And fifth was Simcoe, a further half minute back in sixth. Toon Lower has just gone into Zeus's Motorsport Club car, and he is in seventh, with Martin Murtagh just behind in eighth after a number of issues that those guys have had in the last couple of hours. Matt Burgin is in ninth position for Aurora Abruzzi Esports, with the DRS SR Lab car a further 1 minute and 45 back. Andy Kurtzin is back in that car. We can tell purely by the lap times that is the case, because they're nearly 7 seconds in front, nearly 7 seconds better off than Abruzzi on that last lap. Then we've got Ryan Nash in 11th place, Emmerich Hoyer in 12th place, and I'm going to have to interrupt myself because the wipers are back on and the rain has returned to the Nürburgring here. Yusuf, that is not what some of these guys wanted to see, but the wipers are going again, the rain is falling again, and dearie me, this race has just taken another turn.
Yep, the rain's starting to come down. It doesn't look to be coming down too hard. I'm riding on board right now with Mathieu de Croo, and the wiper... Pardon me, I've got the case of the hiccups. Decided to chug down some food a little bit too quickly, and the hiccups have decided to say hello. But Mathieu de Croo, his wiper's not going down too ferociously, but the rain is coming down. He's starting to struggle a little bit for grip. You can see the rear end starting to get a little bit unstable. He's 9 seconds behind Pastore, and the question is, will anyone have to jump in for wet tyres? How long is this rain going to be staying out for?
Yeah, exactly. It's continually getting a little bit harder. I wonder if we can have a look at the weather radar, maybe, if we can see about the. Oh, it was on. I need to go and look myself because I wasn't watching. But yeah, there we go. It looks like there's a little bit more rain. It doesn't look like that's very much rain. However, there is another band of rain coming very, very quickly, and it looks heavier and bigger than any rain we've seen so far this race, and that seems to be coinciding nearly with at least sunset, or the darkness falling over the circuit. So yeah, we may not see wet weather tyres in this particular downpour, but I reckon in the next one we definitely will if it gets hard enough.
And it does seem, especially on the start straight, that the clouds are looking rather thick and grey, and I think the rain, at least on this Grand Prix part of the circuit, will be here to stay for quite a while, judging by the clouds. However, depending on the wind speed, it might all just blow over relatively quickly. But then again, it might just blow from one part of the track to another part of the track.
Yeah, absolutely. It can rain in one part and not in the others at the Nürburgring, so we're going to have to watch out for that if that does indeed happen. But yeah, just looking to see at the end of this lap, there's going to be some pit stops, we think, for Team Shiba by Musto. They're going to be in, and the 64 Satellite Racing team are also going to be in with Uniqueness at the end of this lap. So yeah, we'll watch for those guys as they come into the pit lane. But it's a difficult time to be pitting, really, with the rain coming down. You don't really want to be doing this at all. However, it's you don't really have a choice in the matter. You're about to run out of fuel, and so you just got to kind of go for it. But it's not an ideal situation for any of these guys to be in, really, with the wipers going, the rain coming down. You're not sure how long this rain's going to last for, and you don't really know what tyres you're going to go on either. So the strategic calls begin to kind of become ever more complicated once again.
Yep, and it's of who wants to blink first, and will anyone, follow the blinking? Will it set off a chain reaction? Racing drivers sometimes can be very sheep-like and all like to follow each other. I remember once when I was karting, one driver, so we were all on the dummy grid, which for those unfamiliar with karting is essentially there's a little grid outside of the grid where everyone gets ready. So because there are loads of races going on, while certain drivers are out on track doing their heats in a different class, you're preparing there. And the rain started to trickle down, and everyone's looking up at the sky. Everyone's got their wet tyres ready, but no one's using it. And the second one person puts on a set of wet tyres onto their car or starts changing, everyone else just completely follows that person, and everyone puts on the wet tyres. And it's rather entertaining to witness, but you do often get that in racing. No one really thinks for themselves, and they just follow the herd and say, look, if you're going to go for this strategy, we'll follow you, because that way if we've messed up, you've definitely messed up.
Well, exactly. It's much safer to follow the pack, really. If you kind of go out on your own, you could really be left hung out to dry, even if that sounds a little bit oxymoronic in the wet weather conditions. You could really get yourself, in a lot of trouble with staying out on the wet weather or coming in for wets or whatever the situation is. Following the herd is a lot better, because even if you're absolutely right what you just said, even if everybody's made the mistake, it doesn't matter, because everybody's done the same thing, so you're not actually lost out on anything. But it just takes one driver to just kind of, and we often love to see it, especially as commentators, we love that somebody who just rolls the dice a little bit and just something a little bit left field, just goes for it and doesn't really care that everybody else has gone for the strategy. They kind of just go it alone, and sometimes it works out and it's glorious, sometimes it backfires and it's less so. But yeah, it's a very interesting conundrum and a very interesting kind of psychology into the kind of strategies that kind of looking around. Do you look around at other people to decide what they're doing or not? Is a very interesting kind of psychology behind it.
Yeah, safety in the pack is a very real thing that exists, and if you don't go with it, either you're going to look very clever or you're going to look very silly. And the people who go for the risk are those who don't have anything to lose, those who are outside the top 10, those who don't have points to gain. But when you talk about an endurance race, even if you're not inside the top 10, you never know where you can end up, especially when you've got so long remaining in the race, and we've got over 17 hours remaining. If this was a sprint race with half an hour left or an hour left, sure, you take the risk, but at this point, I don't think you take the risk, and you just follow the herd really at this point, or you go for whatever is the safest option, even if the herd goes for the more risky option.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it is a better idea, especially at this stage, just to play it safe and we'll go with whatever that strategy may be. Well, just before we get another round of pit stops, then it's time to announce our little giveaway that we've got going on for the Nürburgring 24 hours. So yeah, it's your chance to win some cool stuff that you may be interested in. So yeah, just try and follow what I'm saying. I don't even know what I'm saying. So if you can at home, then well done. So anyway, yeah, it's your chance to win some stuff. As I said, during the Nürburgring 24 hours here by GTR 24H, you can win Aztec OEM water cooling kit, Aztec large mouse pad for your gaming table, and Aztec SimSport t-shirt. All you need to do is guess the top 3 winning teams of this race. So 1, 2 and 3, guess what teams they're going to be in either the Facebook live stream comments or the YouTube live stream kind of chat on the right hand side as you're watching this of the live stream, and those who guess correctly will be put into a draw, and the lucky winner will be announced after the show, and we will announce them there. The deadline for making your prediction is 9 a.m. Central European time tomorrow. So that's with 3 hours remaining in the race. So you can leave it as long as you like. If you're so sure right now, then you can go for it right now if you want to. But yeah, the deadline is at 9 a.m. CET, and there you go. There's your chance to win some cool Aztec stuff that I've just mentioned. And yeah, we'll announce the winner after the race. There you go.
And just to put it out there to any of our viewers who happen to be watching through Roku or Amazon Fire or the various different methods, esports TV, etc., etc. If you're feeling left out and you're thinking, wait, but hang on, I can't vote because I'm not watching on YouTube. Well, you can open up YouTube and you can find us on the GTR 24H, literally just GTR 24H on YouTube, and it is the same on Facebook as well if you want to find our live streams on those 2 platforms.
Yeah, indeed, we can be found everywhere, so it's hard to miss us, to be honest. At this point, if you do follow us around on the social media channels, but back to the race right now, we've got Yumi Nisula coming into the pit lane from second place in the race, and where is he going to come out? Probably somewhere near Master de Crop, although I think he's going to be pretty comfortably in front. He was going to be near Giuseppe Pastore, I believe, but Pastore himself is coming into the pit lane as well. So Team Rookie Monsters are going to take second place away, and they're going to continue on for one more lap before they indeed come into the pit lane as well. But for the moment, Giuseppe Pastore is also going to be into the pit lane. Team Shiba Vianosto, most of these guys are doing 8-lap stints, so that's what we've got to be looking out for in this one. As out of the second corner goes Tony Jansen. Will Yumi Nisula get out of the car? That's a big question that we have not yet answered, because how long has he been in there now for? He's been... Is it a stint or 2 stints? I honestly can't remember at this point, but I think he's been in there for 2 stints, quite possibly, and may well be getting out of the car at the end of this lap, or at the end of this stint, should I say.
Well, we'll have to see whether he doesn't jump out. The rain is still falling here at the Nordschleife, and watching Mathieu De Croo throw the car in to the final sequence of her corners at around 200 miles an hour is rather breathtaking. I think it's probably more closer to 170 miles an hour, but to have that much commitment on a greasy circuit definitely takes a pair of round spherical objects.
Mathieu De Crop, he goes into 4th place with Giuseppe Pastore just in the pit lane right now. Yumi Nisula stays in that car with Mathieu De Crop not too far behind, but he's not going to be able to get through, and he's going to be into the pit lane at the end of this lap anyway. So Simcoe, when are they going to be next into the pit lane? I feel it's not this lap, but it might be. As they come over the line, they prove that it's not, and they're going to start for another lap. It's at 8:19.1 from them, and you can just see by these lap times at the moment, David Mocic not long ago set the fastest lap of this race with an 8-minute 5.4. He's already into the 8-minute 8, and surely tyre drop-off isn't that severe in the case of 1 or 2 laps. I do think that the weather is starting to play havoc with these lap times. We saw drivers comfortably into the 8:20s, 8:30s earlier on. That's how hard the rain was coming down, so you never know about where these guys could be, and where these guys could end up by the end of it all. When the and the rain starts to come down, how much is it going to affect these guys or not? That's the big question, really.
And Mathieu Devaux 5 seconds behind Jimmy Nisula, slowly closing in. Last time round was able to take 4.5 seconds out of the 64 car, and the VSR, or pardon me, the VRS satellite racing car, dropping a fair amount of time in the final sector alone. Jimmy Nisula lost 6 seconds, so Mathieu Decroix is gaining, and he's making his way through Hattenbacher now. And down into this sequence of corners, and he can just about see every now and then, just popping into vision, is Jimmy Nisula. He makes his way through the left-hander and towards Hokkaiken.
Yeah, we'll see if he can catch up, but as I mentioned, he'll be in the pit lane at the end of this lap, so will Tony Janssen. But David Mocek comes into the pit lane right now from the lead of the race. That's how far ahead he is right now. Nearly 5 minutes. It's his margin over the rest of the field, which is a truly remarkable margin, really, when you think about it. So he's going to be easily out and off of the Grand Prix circuit before everybody else has even come into the pit lane just yet, which is just putting into perspective what a remarkable drive it's been so far from Burst Esport. And David Mocek may well be getting out here because he's done a couple of stints in that car now. And from what we heard earlier on, it's not going to be Cam Roger in next, but well be Yoni Simončić again, if they're using those guys up maybe before the night hours really begin. But we'll wait and see. Not entirely sure what their plan is going to be for this one. I'll have a look on their TeamSpeak server now, and it looks like Simončić says he's away. Whether that means he's setting up to drive or not, I'm not entirely sure. But I wouldn't imagine Mocek would do any more than 2 hours at this stage in the race. There's no need to, I feel, at this early stage. Keeping people fresh, rotating them around, I think is a good idea. Maybe in the night you want to go a little bit longer just to give people a little bit of extra sleep, to be honest. But I think during the day, getting Mocek out at this point would be a good idea. Let's see if they have indeed done that as he rolls away now. And it's going to be Casper Henningsen getting in for the first time. A returning driver from and was one of our winners from 2020 in the GTR 24H Nürburgring 24 hours. He was one of those drivers who took the victory alongside the others. And so yeah, he's out there for the first time this race with over 6.5 hours gone.
Let's see what Casper Henningsen can pull through. We know how quick he is. We've seen Casper Henningsen, as you mentioned, 2020 in the Nürburgring 24 hours. We saw him in 2020 in the Sprint Series, one of the drivers for Burst that were winning the championship up until they pulled out of the season, if I do recall correctly. And very quick driver is Casper Henningsen, and will be looking to extend that 4-minute lead that they have built up over Tony Janssen. And to be honest, at the rate they're going, they could be looking to win this race by even up to 2 laps.
Yeah, well, yeah, let's not get ahead of ourselves, but, you know, could well be the case. If well, I guess we could do the maths on this. If they've got nearly 5 minutes after just over 6 hours, could be heading over 2 laps yet. So you never know. It was over 2 laps at one point last year, actually, but then they had some kind of problem in the last couple of hours, and yeah, that was a very big moment indeed to see. Not good for them. They managed to still win the race by over a lap in the end, I believe, but yeah, we're still nerve-wracking, you can be sure. Closest battle going on at the moment, I believe, one move, and Satellite. I think Mathieu Decroix is catching Jimmy Nisula ever so slightly in this battle, but maybe not. We'll have to see, really, whether he's catching or not. Once again, it doesn't matter too much because of the pit stops, but it would still be good to see a fight between those two. Situation staying much the same as things stand, but you can be sure that the next race changing moment is right around the corner. We've had enough of them so far, so there's, you know, we could well see something strange happen in the near future.
And Mathieu Decroix 7.5 seconds behind Jimmy Nisula. I'm not sure if he's really closing in anymore on to Nisula, or if he's started to fall back by a bit.
We'll try and find out. It's hard to work out though, as we keep mentioning. The way these outlaps work, we just keep getting enormous outlaps, which are just not useful to anybody, are they really? But obviously nothing we can do about it. Yeah, it just makes things a little bit more difficult to work out how things are going. But Tony Jansen's going through Galbenkopf for the moment, and on to the Dottinger Hör for the final time in this stint. His first stint in the car. And so he will be into the pit lane to make his first pit stop, of him driving at least. And he will presumably be staying in for another one. He goes down towards the bridge and the Tiergarten now. He's got just about 48 seconds over Jimmy Nisler, so that's not going to be enough for him to stay in front. Satellite and Rookie Monsters were very, very close at one moment, but Nisler's pace and Jansen's falling away, I'm afraid, has extended that margin between the two Corvettes, so they're both on the podium at the moment, but not in the order that Rookie Monsters would have liked, as Tony Jansen, I thought for a moment there was sticking out and making me look a little bit stupid while staying out for another lap, but no, he does indeed come into the pit lane, and Jimmy Nisler is probably going to have no trouble at all getting back into second place.
Yeah, I guess to jump back out of the pits, and it is all still looking very clean for Jimmy Nisler and the 64 VRS Satellite racing car. Remember, they had those issues towards the start of the race. They dropped fairly far down, and they've been able to climb their way back up through the order, and now find themselves firmly in the podium spot. As that's a car in the wall. That is Matt Bergen. Wait, no, never mind. The game just wanted to show me something. It was like it was showing me something from the future, just showing me a car in a wall, and then it just switched to something else. So I don't know if there is a car in a wall somewhere around the track, but Matt Bergen seems to be perfectly fine in the Corvette for Abruzzi.
Yeah, it did just lag for me ever so slightly for a moment, so I think it might have just been a case of that on this occasion. But sorry for worrying everybody at RLR Abruzzi Esports, who might have thought their car was in trouble. But no troubles indeed for those guys. Rashid Krop is into the pit lane as well for One Minute Esports, absolutely on schedule once again. And just as he does that, Tony Jansen leaves, and Tomasz Kesh, is not able to get through on them. Tony Jansen leaves the pit lane, and the Simco car. Oh, is there?
Martin?
No, you're right. It was Matt Bergen. You were right the first time. You were correct. Matt Bergen is into the pit lane. Into the wall.
It's weird because I saw Matt Bergen in the wall, and then the game refreshed almost. And then he wasn't in the wall, and he was just driving perfectly normally as if nothing had happened. And now, Martin Milita's just flown past him.
He hasn't run out of fuel, has he?
Well, I'm going to go and do a thing called rewinding.
This is... As on Sector 1, yeah, this is the... Matt Bergen, by the way, in Sector 1. I was a bit confused there. It's Joey. What is he doing? He continues to make an appearance.
Wait, what's happening?
Oh my goodness me. That is going to go... That is an image to be savoured, isn't it, really?
I'm very confused what's going on, so can someone keep me in the loop?
Well, you just watch the YouTube live stream at the moment. He's making his own party, isn't he?
What have I missed?
Just Joey Brolick being himself for a few seconds on the stream. That's it, yeah. As into the pit lane, back to the pit lane, back to more serious matters for Abruzzi Esports. Matt Bergen is back to the pit lane, I'm afraid. And that's not good news for them. I think that is a DNF. And
I see it now.
Yes.
What is this?
Oh yeah, there we go. And yeah, well, there you go. It looks I've got no idea, to be honest, but yeah. Back to more serious matters for a moment. Matt Bergen, I'm afraid, in the Abruzzi Esports car. I think my only guess is that he ran out of fuel. But surely not. I mean, even if he did, that's quite a long way to get around the lap, isn't it, really? So, I'm not entirely sure what's happened there to Matt Bergen, but he is back in the pit lane now. Hopefully he can get back, but that's a shame.
Yeah, bad news for Matt Bergen. He's going to be falling out into pretty much the clutches of Ryan Nash and DIS. And well, DIS trailing Ryan Nash by 24 seconds currently, and that gap may increase or decrease, but we might have a three-way battle for P9 momentarily once Matt Bergen does make his way out of the pit lane.
Engine failure we're hearing for the Brutty Esports, hoping that they can get back into this race, but engine failure. These engines are having a big toll on them as Sergey, he's in the pit lane. There's a new yellow flag going on at the moment. I wonder if that's still the same one from Matt Bergen. Yeah, that's a real shame to see. These engines do take a pounding around these races, and it's kind of surprising that we don't see more engine failures, but it seems that Matt Bergen and Brutty Esports, I'm afraid, have been hit with one this time.
And hit pretty hard with it as well, to be honest, as I think I'm finally back into the game, and hopefully that means I can actually commentate while seeing what is going on as my internet tries to play nice fun tricks with me.
Yeah, just a little bit. Yeah, look, I'm really trying to work out who's going slowly here, but I think it is just the Abruzzi car. Everybody's moving fine out there at the moment. Yeah, we'll see. I'm currently seeing some gaps coming down, like the DISSR lab team catching Satellite Racing, although the 65 team aren't that far away from a pit stop. The Juices Motorsport Club team will not be that far behind Simco, I believe, when Simco indeed come into the pit lane in the not too distant future. I believe it's going to be at the end of this lap. Yeah, there's a number of others. Macho de Crop is not too far behind Giuseppe Pastore, and all of those other battles that are going on up and down the field. Very nice to watch. At the moment, we've got plenty of things to be watching. Yeah, we're hearing as well that the engine is gone for those guys for Abruzzi, and they won't be able to get through, or they won't be able to get back. You know, on Factor 2, you can't come back from an engine failure, so I fear that might be the end of the road for Abruzzi Esports.
Well, they've managed to make, nearly 7 hours. Just under a third of the way through the race, so sad for them that it would end that way.
Yeah, a real shame to see. Well, nearly another hour completed at the moment. 7 hours very nearly completed of the 24 hours of the Nürburgring. We are going to take another commercial break, and in a few moments' time we will return with more racing from the 24 hours of the Nürburgring.
Presented in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Leap Gaming, ESTV, and AMD Ryzen Radio.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals, and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor, or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we're jumping on in for hour number 7 of the race. As still used to be said, Ewan O'Leary has jumped off for a well-deserved break after having covered the last, I believe, 7.5 to 8 hours. So you'll have himself and Peter Monkpole taking you through the next half an hour of race. Those of you joining in, this is the Nordschleife, Nürburgring-Nordschleife at 24 hours here at GTR 24H. And Casper Henningsen is leading the way for the 94 of Burst Esport, and he is leading by 4.5 minutes, which is a very, very large margin. In fact, it's almost 5 minutes over Jimmy Nisler in P2 for the 64. VRS VRS Satellite Racing Car, and then it's Chris Gonzalez in the 999 Rookie Monsters. Giuseppe Pastore further 48 seconds down for the 313. There's Team Shiba by Musso, and then Gulam Mass in the 31, the man that I'm riding on board with for the 31, which is the One Move Esports car. Guillaume Mas currently 7.5 seconds behind Giuseppe Pastore, and he's pulled 3.5 seconds out of the 313 Shiba Mai Musto car in the first sector alone. It is damp here at the Nordschleife. We did have a brief shower not too long ago, but as you can see through Guillaume Mas's cockpit, the wipers are not currently working. I should clarify that. They are working, he just doesn't have them on, which means that the rain has stopped. And Peter, are you with us? I'll take that as a no. Peter's not with us at the moment. We ride on board with Guillaume Mas as he makes his way through down in Brunchen. Oh, sorry, that's not through Brunchen, that's Fantegarten. Using up the curve, make your way up the hill as you make your way towards the Kleines Carousel. Speaking of the carousel, it is the very next one coming up. Oh, pardon me. Be after this right, make your way up the hill, in towards the left. As I said before, I am definitely learning this track still, and you can tell because I'm always forgetting where we are exactly on the circuit, because that was the ice curve that we just made our way through, and this is Fantegarten. Completely flat through this right-hander. Most of the Nordschleife is almost flat. You slow it down into this right-hander and then into this left-hander, which will then lead into the second of the carousels. I got it right this time round. Back on the power, runs a little bit wide, always onto the grass. Pull the car back over to the left as you make your way into Galgenkopf. And this is onto the Dottingenholler. Guillaume Mas trails by 6.2 seconds to Giuseppe Pastore. That gap actually increasing on the straight. Now 6.6 seconds. Giuseppe Pastore 185.3 in the middle sector. Actually matching Chris Gonzalez pretty much. Guillaume Mas 184.0. So actually taking a second out of Pastore on the straight. Through the Tiergarten. Now on the brakes for the final chicane. Back on the power. And Guillaume Mas, what will his lap time be? He's still 6.2 seconds behind, so he might have gained about 3-4 tenths in the final sector of the lap. An 8:20.9 for Pastore, 8:16.0 for Mas. Final sectors identical, but overall over the course of the whole lap, just under 5 seconds was the difference in lap time. Guillaume Mas now 6.1 seconds behind Pastore. Start to see the sun shining once again. Mas makes his way through the Dunlop Ave. Up into the Schumacher S. Into the Versteiner F. Little corrections coming through and up ahead. You can see a few cars. One of those two will be Guillaume Mas. Oh, pardon me. One of those two will be Giuseppe Pastore. This battle for P4. Mas currently running in P5. Through the NGK chicane. Small correction as he cuts the corner. and onto the Nordschleife layout. Tight right-hander before the track now opens up through the Hudson back. Little left through the second part of it. Slow it down past the Studio 397 banner. Slow it down through the right left. And now towards Hochleichen. And now this is where the Nordschleife really opens up. Over the bridge. And now up towards Flurplatz. We've seen a few incidents here already. You have to be committed if you want to be fast through here onto the Kotzenburn. Or the Kotzenburn. And then it'll be a fast left-hander out of the top hill before you jump onto the brakes down into Arenberg. And here you go. Carries so much speed. Pull the car back over to the left on the brakes. Second gear. Hold it tight, back on the power. Mass at 4.8 seconds behind Pastore. Through Fuschstroh. I'm probably pronouncing that completely wrong. And then it's going to be up the hill towards the Adenauer Forst. And this is where you could come into this left hand and you think you can carry a lot more speed, but you have to get it pulled right back over to the left. The blind corner, really. Back on the power. On the exit of the Adenauer Forst. And towards the Metzgesfeld, which reminds me of the double left-hander at Imola. At the top of the hill, this time you're going downhill into this double left-hander. Slow right down. Right-hander, completely flat, coming out from the low speeds of the Metzgesfeld down into Kallenhag. Back on the power. Flat out through the left. You've got to have the faith that pass sticks. Slow it down through the long triple right-hander. The hit-miss hit, I believe Ewan calls it. And down into Vershyfen. Tight left-hander, back on the power. Flat through the right from the low speed. And now down the hill. Tight left-hander. Pull it back to the left just to make your way into Exmuller. Third gear, small correction. Guillaume Mas now 4.3 seconds behind Giuseppe Pastore. Fast through the left-hander. And into Bergwerk. And now through into the left-hander of Kesselchen. Then it's just completely flat, and you can see this is where the rain is falling on the circuit. It's on this side of the track. I don't know if this is the northern side or the southern side of the circuit, but it's on this part of the track. The far end. Through the left-hander. Now get ready to brake. It'll be a fast right-hander, and then down into a right-hand hairpin. Jump on the brakes. Second gear, patient on the throttle, especially with the rain coming down. And now down into the carousel. Up into the fast left-hander. And it stretches for quite a while. Slower through the second part. Into the Hohe Achte, or Hohe Acht. Carrying a bit too much speed is Guillaume Mas. Back on the power then. And now start making our way down the hill into Wippermann. Now through the left into the right of Brunsken. Another right. And then you've got the left of Ice Curve. Oh, pardon me, that's the left Brunsken. And now you make your way through the two rights. And up to Ice Curve now. Guillaume Mas 2.9 seconds behind. over the crest. You start making your way down the descent into Fantaten. That's this right-hander here. Left down the hill. And just could literally just call this the squiggly part of the circuit. A lot of squiggly parts of the circuit here at the Nordschleife. Towards the end, through the fast right-hander, and then up into the double left-hander. First left, and then the carousel. The kleines carousel. Not as tight, the second carousel, of course. Towards the Galgenkopf. Just fiddling with the wheel a bit. Squilaumas. It's going to get a nice go from, I believe that's a Corvette. The Glam Racing, it seems. Laumas 3.2 seconds behind Pastore. Gained 2 seconds in the middle sector, I think. Did Mass. Through Tiergarten. And now up into the little S, the S's, and into final chicane. 3 seconds then between Mass and Pastore. Now Pastore this time round, what will his lap time be? Pastore sets an 8:23.3. And Guillaume Mas apparently an invalidated lap time, and I think that's because he clipped the wall somewhere, but he nonetheless gained about over a second, maybe 2 seconds on that lap. And there you go, it's just a case of doing it all over again. And I do believe now Peter Moncon has joined us. Or maybe not. That's the case, maybe. So Kasper Henningsen, who leads by 289 seconds over Jimmy Nisler, 10 seconds shy of the magical 5 minutes. Why is it magical? Because 5 minutes is a nice whole number, isn't it? It's a nice round number. Five minutes after 7 hours and 13 minutes of racing. Kasper Henningsen pumping in 8:14s. And 8:14s were the kind of laps that everyone else was doing in the dries. So Kasper Henningsen absolutely flying the flag high for burst. You saw Jone Simoncic at the wheel of the car before. And Guillaume Mas, car right ahead, is the 313 of Giuseppe Pastore to make their way into the Nordschleife layout. Back end really stepping out through Flugplatz into Gothenburg. You can see that Guillaume Mas is really pushing. And into Arenberg. to make their way down in the Adenauer first. Two seconds now between the pair of them.